I would prefer that. Let's see. Let me pull up her specific plan. I'll see if it says it there. What do you think about, while I'm pulling this up, what do you think about Trump's character deficits? Do you think those are relevant?
You said what?
While I'm pulling this up, what do you think about Trump's character deficits? Do you think those are relevant?
What do you mean character deficits? Like his character, his overall character, him as a person?
Yes. The fact that he's done immoral things.
Morally, I don't think his character is absolutely horrible. I don't think his character's terrible. Do I think he's the greatest person ever? No, nobody is. I mean, if you say you are, I think you were lying. But I don't think he's a terrible and awful horrible person, no.
Well, we can get into that. So specifically, maybe this is a shift on her. I don't really know, but I read through her New Way Forward plan, and it says here, here's his plan to start expand the supply of entry-level homes. She will, during her first term, provide working families who have paid their rent on time for 2 years and are buying their first home up to $25,000 in down payment assistance, with more generous support for those parents who do not have a home. So it seems like $25,000 plus if your parents did not have a home, and it could be up to $25,000 if your parents did have a home.
Yeah,
so it looks like there's...
If people in their 20s, if people in their early 20s, if people right now they can't even get a place to rent. Nobody's renting to anybody unless you have previous renters experience. You make a certain amount of money a month. People can't even rent a home right now. People aren't renting to people, right? You have to have previous renter history. You have to have all this other stuff. People can't even get one.
Get it? Yeah. Well, there are people that are struggling with rent too. The idea is that this would tackle a rent issue.
It's not
because if you're focusing,
people can't even rent a property.
Yeah. Well, okay. This is trying to tackle the rent issue by making it so that a lot of people don't have to rent. Because if you can afford, because the biggest entry is the down payment. You need a sufficient enough down payment for someone who owns a home to say, I want to give you this home. If you don't have a big down payment, you're not going to qualify unless you have insane. Hold on.
You can afford it. You can afford to buy a home, but unless you're making a substantial amount of income, right? You have a substantial amount of income coming in, recorded income per month or salary wise, and you have money to pay the down payment or buy the house outright. Nobody's just going to sell the house to you. You'd have
the down payment is a big thing. Yes,
you'd have to have good credit. You'd have to have a good job. You'd have to be making a substantial amount of money for anyone to even consider selling you a home.
I don't know what you mean by substantial. You're going to need decent credit, most likely. One of the biggest things is a good down payment. You need a bigger down payment to make up for if you have any credit deficits or any income deficits. And if you can account for that, that'll help you substantially with buying a home. If you're saying this plan isn't going to help literally everyone the most possible, that's true, because if we were to do that, it would cost a lot more money.
How is it going to help?
It seems like your main...
When we have millions of vacant homes already.
It seems like your main issue is that this isn't helping people enough.
Homes, but there are millions that are vacant.
I agree.
Not living in. We need to build.
Hold on.
There's millions that are vacant.
This, real quick, this is a demand side insertion that's going to help with building. Oh my God. This is a demand side insertion. Hold on, real quick. This is a demand side insertion that is going to help with building more homes. If contractors realize, there's a big expansion, if there's a big, oh my God, real quick.
Why do we need to build more homes when there's millions that are already vacant that people aren't buying?
That's a misconception. The vacant homes could be renter homes. They could be homes that are being renovated. There's a lot of different things with the home vacancies. If you want to talk about, real quick, Brent, hold on. If you want to talk about getting rid of landlords, we can talk about that. That's a pretty big thing to do, a pretty difficult thing to do.
But there's millions of vacant homes already.
People can't afford to buy a
house. We need to build more homes, but people can't even afford to buy a house. They can't afford to pay for their groceries and pay the rent at the same time and pay their car payment. People can't afford these things, and yet we're talking about building more.
Yes, building more homes is a supplied side policy that ensures that the cost of homes go down. One of the reasons why homes are expensive is because if you look at a graph between rate of building homes and population growth, those two lines, hold on, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. Those two lines diverge, and those have been oh my God, those have been diverging steadily over time. So if you want to account for that supply side issue, building more homes is a big way to bring the home price down. Why it's difficult to build homes is because of things like NIMBYs and things like zoning laws and a lot of other shit that prevents people from building not only single family homes, but what we should be building are like multifamily complexes in order to ensure that we're building community and we have cheaper options for people. But zoning laws and a bunch of other shit's preventing that. So that's what we should be tackling. You're just vaguely gesturing to more expensive shit, and it's not helping.
More expensive, bro. People need to be able to afford to live right now before they can ever think about buying a home. Bring the interest rates down, okay? Bring the cost of goods down, and then people will think about buying a home.
Wait, what do you think the Fed does?
You said what?
What do you think the Federal Reserve, does?
What do you mean? Determines the price of things?
No, they determine interest rates. They're the one that set interest rates. If we're to bring the interest rates down...
Do you know why interest rates go up?
Yes, to combat inflation.
Exactly. Okay, right. Why have they not gone down yet?
Because inflation has, and that's why the Fed is looking to bring them down, and they have. I think, didn't they just bring them down recently? They're bringing them down, but they want to monitor inflation. So the reason why interest rates were up is because there was high inflation. They raised them in order to combat the inflation. That was the whole point.
Exactly. Okay, so you want to lower the cost of everything else, and then bring the interest rates down, and then things become more affordable. Homes will become more affordable.
Yes, yeah, which is fine, but it needs to ensure that we're not doing it before inflation has properly decreased. That's the Fed's job. So they've been bringing them down. So they've been bringing them down because inflation has been decreasing. And they might keep them down until spending gets out of control again, and they'll probably push them back up. That's the whole point of the Fed. So that's, again, the Fed is, again, not an administration thing. They're their own thing. So what plan does Trump have to meaningfully combat inflation?
To combat inflation?
Yes.
Well, truthfully, I mean, I'd say he'd probably end up drilling more oil than we already currently are. You want to bring the cost of energy down. That'll bring inflation down a lot. So bring the cost of energy down, and then everything else pretty much follows suit after that. But I mean, we've been drilling now more than we have, I think, ever in American history, or something like that. Pretty close. So we've been drilling more now than we think we ever have in American history. The problem is the order that he signed to increase offshore drilling in 2017. Sure. So if we're to do even more, we're already doing too much for my taste. The problem with drilling more is it's dealing with a climate issue in an inappropriate way. So sure, that might help with energy prices to some extent. As far as climate change goes, as far as the climate issue goes, we'd have to have every country on board to even try to reverse the damage that we've done as a world, not a country, as a world itself. We'd have to have every country on board anyways to combat with the climate issue that we're dealing with. Every country would have to follow suit. Countries are following suit. We're actually doing less than a lot of other countries with similar populations. What America needs to do, because we are a type of world leader, we need to be setting the example for how we're engaging with the climate, for the policies we're setting. If we're lagging behind everybody else, that gives other countries, smaller countries, the excuse to say, well, America's not doing it much about it, and they're the ones setting the standard for the world. So we should be the world leader, especially since we have the opportunity to do so. We're a wealthy nation, expecting a lot lot of countries in Africa and Southeast Asia, these poor countries, to engage in climate-friendly policies is going to hurt them because they're economically stunted. They need to engage. That have to be taken care of first before we can ever get into anything like climate issue. We have to establish good relations with other countries again. We have to put an end to these wars that are going on. We have to do a lot of things first. Wait, that's a diversion. The point I was making is you can drill for Trump. Trump can say he's going to drill even more than we're drilling now, which is a whole shit ton. We're drilling a ton now. But the problem is a lot more. But the problem is there's a ton of externalities that come with additional drilling. We cannot be drilling willy-nilly. That doesn't answer my question. Your question, what do you mean? Okay, so look, this is the biggest way that we can even bring inflation down. One is we do have to lower the cost of energy, but another thing we need to do is increase the demand for the US dollar, right? You know, the demand for the US dollar is what is what makes our currency stronger, increases its value, right? The demand for it went down after Russia invaded Ukraine. Not to mention gas went through the roof. Oil energy costs went through the roof after Russia invaded Ukraine. We'd have to come up with a way to increase demand for the US dollar. We'd have to export more oil. We'd have to get other countries using the U.S. dollar and demanding it to purchase things like oil, because Russia right now is selling oil to places like India, all countries in the Middle East, a bunch of countries in Russian rubles for dirt cheap. They're purchasing oil from Russia in Russian rubles, not USD. They're not asking for it. They're not demanding it. They're purchasing it in Russian rubles, and they're buying oil for dirt cheap, right? We just cut a deal with OPEC, the petrodollar, which allows Saudi Arabia to take other currencies besides USD, further oil and further gas.
Trump pushed for that deal, by the way. Trump pushed for increasing energy costs. But we can get Brennan. Here's the problem.
We just went off the petrodollar in 2023. How did Trump push for that? We just cut ties with the petrodollar in 2023.
The petrodollar is just the petrodollar is a goofy term. It just means the American dollar. Like with which currency
It made OPEC, it made places like Saudi Arabia only able to take USD for purchases of oil. For countries,
here's what you're missing.
Oil from Saudi Arabia, they had to purchase it in USD. That's what the petrodollar was there for.
Okay. When you're talking about the strength of the American dollar, that can only come with a more broader neoliberal globalist approach. What you're missing is that Trump is apparently opposed to that. Trump wants more protectionist policies. Trump wants to do more things domestically. Trump wants all those things. That's going to lower the demand for the dollar, as you're talking about, or lower how often the dollar is used in foreign exchange. That's the issue. So that's the contradiction that I'm talking about. Simultaneously, you want things to be domestic, us to be strong at home, us to be focused on engaging with companies here, domestic, locally, all that. But then at the same time, you're like, oh, I want to make the American dollar strong. I want to make it a global currency. I want it to be used in a bunch of situations between a bunch of different countries. But that's contradictory. You can't do both at the same time.
What you mean you can't do both at the same time? If we produce everything here and manufacture everything here in this country, it's gonna make other countries want to do business here in America. That's what the tariffs would be. You want to do business in America? Here, we're gonna tax you for it.
Business in America are imports. That's the very thing that Trump wants to tax.
Yeah,
you're discouraging business in America. What?
How are you discouraging business in America by allowing other countries to import their shit here and sell everything here, sell all of their goods from their country here for cheap? Like
the point being is, if you're taxing imports,
DHgate, Temu, they sell everything for dirt cheap.
Wait, that's the point, is that business is popular here because we don't have any significant tariffs right now. A 20% tariff would mean that countries would do less business with us. They wouldn't be using our dollar. There wouldn't be that exchange. Our dollar would fall in circulation, in demand globally.
To tax the American people and spend all our money on other countries instead of taxing other countries and spending money on American people.
Wait, what do you mean by spending money on other? I'm talking about trade. I'm saying if you want a more globalist trade system.
So instead of, taxing other countries on their imports and wanting to do business here in America, we're just going to tax our American citizens and spend all their money on other countries.
What do you mean by spend them on? Global trade is not spending money on other countries.
No, I'm telling you, right now, what do? We tax our people, and a lot of the money is going overseas. It's going to Israel. It's going to Ukraine. We're spending money on different countries. We're spending money on NATO, which we don't even.
That's a whole different conversation. I thought we were talking about trade policy. Now we're talking about like foreign aid.
No, I'm telling you, tariffs. Okay, we tax other countries. We'll spend that money on the American people. You just want to continue to tax the people, let other countries do business here, and create this.
Wait, when you say taxing other countries, we're not really taxing other countries necessarily. They may pay for it in the end, but a tariff is a tax on the imports, meaning the companies that are the companies.
Tax to import their goods.
Who are we taxing? I want to ask a question. Who are we taxing?
Other countries.
Wait,
you want to import something that you want to import this into America? We're going to tax you for it.
Countries we're taxing companies in other countries.
If a country wants to import their goods into America to do business, they get taxed for it.
Oh my God, no, that is not how that works. An import is a tax on American companies. When American companies buy something from another country, they bring it into the port. The port labels that good as being from another country and says, okay, we're going to tax the company that bought that good 20% of whatever that good is worth. That is how a tariff works. It's not taxing the other countries. Now, it might mean that because it's more expensive to import goods, American countries will look domestically. That's the goal of tariffs, so that they look domestically for goods. That's what tariffs do. But we're not taxing other countries. We're still taxing American companies. That's what tariffs are. Hello?
Okay, so before the federal income tax was created and was a thing, how do you think America got its money?
There was a variety of different taxes. There was much less government spending at that point. We did have a mixture of tariffs. There was state tax. There was sales tax. There was a lot of different stuff. We also had a lot. It's important to recognize we had a lot smaller of a federal government then. You know that, right?
I'm just saying, how do you think America got its money?
Yeah, it got it through a variety of other taxes. There wasn't a direct income tax. But we also didn't have Social Security. We didn't have Medicaid or Medicare. We didn't have all these other significant government programs. Huh?
We got them through tariffs. We were on tariffs since the 1800s until 1903, 1913.
That's fine. But the bill was much less. And we were also much less large of a country. We live in a unipolar world with the U.S. at the head of the world because we focused more on engaging in domestic taxation, because we opened up more to trade, because we engaged in less protectionism. That's why we became a dominant body in the world, because we won the Cold War, we engaged in more market dynamics with other countries. That's what got us to the top.
That's what got us to the top.
Also, tariffs were a big contributor to the Great Depression, by the way.
Taxes are what got us to the top.
It is. It literally is. There's a reason.
To the top. It's the fact that we were the first country to have atomic weapons.
No. I mean, that was a big part of it too.
The reason why we're so strong and powerful, not taxes.
Yes, it is both. No, the whole goal of our so here's how our scaffolding works. We push the military into other countries. We support other countries with our military. That gives good relationships between their country and our State Department. The whole goal of our State Department is to set up healthy trade relationships between our domestic companies and their companies. That is the whole goal of the military. That's not the whole goal, but that is the big goal of the military. The reason why the military keeps getting funded is because the military supports our domestic companies because it gives us the best fucking deals. That's what happens.
No, I know. I mean, the military, we sell a lot of our weapons to a lot of other countries. I mean, our military is the reason why we're so powerful and strong. It is the military. So,
I agree, but the military and our State Department and our trade relations, they all work together to strengthen the economy. When we engage in tariffs, when we shut down some of those trade relations, that inhibits our ability to engage well with other countries.
Are gonna move away from America because of tariffs?
Say what?
What countries do you think are going to stop trying to do business here in America because of tariffs?
A lot of countries, especially like China. China has a lot of...
What countries?
I just said China.
China, we don't need China.
China, probably Thailand, probably Vietnam. A lot of Asian countries that mass produce a lot of cheap goods and a lot of cheap materials. The reason why is because a 20% tax on that would mean that the materials would not be worth buying anymore. That's the issue, because there are very small profit margins on those materials.
It also wouldn't go away. There's a lot of countries that also wouldn't be moved away because of it. Do you know why?
Yeah, but a lot of those countries are like luxury countries that produce luxury goods that only benefit really wealthy people. A lot of the goods, the cheap goods that support your everyday items, your everyday building materials, your everyday goods, a lot of those countries would go away.
Okay. I mean, no NATO country would go away.
No, probably not. But we also don't get a lot of our cheap goods from NATO. We don't get a lot of our basic goods from NATO.
Japan wouldn't go away. No NATO country would go away. Taiwan certainly wouldn't go away. There's a lot of countries that wouldn't stop doing business with us by any means because of our military.
Yeah, like countries that would directly military support would be less likely to go away. But other countries would go away.
Any country that needs help from the U.S. military-wise would not go away.
I don't know if that's true. It might be true, but it might not be. We can't really determine that.
It wouldn't move away.
It's going to be up to that country depending on what's worth it for that country.
Move away. Yeah, as far as China goes, that's great. We don't need China.
But it sounds like you recognize that tariffs would be deleterious to our trade relations, right? You know that, right?
So what?
That tariffs would be harmful to our trade relations, right?
I don't think they'd be that harmful. I think they'd be good for the American people.
A 20% tariff on products that have incredibly low profit margins would be very, very difficult for a lot of countries to deal with. Because the price expectation, the price lowering expectation on domestic companies would be high. They'd be like, shit, we're being taxed 20% for this stuff. Other companies, you got to lower your prices a ton. But those foreign companies can't afford to lower their prices. They just can't, because it leads to a lot of cheap mass-produced goods. So they're just going to stop selling.
We're going to pay that 20%. Why? Because
they literally can't.
One of the richest countries in the world.
No. That 20%. Okay, the profit margins on a lot of these goods are like 5%. If you increase the tariff by 20%, and the American company
20% tax, you're crazy. They make a lot of money from America.
They do, but the point is they're mass producing these goods, and the reason they make any money is because they mass produce them. But the profit margin, a lot of these goods are really small, like 5%. So if we added 20% on the American companies buying them, the American companies are going to say, hey, I need you to reduce your prices by 20%. That's going to make it not profitable for those foreign countries anymore to sell to American companies. And also, yeah, someone just brought up in the comments as well, tariffs have been pretty controversial in American history because they have contributed to some pretty big economic issues, like the Great Depression. That's one of the reasons the Great Depression happened was because of tariffs. And there's a reason why a lot of economists for the past 70 years have been super cautious about tariffs, because they have a lot of unaccounted for externalities. The nice thing about a corporate tax, although it has a similar effect to tariffs, a corporate tax is predictable. You know very simply what's going to happen. But a tariff factors in dozens, if not hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of other actors that are really, really hard to figure out how they're going to behave based on the tariff. So it makes a lot less of predictable of an economic situation.
We also didn't have the same military that we have today during the Great Depression.
Yes, that is true. But again, if you want to talk about the military, you're kind of conflicting with Trump's policy, because Trump wants to reduce our military engagement, apparently, except with Israel for whatever reason.
Strengthen our military.
What? Wait, Trump's whole thing is that we should stop funding other countries militarily? Is he not?
What do you mean stop funding countries?
Stop giving military support to other countries. Wasn't that his?
I mean, he wants to stop sending money to other countries, not necessarily stop sending military support to other countries.
Wait, when we send $170 billion to Ukraine, what do you think that is?
Okay, so when they ask for weapons and then they ask for money, what do you think that means? When they ask for them separately, because they ask for them separately all the time. When they say they need more weapons, they say they need more weapons. When they say they need more money, they need more money.
Sure. And then you know that the overwhelming majority of the support to Ukraine was weapons, right?
Okay. When they're asking for money, what do you think that money is for?
Could be for aid support. It could be for building their own shit. There's a lot of ways they could use that money.
We're not just sending we're definitely sending money over there.
We are, but it's significantly less than we're sending in terms of actual military infrastructure.
Over there, we're sending billions over there.
We are sending billions.
So they can buy more weapons, so that they can buy more weapons, but also they can buy food, all different types of aid. They're spending that money on a lot of different stuff.
Wait, do you think it's bad we're sending aid to Ukraine, weapons or otherwise?
I think it's bad that we're sending taxpayer dollars, like $96 billion over to Ukraine, hundreds of billions of dollars over to Ukraine, and not putting that money into America.
Then you don't understand how geopolitics work.
No, you
the
think
stability and the health.
Instead
the
of
health
putting
of
America first, you think of putting another country before America.
No, it's not putting another country before America. The health
putting another country before America.
The health of our country
My tax
continges
dollars
upon the
shouldn't be going to
stability.
another country. My tax dollars should be going to America.
The health of our country continges upon the stability of the world. Because we engage in so much, in trillions of dollars of trade every single year, and one of those big trade partners is Ukraine. We get a lot of our wheat and other food supplies from Ukraine. When Ukraine becomes unstable, that's going to affect how much the prices here are. So investing in that monetarily actually does have returns. That's the whole point of government investment, is that there's going to be some return, and foreign aid absolutely does do that. We also need to punish.
Do you think we're going to get any of that money back that we've sent to Ukraine?
We absolutely see the impacts of ensuring that countries
that we any of those billions of dollars back from Ukraine.
Yes, we will. And the way we get it back is by ensuring that our trade partners are healthy. When we have healthy trade partners, that results in a GDP boost for us.
Our trade partners are healthy. So don't you think it would be better to just end the war instead of prolong it?
What do you mean by end the war?
Come up with a solution to stop the war instead of just sending more weapons and money over there to continue to prolong it.
It's not that is how we're ending the war. Like Russia
That's not how you end a war. You don't end a war by saying, "Hey, look, we're just gonna send you all of this stuff. We're gonna send you all of this money and these weapons, but we're not gonna do anything else. We're not even gonna have discussions with Putin or Zelensky about ending the war. We're just gonna continue to prolong and fund it and do your own thing. Do what you're gonna do."
Here's the problem. When you say end the war, if you just mean agree to Russia's terms, that's incredibly dangerous because, one, it compromises a significant portion of Ukraine to Russia, which is going to impact Ukraine's economy. But two, it also says that conquest is okay. It communicates to a dictatorial regime that if you engage in conquest and take land, as long as you take a bit of land, we're just going to compromise and agree with whatever land you took. The whole point, since the Geneva Convention, since the 50s, since World War II, is that we've agreed to ending conquest, that wars cannot result in land being taken. Otherwise, that encourages superpowers to engage in military conflicts. So yes, we have to punish a dictatorial regime.
Okay. Even though that a majority of Ukraine before Zelensky was ever president of Ukraine was for being a part of Russia, about 50%.
That is absolutely not true. The only areas there was like a small area in the Donbass. There was a few regions in which there was mixed polling between support for being Russian or versus being Ukraine. So there was some mixed polling, but that was hyper specific regions of the very eastern portions of Ukraine. But overwhelmingly, Ukraine has wanted to remain Ukrainian.
No, it was split like 50-50.
No, you've absolutely fallen for Russian propaganda.
Putin removed the pro-Russian politician that was the leader of Ukraine before Zelensky.
Wait, what? That has nothing to do with whether or not there's public support.
What are you talking about? I'm telling you that there was a civil matter going on in Ukraine, okay, and about half of Ukraine wanted to be a part of Russia because Ukrainians are former Soviets. They are Russian. They're former Soviets. Majority of them, unless they migrated there, are former Soviets. Okay, 50% of them wanted to be a part of Russia. Again, the other half didn't want to be a part of Russia.
I'll pull up sources myself too. I'm going to need a source for this because this is just categorically false.
Remove the pro-Russian politician and put Zelensky in power. Okay.
I'm going to need a source for this because this is just factually incorrect. The idea that 50% of Ukraine was for being Russian is not true.
Did you just recently hear about Ukraine in the last 3 years?
No, I've heard about it since Euromaidan in 2014. Can you please? I would love a source for this. The idea that 50% of Ukraine is pro-Russian. Please give me a source. Because all the polls that I've seen, and this is even in the Donbass. Let's see if I can get a poll specifically out of the Donbass, which is a very eastern portion of Ukraine that has a lot of ethnic Russians. This is getting Russian support. I need specifically Ukrainian polls. %77% of Ukrainians support joining NATO. By the way.
What now?
77% of Ukrainians support joining NATO.
2 years?
This poll was taken in February 2024.
Okay, yeah, recently. I would see why.
If a world superpower invades you, I'm pretty sure you'd want more military protection. Which, by the way, we've already been obliged to have military protection for Ukraine. You know about the Budapest Memorandum, right? You know
I know that.
Okay, cool. So it seems like you're saying
Russia was a part of that also, but again, like I said, there was a whole civil conflict.
Wait,
not to mention that the regime that was created that was discriminating against Russians before Crimea was annexed, which 53% voted on that to even happen.
On Crimea, Crimea was a little bit more complicated. I actually don't know about the polling numbers from Crimea, but why are you opposed to us sending support to a country that we have agreed to them we'd support?
Because it's our fault.
I'm sorry.
It's NATO. It's NATO's fault. It's America's fault.
Why are you not placing any blame on Russia here? When Russia's been antagonistic to all of its
multiple times, stop expanding NATO eastward. This is a threat to my country. Quit doing it.
You are not, you as a country are not entitled to tell other countries what to do when you've been the one acting antagonistically towards them. That's just not how that works.
Talking about when you as a country, when the Soviets tried putting missiles in Cuba and we almost had a nuclear war because of it, we didn't even let them put missiles in Cuba. Why would we continue to expand NATO eastward and put military bases on their border and them allow it? Isn't that?
Well, I think it's funny. Well, one. I think it's funny that you're conflating any like military installations or military support with nuclear missiles. That's a pretty big jump there. But I was opposed to. I was opposed to the Bay of Pigs. I was opposed to a lot of the actions that we were engaging towards Cuba during the Cold War. So that's just not going to work with me. Now, I agree that if we were actually to put nuclear missiles in Ukraine, that might be a pretty good reason for Russia.
It's the fact that we didn't allow the Soviets to put missiles in Cuba, and we literally almost had an atomic war over it. Literally, we're lined up.
Yes, and that was bad.
To atomic weapon with Russia, and it almost broke out into a full-scale nuclear war. Okay, that almost happened because we wouldn't allow them to put any type of military or missiles on our back doorstep. Why would they allow us to put military bases and long-range missiles on their back doorstep? That's hypocritical. And they've stated multiple times since 2008, since we've been expanding NATO eastward, that hey, stop doing this. We don't like this. This is a threat to our country.
Would you have
allow this?
You wouldn't have this standard for any type of military treaty between Russia. Hold on, real quick.
Or NATO for the reason that Russia is in Ukraine at all.
You would not have the standard if there was like a treaty between Belarus and Russia and any of their neighbors like Poland. If Poland, you wouldn't have that standard. You wouldn't say to Poland. Hold on, real quick.
See it as an issue that we continue to expand NATO eastward.
No, NATO's a good thing. Especially because Russia's acted so antagonistically. Russia needs to be able to engage diplomatically and well with us if they want to have a fair chance. Period. I'm sorry, that's just how it works. And you wouldn't have this attitude. I want to clarify. You wouldn't have this attitude with like a military pact between Russia and Belarus. If Russia said to Belarus, "Hey, I think that let's engage military, let's trade military arms," Russia would put like a military base or give military support to Belarus. You wouldn't then approve of Poland invading Belarus. You wouldn't say that. You say, no, Poland, you don't get to fucking do that just because there's some military coordination agreement between Belarus and Russia.
So you'd be okay if China put a military base in Mexico? You think America would allow China to put
America would not be okay with that.
What?
America would not be okay with that. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, exactly.
In terms of my,
why would Russia be okay with us putting a military base in Ukraine?
Yeah, if we were acting militarily antagonistic towards Mexico, and Mexico was an ally of China, and with that allyship was some obligation of military support, and then China put a military base in Mexico, yes, I would be fine with that. Sure. Because we would be acting antagonistically, just as Russia has been.
America wouldn't be fine with it.
I know we wouldn't be fine with it.
Exactly.
I understand there's.
Why would Russia be fine with it? They've stated before. Okay, look, Ukraine was fine for the longest time, and then we started expanding NATO eastward. That was the biggest issue, was expanding NATO eastward towards Russia. They didn't like it, and they stated that multiple times. They stated it multiple times. Don't do this. This is a.
Have you even read a memorandum from Putin?
You said what?
Have you even read a memorandum from Putin?
No.
Okay, you should. The idea, because here's the problem, is fundamentally there's an oligarchic system in Russia that wants to be, that wants to engage in conquest. You can read Putin's memorandums. Okay, he talks about, he hails back to a Tsarist Russia.
I want you to look up the whole Ukraine conflict situation. John Mearsheimer, okay? He's a realist.
Mearsheimer? I know who John Mearsheimer is, okay, and you can't even pronounce his name, so.
Okay. Let him break down the whole Ukraine conflict and why it is the U.S.'s fault. Okay, let him break it down for you, because one, he's a realist and he's a political scientist. He'll tell you the whole reason why it's happening, and he'll tell you full blown out it's America's fault in the expansion of NATO eastward.
Sure. The problem is that abdicates any responsibility from Russia. That's the whole issue. If you want to, Mearsheimer has some good points and he has some not so good points. We could dive into a specific analysis of his. But the whole point is that it abdicates any responsibility from Russia, and Russia is not a victim in this. They are not a victim.
No, they were antagonized, though, and they're doing exactly what they've stated they were going to do since we've started expanding NATO that way.
We have not.
Russia has said, hey, continue to do this. This is what's going to happen. We continue to do it. What's happening? What they said was going to happen.
Us expanding NATO is us engaging in contracts with other countries who want to engage in those contracts. Who want to
expanding NATO since Bill Clinton was president.
Hold on, real quick. I want to make a point. You need to understand that it's fundamentally different to create military agreements between countries in order for allyship and support. That is not nearly as antagonistic as Russia actually invading and annexing countries. Russia actually supporting, like the Crimea, like the Armenian genocide, and a bunch of other situations. Russia has been fundamentally territorial. That is the issue.
We made Ukraine give up their weapons.
Yes, we engage in denuclearization. That's a good thing. We want fewer countries with nukes. Ideally,
but yet
nukes are bad.
But yet Israel has them.
True. I don't think Israel should have nukes.
Israel has them, but Ukraine.
Wait, hold on. Do you support? Because I'm curious. It seems like you're really opposed to supporting Ukraine. Are you opposed to supporting Israel?
I don't think we should be sending money anywhere besides America.
And that includes Israel, right?
Yes. No, we should not be sending.
Cool.
We shouldn't be sending troops over there either. We're sending 100 U.S. soldiers, deploying them in Israel so they can operate these missile defense systems.
Then you understand that is that's opposite of Trump's position, right? Like Trump is purportedly very pro-Israel, and he says, "Hey, even someone like Biden, who did support Israel, is a bad Palestinian."
Harris is going to continue it. Trump wants to end the war. They don't want to end the war.
Okay, when Trump says he wants to end the war, that means he wants to give Israel as much support as possible to wipe out Palestinians. That's what Trump means.
Trump wants to end things. Trump wants to make sure there's peace, because guess what? I mean, that type of stuff wasn't really going on when he was president by any means. Russia didn't invade Ukraine, and Israel wasn't destroying Gaza.
This entire mentality is just anti-responsibility. That's the issue. Is
what? Are you just denying the fact that under Biden's presidency everything has been terrible?
No, not everything's been terrible. One,
everything has been terrible.
No, hold on.
Ukrainians have lost their lives. Lots of Palestinians have lost their lives. October 7th happened, and Israelis lost their lives. Okay, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. The 8 to 16 million estimated illegal immigrants coming into the country isn't terrible. The people that have lost their lives because of immigrants coming in isn't terrible. None of that's terrible. The cost of groceries being as high as they are isn't bad. That's not terrible.
things don't happen in a vacuum. They occur for specific reasons.
Well, I mean,
the problem is when you engage, real quick, hold on, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish a point.
That where we left 13 U.S. soldiers behind wasn't terrible.
You gotta let me finish a point.
Terrible. What have they done good? What have they done good?
Holy moly!
It's been nothing but bad these last 3
Let me know when I can talk.
Years.
Can I talk? I assume that's a yes. Your silence, I'm assuming, is a yes. So you're engaging in this. Oh, never mind. I guess I can't talk.
Tell me how it's not been bad these last 3.5 years. I want to know. Explain to me in detail how things have been great these last 3.5 years.
Okay.
On why you think Kamala Harris is a great candidate.
Holy moly. So when you engage in this analysis, like, hey, this event happened when this event happened, therefore this event caused this event. That's a correlation causation fallacy in most simple terms. You need to understand that things happen later than a antecedent event. So the war in Palestine didn't just occur suddenly, magically. It occurred because of specific antecedent conditions. Some of those were Trump's specific actions. When Trump moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, that was a claim that, hey, Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. We are supporting Israel, and we are antagonistic to the situation of Palestinians. That put Palestinians on edge. When we engaged in the quote-unquote Abraham Accords that were supposed to bring peace, we left the Palestinians out of those negotiations, which made it seem like it was even more hopeless for them to get a situation where they have representation internationally. Trump engaged in multiple actions that worsened the relationship between Israel and Palestine. He inflamed the conflict. Biden did not do anything to inflame the conflict, so that entire understanding is completely false.
Okay, besides that, because Israel and Palestine, first of all, is a touchy subject by any means, because that's been going on for the last 75 years. Other than that, because that probably...
if you want to talk about...
But it's been going on for a long time.
Sure. Essentially, everything else was accounting for economic issues.
I just want to know, in a broad aspect, do you really think the Biden-Harris administration has been successful by any means?
Yes, cleaning up the mess of COVID, cleaning up the mess of the past administration's decision absolutely has been successful. There's a reason why
they wouldn't have been able to come back the way that they did.
There's a reason why. No, absolutely not. There's a reason why every single
when COVID hit and unemployment was at 15% and Trump brought it all the way down to 6.7%, almost 10% than what it was before January of 2021. Like, what?
Wait, Trump was out of office then. What do you mean he brought it down?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
Trump was not out of office until Inauguration Day in 2021.
That's what I mean, yes.
Okay, so when you said, okay, look, from April, where unemployment was like 15.7%, 15%, he brought it all the way down to 6.7% by December of 2020.
Here's what you're missing. And by the way, no, that's not a correct. I'll pull up the inflation.
And also, the same administration you're talking about. Do you know how many people lost jobs because of the administration, because of the Biden-Harris administration, when they were trying to push for vaccine mandates? The amount of people that lost their jobs, they couldn't play sports, they couldn't join the military because the vaccine was mandated. They were pushing for a vaccine mandate where millions of people lost their jobs, hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs because they wouldn't get that shot.
Okay, so what you're missing is you're doing the exact same thing that you're just doing with the Israel-Palestine situation. You're attributing economic metrics to a certain administration without tying it to any action. Like hold on, let me finish. Without
Trump
tying it to any action.
For a vaccine mandate, but under Biden, they were pushing for a vaccine mandate, and people could not play sports because of this vaccine mandate. People in colleges, people in the NBA, like Kyrie, he couldn't play in New York because of that vaccine mandate. People lost their jobs. You had to get a vaccine. It was mandated if you worked in the medical field. If you worked in a hospital, if you were a nurse, if you didn't want that shot, you weren't going to be able to work. You were going to get fired. Okay, a lot of people lost their jobs because of that under the Biden administration.
Let me know when I can talk. Okay, so what you're missing is that the balance between trying to engage in economically stimulating actions while also ensuring that our medical system didn't get overwhelmed is a very, very difficult balance, because that in and of itself is going to have economic repercussions too. Biden was trying to meaningfully engage in that balance, and he did. pretty fucking well, all things considered.
Wow.
Trump, by the way, he's the one who actually engaged in Operation Warp Speed, getting that vaccine produced in the first place. Trump was uncertain on how to approach it economically.
Okay.
The problem is that the U.S. response to COVID was pretty slow and pretty messy, especially during the Trump era. Other countries responded pretty quickly. Other countries
was enacted almost immediately. It's the reason why we had the mask mandate. It's the reason why we had 6 feet social distancing. It's the reason for a lot of things. It's the reason the vaccine was even created as quick as it was. I was never going to get it, but still.
No, what you're missing is that the distribution, not only the production of it, but the distribution of it and the support for companies to get PPE and everything like that, that was messier than it could have been. Also, creating standards and regulations for states in that period was also pretty messy. Other countries were much more coordinated. They got ready, they locked down, and they opened up gradually, paying attention to oh my god, let me finish. You got to let me finish. Paying attention, hold on. Paying attention to the statistics and to the medical results from their population. Other countries did fare better than us. We were much more messier, clunky. We didn't do terribly, but we certainly did not do as good as we should have done. What you're missing, though, is that
better off than us.
And by the way, I want to bring off almost every. New Zealand was way better off than us. Australia was better off than us. A lot of European countries are better off than us. China was better off than us. A lot of countries were better off than us.
Did you not see the amount of people that were literally? Did you not see the video of people literally screaming outside of their windows because they weren't allowed to leave their homes? They were forced on lockdown.
Wait, I thought you were talking about economic metrics. Are we switching over to
about COVID? Stop trying to change the subject.
No, the entire reason you brought this up was you brought up a bunch of different economic metrics, such as hold on, real quick. Hold on. Can we contextualize the conversation? We were talking about.
Explain to me why Kamala Harris wouldn't change anything these last 3.5 years. Explain to me why she wouldn't change anything these last 3.5 years. Explain to me how everything's been terrible these last 3.5 years. Okay, instead of trying to constantly talk about other things. I want to know, do you really think they've done anything good these last 3.5 years?
Yes. The whole reason you brought up the economic metrics is you were saying that all these things are expensive, there's all these economic problems, and this is due to the Biden-Harris administration. The point that I brought up is that is fallacious. It is flawed. That a lot of the economic instability that was incurred was because, oh my God, you got to let me finish. Hold on, real quick.
Gas was not through the roof in 2021. Inflation was 4.1% in 2021. Okay, not until Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 did inflation rise to 9.1%. Right, that's when inflation energy went up. Russia invading Ukraine was the biggest factor in it, not COVID. It was Russia invading Ukraine was the biggest factor in it. That's why interest rates shot through the roof. That's why the cost of energy shot through the roof. Okay,
interest rates. Hold on. Sorry.
Occur in the first
oh my God.
It was.
Let me know when I can talk.
We had a weak president, a weak vice president, because she went and she spoke with Zelensky and NATO before Russia even decided to invade Ukraine. 3 days later, they invaded.
I'm just going to make the point that I was going to make originally, because you didn't let me respond to what you originally said. So when you speak without letting me respond, you're going to say things that I'm not going to respond to, because I didn't have the chance to respond to the first things. So real quick, hold on, Brennan, real quick.
Listen, the country's been terrible under the Biden-Harris administration. That's why Russia invaded Ukraine. That's why China's been aggro towards Taiwan. That's why other countries have dwindled. That's why the OPEC deal with the petrodollar was cut in 2023, which is terrible. That shouldn't even have happened. Okay, there's a lot of things that are terrible under this administration.
Okay, so if you're going to let me respond, the entire point you were making was about inflation. Inflation went low during COVID-19, a big drop, and then it's climbed steadily ever since May 2020, and it continued to climb. And the reason why it climbed was there was lockdowns, and then as things started to open up and demand increased, there was a lag with the supply side. So suppliers, because of supply chain issues, weren't able to get things coordinated, and there were all these lasting effects from COVID. That's what caused this massive increase in the inflation rate, is because there was this big disparity between demand and supply. And that also allowed the opportunity for price gouging, because companies, because of short supply, they could charge a lot more money for the same product because of high demand without the supply being able to take care of it, and because there was also less competition as well. So that opening up of lockdowns and the supply chain issues is what caused the inflation. That peaked around 2022, and then it started to decline very rapidly, and it's back at around pre-pandemic levels because Biden-Harris didn't engage in any actions that were inflationary and instead engaged in some policies that would support the American people without causing inflation, such as the American Rescue Plan and other things. So that is why I attribute the Biden-Harris administration as being pretty successful in dealing with COVID.
Okay, so look.
What did I say?
So these are the inflation rates by year since 2020. 2020, the average inflation rate was 1.2%. 2021, the average inflation rate was 4.7%. 2022, the average inflation rate was 8%, the highest level since the early 1980s, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And what is 2023?
It was 4.1%.
So it's been going back down.
It should have never went that
and if
high
we
in
look
the
at the
first
inflation
place.
rate of this year, and if we look, and if we look at the inflation rate of this month, it's actually 2.9%.
Prices don't go down. Let me say this: just because inflation goes down doesn't mean that prices go down. For the average inflation rate to be 8% in 2022 is outrageous, and it happened shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. Because guess what? That's when they invaded Ukraine, 2022 February.
Yes, that was a contributing factor.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, that was the biggest factor because the cost of energy increased by 53%. It increased by 53%, which affected supply and demand greatly. War does that.
This isn't contending. Hold on.
Right?
You're off the point though. This isn't contending. The point you're making is that the inflation.
It was never because of.
Oh my God! Real quick,
inflation
Brennan.
would have never rose that high if that invasion never took place.
Brennan, yes, absolutely. The invasion by Russia did cause a higher inflation rate. I agree. So, but there was a lot of other factors too.
Okay,
the point that you were making, the point being made. Hold on. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
Just because inflation has gone down and prices don't go down because inflation goes down.
I understand how inflation works.
It's the rate in which things continue to go up.
Yes, I understand. Prices almost never go down except for very specific goods. Pretty much all the time, prices go up. It just depends on how quickly they go up. The point is to have prices go up slowly enough. The point is to have prices go up. The point is to have prices go up slowly enough so that the American consumer can keep up. That's what's been happening recently. Inflation is down.
8% inflation. After 8% inflation. Okay, we had 4.7%, then 8%.
That's fine. That's fine.
1%. Okay, just because it's at 2.7, 2.6% right now doesn't mean that anything. That things are still going up, yet wages are staying the same, and demand is still high.
That's fine. But inflation has been. There's been a standard between 1% and 2% inflation. There's been a standard of 1% to 2% inflation for the past 80 years. So that's irrelevant. Prices have always been going up. The point is to make sure they're not going up too quickly. They are not going up too quickly right now. What you're saying, the whole point, they were going up too quickly in 2022. The point that you were making was that Biden and Harris were to blame for this, but you need to tie specific actions.
The Biden-Harris administration is a weak administration.
What specific policies?
Administration. What are you talking about?
What specific policies did they pass?
America has anything to be scared of or anything that's powerful when our president is weak and can't even form a sentence.
What specific policy did they pass?
You said what?
What specific policy did they pass?
What are you talking about, specific policy?
Usually, for a consequence, there's some preceding action. What action or policy?
If our country looks weak, countries aren't going to take us seriously. When you have a president that can't even speak and form a proper sentence, they're not going to take us seriously.
That applies to Trump. That's why
China's aggro against Taiwan. That's why Russia invaded Ukraine in the first place. They didn't do it all under the 4 years that Trump was there. They did it while Obama was there, though. Obama and Biden administration, Crimea was annexed. They didn't do it under Trump. But Biden gets into office 2 years later. They go in and they fully invade Ukraine.
Okay, here's what you need to understand.
Hold on,
real quick. Hold on. You need to let me. Hold on, host. You can let me know when I can talk.
Was a joke. It was a joke.
Let me know when I can talk.
Everything has been
I'll just
terrible.
wait. I'll just wait here.
I feel like anyone that votes,
I'll be looking at this low inflation rate over here until you let me talk.
For Kamala Harris decides to ignore the fact of the last 3.5 years, and then they'll just try to blame it on Trump.
Is that a signal for me to talk?
I feel like. Did you just ignore?
Okay.
Are you just ignoring the last 3.5 years?
No, I'm actually engaging in good factor analysis instead of just engaging in basic fallacies, which is what you're engaging in. So, real quick, Brennan, real quick.
What's good at all about these last 3.5 years?
Sure. So what we got was significant economic stimulation from the Biden-Harris administration, which got the supply chain back up and running pretty successfully, which equalized the demand and supply side disparities, which caused the inflation rate to drop. That is a big part of it. That is what.
Prices have not dropped.
Hold on. That's fine. Prices almost never drop. There's almost been no
prices drop when supply is higher than demand.
Brennan. Name a point.
Up. You're right. Prices
name a significant Brennan.
Everything is still highly expensive. That they didn't do anything to bring the prices down by any means. But all of a sudden, Kamala Harris has this magical plan to bring prices down.
Brennan. Question: can you name a point in the last 70 years? Can you name any deflationary period?
Any deflationary period?
Name a single deflationary period.
Good, anyways. Deflation is not good, but
I agree. So when you keep on saying prices didn't drop, yeah, that's fine. Prices aren't supposed to ever drop significantly.
Demand, it doesn't. You don't have to have deflation. If supply is higher than demand, prices aren't going to continue to skyrocket.
Wait, hold on. Inflation is a measure of prices. If prices drop across the board, that's deflation. Jesus Christ. Do you not understand that? There's never been there hasn't been a deflationary period for the last like 70 or 80 years in the United States. And that's fine because that's how economic growth works. Prices will rise and continue to rise. You just need to make the rise in prices fair. That is what the Biden-Harris administration has engaged in and engaged in successfully. They've engaged in stimulating policies that haven't caused any inflation increase.
So you think the prices right now are fair?
The prices are not as good as I would wish they would be, but the inflation rate is good, yes.
70% of Americans would disagree with you.
I agree, which is why we should engage in policies such as helping Americans who are at their worst, which is why Harris has the earned income tax credit, which is why Harris has the child tax policy for $3,500, first year $6,000. There are policies Harris is looking to introduce which help those Americans that are suffering. Trump doesn't have any meaningful policies there.
Okay. So you think everything is going to get better under her when they haven't gotten better these last 3.5 years?
They've gotten better since 2022. That's the point. Yes. The actions that caused the spike in 2022 were largely out of the Biden-Harris administration's control. The actions they have engaged in have resulted in a decrease in inflation and better economic situation.
What do you mean? Like she has no plan to really combat the border by any means. I mean, 8 to 16 million migrants have come across the border illegally, estimatedly. Since
that's just
they've been in power since the Biden-Harris administration's been in power. They couldn't tackle that at all. They got worse under them.
Wait, that's just not true, though. She does have a plan for the border.
She does have a plan. She should have had a plan for the border already when she was assigned the border.
Wait, when she was what was her specific job?
What, as border?
Do you know? Yeah, what was that job?
I know she was supposed to see over all of these other countries in South America, like Venezuela.
Oh, okay. So she wasn't the actual border king controlling the border. She had a specific goal to look at the economic factors in Central and South America and to gin up private investment to ensure there were fewer people fleeing those countries because of economic destitution. In that job, she was successful because she raised $5 billion in private investment.
Venezuela themselves tell you how they feel about Kamala Harris.
I do not know why that's relevant at all.
Because
you asked about her job, whether or not she performed her job. She did perform her job. Trying to overstate the functions and responsibilities of her job to make her look worse is dishonest.
She did terrible.
She did not do terrible. She got $5 billion in private investment. She was not some all-seeing border czar at all. Also, if we want to talk about Harris's specific plans, she wants for a higher standard for asylum eligibility. She wants She
failed
wants
her
to
job.
increase the detention
Failed at
capacity.
her job.
She wants to add increases to legal immigration capacities. And she wants to improve funding for asylum officers, for the Border Patrol, and for lawyers on the border, which would include judges as well, I would presume. So you'd get that additional multi-billion-dollar investment in the border, and that would help improve the situation.
And why weren't these things? Why didn't they take place these last 3.5 years?
Did you know there was a border bill introduced in Congress? Can you guess what happened to that border bill?
You know who wrote that border bill up?
Yes, Senator Langford. What was he? Was he a Republican or Democrat?
You know it was Republicans that came up with that border bill? Did
Yes.
you know that Joe Biden and the White House and Kamala Harris weren't a part of any of the negotiations or the talks over that bill? Not once.
That's fine. The point is there was by Congress and with support of Democrats.
She was not a part. That Joe Biden and the White House were not a part of any of the discussions that took place between those senators.
That's fine. But how did that bill die?
Because Republicans decided, hey, you know what? It's not that good of a bill. We're not going to do it.
No, that was not it, because it was brought up. It was brought up by Republicans. Wait, why would
wrote it up?
Brennan,
said, guess what? It's not that good of a bill. We're not going to do it.
So why would they write a bill they thought wasn't good?
Because it was
Oopsie daisies, I just wrote this bad bill for some reason.
For like 6+ months. It was something that they were already arguing over for like 6 months and were having a hard time coming to agreements with. And like I said, the White House, Biden, and Kamala Harris were not there for any of those discussions.
Brennan, they came to an agreement. There was bipartisan support for the bill. Then what happened is Trump called them up and tunneled the bill. Langford, the author of the bill himself, said that Trump tunneled the bill for political reasons. That's what you're missing, is because if they actually engaged in things that would improve the situation at the border, it would decrease the issue and make it less of a political campaign issue.
Like I said, there was already, like I said, they were already arguing over that bill for 6 months straight. They were discussing that bill for 6 months straight.
And they came to an agreement with bipartisan support. They came to an agreement and Trump tunneled it. You can see on Fox News an interview with Langford talking about the bill.
Voted against it too. Great.
No, Democrats were largely in support of the bill. There were only a few Democrats that opposed it.
Also,
there were only a few Democrats that opposed it, but it was largely in support. And there was an opportunity for a bipartisan bill, and it was tunneled, which tells me that Trump or any of his supporters or any of the people in Congress don't really care about. They don't really care about the border. They care about political expediency.
When it was introduced in the first place, it was because it also had additional funding to Ukraine in it.
Yeah, that was separated. That wasn't in the.
But the border bill was not separated. They were together. When that bill was shut down, they were together at that time.
No, that is not true. That is just not true.
Explain to me how that's not true. If that bill had Ukraine funding in it and it was shut down at that time, how was it not in there?
We can look at the specific wording of the bill. And a friend clarified as well that apparently it was only 4 Dems that were opposed to the bill. And Trump did say himself, if the bill fails, blame me. And I can pull up. They're also mentioning that the funding for other countries passed, which means it was just the border bill that was on the line. So that was sequestered. The funding for other countries passed. The funding for the border did not pass, which means that Republicans supported funding for other countries even more than they supported funding for the border, which tells me that the messaging that they have versus their actions are completely unaligned.
Do you really think they need a bill to shut down the border?
Yes, for additional, the U.S. has, because I think it was in 1951. In 1951,
do you really think they need a bill to tackle the border right now?
Yeah, they do. They literally specifically do. In 19, hold on.
Close the border.
Oh my God.
You don't need to build.
Well, hold on. There's a difference between closing the border and tackling the border issue. But there are stipulations around closing the border.
Hold on. Close it.
Brennan, we cannot close the border. Brennan, we have an agreement. We have an agreement in 1951. We had an agreement signed between us and other countries that we would help out asylum seekers. We are legally obliged. We are legally obliged to engage and help asylum seekers. And by the way, that's
one that's coming across our asylum seekers.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know how that's relevant. The whole point in funding the border and not just closing it is to ensure that the people that are asylum seekers get processed more easily.
Close the border. It's an issue right now. Close it and tackle it.
Wait, when you say tackle and close are going to be two different things. You can tackle it by closing it, but hold on. If we close, Brennan, if we close the border,
stop all of the illegals coming across illegally, and then you tackle the border.
Brennan, if we close the border, we are not cohering to our obligations to help asylum seekers. We need to have processes for people to come into this country. We need processes for processing asylum seekers. The whole point of that bill was to fund those processes, and in order to
illegals that are coming into this country.
Say what?
The process is slow right now because of all of the illegals crossing the border illegally.
The process is slow because we don't have adequate funding to process them.
No, the process is slow because of all of the illegals that are coming across illegally.
No, it's not. Hold on. If an illegal immigrant does not come through a port of entry and go through the asylum process, they go
come through ports of entry. A lot of them come through many different ways.
Then they would not slow down the asylum process. If they're just coming into the country, they're not slowing down the asylum process. The goal would be to open up the asylum process to make that the better avenue. Because the problem is, it takes years. Hold on, real quick. It takes years.
Say they get detained, right? Say they get detained, right? And they're here illegally. Our judges, are the courts, is that not slowing the process down by having to deal with these people that have came in illegally and have been detained for it?
What you're missing is that if the legal avenues
slow the process down for other people that want to come into this country legally, that want to get their visas, that want to extend their visas, that want to get their green cards, does that not slow the process down?
Hold on. You might be confused.
Dealing with all of these illegal immigrants that get detained and they have to go through this court.
They're not illegal. Hold on. They are not illegal immigrants. You know that, right? Asylum seekers are not illegal immigrants. You do not become an illegal immigrant until you do not go through the asylum process or you miss your court date relating to your asylum process. You know that, right?
Immigrant once you cross that border illegally.
No. Okay. That illegal crossing only occurs if you do not engage in the asylum process. So the goal is,
are not engaging in the asylum process. They're coming across illegally.
That's fine.
And it's people not just from South American countries, it's people from all over the world.
Brennan, the argument you were making is that illegal immigrants are slowing down the asylum process. That's incoherent because illegal immigrants inherently are not a part of the asylum process. You understand that makes no sense, right? Illegal immigrants are not part.
Illegal immigrants slow down the process.
Not going through the asylum process. They can't slow it down.
The court has to deal with all of these illegal immigrants coming into the country. How is that not slowing down any court proceeding for anyone trying to seek asylum? How is that not slowing down the process?
How do you slow down a process you're not a part of?
Okay, look. Like I said, so all of these people, all of these judges, the court systems, they have to deal with these illegal immigrants, millions of them.
If they're dealing with them, they're not illegal.
Do you not see that slowing down the process?
Brennan, if they're dealing with them, they're not illegal. If they're dealing with them, that means that immigrant is going through the asylum process.
If they're detained, it's because they're here illegally. The courts have to deal with them. The courts have to deal with those people. Judges have to deal with these people. How is that not slowing down the process?
If they're claiming asylum, they're not illegal. Do you understand that, right?
Not everyone should just be able to come across illegally and then claim asylum because they're on the soil.
They're not coming across illegally if they're claiming asylum.
You can claim asylum as soon as you touch American soil.
Yes, exactly. We have that obligation. That obligation was established in 1951 between us and other countries.
Claiming asylum. We have many illegal immigrants coming across illegally that are not seeking asylum. And if they do get caught, they claim that they're seeking asylum.
Wait, hold on. can you describe to me the asylum process real quick? Because I think you just don't understand it. Well, how does the asylum process work?
How does the whole process work in itself? All I know is that people claim asylum when they're fleeing a country that they don't see as safe or whatever, or a country that, you know, is having issues.
If someone comes over, they claim asylum, they receive an interview. They receive. Hold on, real quick.
Immigrants coming across are all seeking asylum. Do you think that the millions that are coming in, the thousands by the day that are coming in, are all asylum seekers?
A good amount of them are asylum seekers. Those that are not asylum seekers are not. Those
16
hold on.
million that have come across.
Oh my God.
How many can you say are actually asylum seekers?
Those that are not asylum seekers are not coming through the ports of entry. Therefore, they're not slowing down the process.
Also, a lot of
you understand that, right?
They don't have to be coming through no ports of entry. They could be overextending their visas. That's illegal.
Brennan, that is a way of once you miss your court date or you overextend your visa.
Million illegal estimated crossings, and then we also
those
have
people,
many hundreds of thousands that are overextending their visas, which is illegal.
If you overextend your visa, you're not slowing down the court system. You know that, right?
So
the court system, the border,
these millions of people that are here illegally isn't slowing down any type of process. It's not taking up resources. It's not taking up any type of resources to deal with these people that are here illegally.
No, because when you engage
explain how that's not taking up resources.
Because when you have the legal label when you are engaging with the court system. If you're showing up to your court date, if you're finishing and filing your applications, if you're engaging in all these actions that cause an administrative burden on the state, you are doing legal things. You are legal. It's only when you depart from those efforts, when you depart from those actions, and you go off and do your own thing, that's when you become illegal. And at that point, you're not slowing down the system.
With judges having to waste their time on people that are here illegally.
Okay, judges do not waste their time on people that are here illegally. You can say they're wasting their time on asylum seekers, but when a judge is reviewing an asylum seeker,
it's a crime.
It is being an asylum seeker is not a crime. You only become a criminal, and by the way, not even a criminal. It's a
crime. They have to deal with people that are committing crimes. If you come across it's a crime.
Hold on. A violation of a majority of statutes around crossing the border and engaging. Hold on.
Judges are not being used up. That a lot of resources are not being used up to try.
They're not even. This isn't even a crime. This is the majority of the time. It's a civil violation. Like if you stay past your visa, that's not a crime. That's a civil violation. And now they might be able to deport you for that, but you cannot be charged in a criminal court for that. You only can be charged once you disobey a court order or you do something like that. That's what you're missing. Okay, they're gone. That is lovely. So yes, the issue is the hypocrisy that's by Republicans. When Republicans say we care about the border, but they're not engaging in actions that would fund these processes so that legal ports of entry are a more viable port for people that are looking to come into America, that's just bad. It just is a terrible way to deal with the problem. If you're just looking to throw up walls, which is, I guess, what Trump is trying to do, all that's going to do is create a bad filtering system. I don't even know if I'm talking to the host anymore. I'm just talking to whatever MAGA is in the comments. That's a bad filtering system because a wall keeps out a lot of those immigrants that are coming here for good reasons, because they want to work or they want to better their life. But criminal syndicates or drug cartels, a wall is not going to stop them. They have plenty of infrastructure and resources and money to get around a wall. But a family that's poor and destitute, they don't have the resources to get around the wall. That's the issue. Well, I am talking to a wall too, yeah. That's why he wants Trump to build a wall, because he is a fucking wall, honestly. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. But yeah, I would recommend as well to the people that think that we can just close the border. There's a specific policy. I think it was like 1951 Refugees Act or something like that. Refugee Convention, the 1951 Refugee Convention. That was an agreement between a lot of countries that developed legal protections and expectations on countries to support people who are refugees. I was just hearing law. You probably know, what is it, Law of the Wild or something like that? The username, you probably heard Law talking about it earlier, that due to the human rights issues that occurred because we kept out Jewish people during World War II, that caused a lot of issues. They were unalived in Europe, and thankfully there were agreements between countries to deal with that. Oh, you're back. Welcome back.
Go to Twitter.
Did you say you went to Twitter?
No, someone said I went to Twitter. You know, I don't even have Twitter on my phone. But anyways, what do you have to? How do you think you qualify for the asylum process? Anyways, for the asylum seeking process, what do you have to qualify for the asylum seeking process?
So the first,
Because most illegal immigrants do not qualify.
To just get to step one, you just need to say, hey, I have a problem with my home country. I'm seeking asylum. Then you get that application for the, there's a certain application that asks about the reason why you're here or why you're coming here. It's like a critical situation. I'm sure someone in the comments knows what I'm talking about. But it's an application that essentially says what type of conflict or issue are you fleeing from. You fill out that application. I think about 50% of applications are turned away. And from then you then have more court dates and you have other interviews and things you engage in order to finalize. So I think about around 70% of people seeking asylum actually get turned away. What is the name of that? Someone in the comments, please. Someone surely has that.
Qualify for it.
I can try looking it up. So that's the process.
Immigrants coming across the border aren't seeking asylum, and many can't even qualify for it.
Oh, credible fear screening. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's credible fear screening. Yeah, a lot of people who do seek asylum do not qualify. I just said that about 70% of people seeking asylum do not actually receive the asylee label at the end, and they get turned away, which, you know.
Exactly. What does that have to do with the 8 to 16 million estimated illegal immigrants that have come across the border?
The 8 to 16
qualify. If 70% don't even qualify, what does that have to do with the 8 to 16 million estimated illegal immigrants that have crossed the border?
A lot of those people are, well, a lot of people that don't qualify are just turned away. They're literally deported. They're put out of the country. So that doesn't necessarily mean that all of those people are not qualified asylum seekers.
Okay, so
I would have to look at specific information on what percentage of illegal immigrants are
not asylum seekers.
Say what?
Can we agree that the millions that have come across are not asylum seekers?
Some of them are or have been. I don't.
But majority aren't.
I have no clue on the specific amount. I would have to look that up.
I mean, it's estimated at least 8 to 16 million have come across illegally. So they're not all seeking asylum.
Okay. So if you want to improve that situation, what you should be doing, what Republicans should be doing, but they didn't do because Trump tunneled it, they should be funding those ports. They should be funding those ports of entry in order to make that more viable. It takes years to process. Some of those asylum applications, and it's just not worth it for some illegal immigrants or for some immigrants.
21 million illegals. That's a lot.
So are you on, by the way, I mean, we can get back to the Trump thing. Are you in support of Trump saying that we should deport every single illegal or undocumented immigrant?
Yes.
Okay. How are you planning on dealing with the economic repercussions of that policy?
What economic repercussions would there be? You're not for it. You're for undocumented illegal immigrants staying in the country.
If they haven't committed any like explicit crime, yeah, I'm honestly fine with them staying here. One of the reasons being, and finding a pathway to citizenship.
You're fine with them here when we don't know who they are. We don't know what their background is. They could be a criminal from their country. They could be a violent person, but you're okay with them staying here. That's a joke. That is a joke.
That's the whole problem. You and Republicans in Congress have been tunneling efforts to make more people documented, which means we know who they are.
Tunneling efforts? How have they been tunneling efforts?
The Langford bill, that would have funded the border to ensure that that legal port of entry has better processing times, which means more people will come through it.
3.5 years too late.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it comes. The question is whether
their first 2 years, the first year. Why they wait until election time to even try to consider it?
Wait till election time. So you are conceding that tunneling the bill was just a political ploy?
No,
right?
I'm saying that either way it would have gone would have benefited somebody.
No, what you're saying is why they wait till election time.
So Democrats or it would have benefited Republicans. It was a terrible. It should have been a thing that should have been brought up within the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration. It's something that they should have tackled the first 2 years of Biden's presidency.
Okay, so you're admitting that shutting down the bill was a political ploy and not an idea that the bill was bad?
No, I'm not admitting that. I'm just saying it came 3.5 years too late.
When you say too late, what does that mean?
3.5 years too late. It was an issue when Biden had already entered office. Why didn't they tackle it then? Explain to me why they didn't tackle it then. Why did they try and tackle it now? Why have they said that it's not been an issue these last 3 years?
Well, the border issue really only became the border issue only became a really significant issue in 2022 when there was no, it has not. There's been an
issue for a while.
Show me any study, any economic study that shows that illegal immigration prior to Trump or anything like that, or during Trump, prior to Trump, whatever, has been deleterious for the economy.
You really don't think it was an issue? That was Trump's whole thing.
No, it was not.
He was trying to build the wall.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. That, by the way, that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to pass the border bill is because
illegal immigration hasn't been an issue previously prior to these last 3.5 years.
No, there have been specific. Then you don't understand it. Then you don't understand. There have been specific inflection points where the influx of immigrants has caused some localized problems, but overall, immigration, legal and illegal, has been significantly beneficial to the country. There's a reason why it's difficult to pass some of these bills because we understand. Because hold on, we understand, Brennan. We understand.
I'd love for you to sit here and say that illegal immigration is beneficial to the country, to the people who have lost loved ones because of illegal immigrants. I would love for you to say that to them. They would look at you as a joke. They would probably look at you as a terrible person. Don't say that illegal immigration is beneficial to the country.
Brennan, do you think
immigration is if you sit here and get your green card and come across legally, you go through the process, that is beneficial. Illegal immigration is not beneficial. That's a joke. You're a joke.
Do you think that surgeries are beneficial for a population, access to surgeries?
What does that have to do with illegal immigration?
I'm demonstrating why your point doesn't make sense. Do you think that surgeries
explain to me how illegal immigration isn't detrimental?
I'll demonstrate it.
They take up jobs, they take up housing.
Wait, I'll demonstrate it.
They take up jobs, they take up housing, they commit crimes, they harm people. How is that not detrimental?
Brennan, do you think surgery
by any means?
Do you think surgery is beneficial? Or we'll do a specific one.
Point that I'm bringing up to you. Surgery has nothing to do with
Brennan. No, wait, Brennan, stay with me, please.
That's
Brennan,
a terrible point to bring up.
Brennan,
surgery has nothing to do with illegal.
Hold on, it's an analogy to make a point. Do you think that laser eye surgery is beneficial?
You're bringing up something completely different to try and explain something else.
Brennan, do you think laser eye surgery is valuable?
What?
Do you think laser eye surgery is valuable?
Yeah, if you can't see.
Cool. Yeah. So if I were to say, and you would say it, if you were to say that laser eye surgery is valuable, and I were to say, well, what about all the families that have had their child's, their sons, their daughter's eyes damaged by this surgery? What about that? How about all these families that have suffered because of this surgery?
What does that have to do with
hold on. Yes. Exactly. There are pros.
You decide if you want laser eye surgery or not.
Brennan,
you know the pros and cons that can come with this. You decide if you want it or not, right?
That's my point. That's my point.
You don't decide who can come across illegally.
Oh my God. That's my point, is that when it comes to illegal immigration...
You don't know who's coming across. Your point was invalid and frankly stupid.
That's the point that I was making, is that when you say something like illegal immigration is bad because you can talk to families. Wait, let me finish real quick. When you say something like
the law, when they're undocumented, we don't know who's coming across. They're coming across and ending people's lives that were born here. And you don't see that as an issue. What is wrong with you?
Here's the problem is when you're looking at a big thing like illegal immigration and you only look at the cons, that's not a good analysis. And the same thing when you look at laser eye surgery and you only look.
What good comes from coming across illegally? We don't know who's coming across that border. We don't know what's being smuggled across that border. The opioid epidemic that ended over 1 million Americans' lives because we let illegal people come across that border, because we let things get smuggled across that border. And you don't see it as an issue. You sitting here saying that illegal immigration is not an issue, that there are pros to it, is a joke.
Brennan, the issue is when you talk about illegal immigration being a problem.
It says that illegal immigration, there are pros to it. Illegal immigration is good that is a joke.
Oh my God! Because
until your family is the one
holy shit! You're a joke. Okay, let me know when I can talk. Your point is stupid. Let me know when I can talk. Is that silence? Is that silence an affirmation that I can talk? That you're willing to engage in dialogue, or do you just want to keep steamrolling?
Your point is stupid.
I know you've said that 5 times now. If you say it the 6th time, maybe I'll believe it.
You seem not to understand that. You think illegal immigration is good. You're a joke. You're a joke.
When we're talking about a rate of immigration, the amount of immigrants, legal or illegal, coming into this country for the past 50 years has been pretty fucking good for the most part. And the reason why is because immigration.
Anyone who comes
immigration. I'll keep on talking. I gotta keep. I don't know. I guess maybe I have to steamroll or something.
Go through the process. Those people are good.
So immigration, including illegal immigrants, and even legal immigrants, especially, are especially beneficial. That's
the big issue. Is illegal immigrants. We're not talking about legal immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants.
Oh my God. Okay, are especially beneficial because they are a particularly cheap source of labor. So if you're looking at a lot of labor markets like construction or agriculture, a big portion of those labor markets are occupied by illegal immigration. They're a very cheap source of labor. You can call that unethical, but if you're looking just at economic metrics, the amount of immigrants, and that includes all the illegal immigrants, have been significantly stimulative for our economy. That is the point. Now, if you want to make if you want to transition. Now, if you want to hold on real quick.
That's not good for the American people, okay?
If illegal immigrants were to be taking up jobs of native citizens, what we should expect,
I see them everywhere. I see them everywhere. They're working everywhere. They take a lot of these jobs.
What we should expect is a pretty high unemployment rate. So there's all these unemployed citizens of America and their jobs are being taken up by illegal immigration. That's not the case, though. Unemployment rate is some of the lowest it has ever been.
Because of all of the coming across, visa or not.
Wait, what you just said does not make any sense in comparison to my point. The point that I was making, in order to demonstrate.
Anyone that comes here on a visa and works is documented. They are documented. If they overextend their visa, it doesn't mean they're going to just.
I'm not talking about visas. What I'm saying is that. If it were the case, if it were the case that illegal immigrants cause a significant increase in unemployment, you should see that in the unemployment rate. The problem is we don't see that in the unemployment rate because illegal immigrants tend to occupy jobs that Native Americans or that Native citizens occupy less. Not only that, but their presence also expands job markets. That extra labor pool actually increases the number of businesses that want to invest in a region because they know they can take advantage of the labor supply. There are all these beneficial factors that come from a larger labor pool. And there's a reason why we have not done anything that significant to deal with the illegal immigrant population, because economists know that largely illegal immigration is beneficial. Now, what we should do...
They can pay immigrants less and they don't have to pay you $15 to $20, $25 an hour when they can pay them $13, $12, $11 an hour. Why would they hire you?
The point is that illegal immigration...
If a company could hire an illegal to do your job for less money that you do right now, why would they even keep you?
That they might not keep me specifically. I have no clue. The point is that should be reflected in the unemployment rate. Can you show me that the unemployment rate is really high now due to illegal immigration?
The unemployment rate?
Yeah.
The unemployment rate's like 4%.
Yeah, that's a 5% unemployment rate is like the economic golden mean. We're below that. Are you serious? That means our unemployment rate is great.
5% unemployment rate is the economic golden mean. You're a joke.
Then you don't understand anything about economics. About a 5% unemployment rate is necessary to have a very fluid, dynamic economy. You want an available pool of people to employ for new companies. If the unemployment rate was zero, our economy would be stagnant. That's what you're missing.
You said what?
If we had a 0% unemployment rate, our economy would be totally stagnant.
How would it be stagnant? Everyone would be working. Everyone would have a job.
You wouldn't have new businesses because there'd be no one to hire.
What?
If there was no unemployment, no one was unemployed, there'd be any new businesses could not crop up and say, I want to take advantage.
There's a lot of jobs. There's a lot of jobs, so there's going to be unemployment. But I mean, at the end of the day, 5% unemployment is not good. That's millions of Americans that don't have a job.
A 4 or 5% is perfectly fine unemployment.
No, I'd say 4% to 3.8% is perfect.
Well, hilariously, it's 4% now, so that would also defeat your point if you want to make that specific.
But regardless of anything, just be.
You literally are saying that the unemployment rate as it is now is perfect. That's hilarious.
They're taken up by illegal immigrants and immigrants over here on visa or whatever they are here on, because all of these big corporations, guess what? They bring people in from other countries for three months, maybe shorter than that, 2 to 3 months, to come here and work. Right? They come here and they work, and they're documented. They apply to that unemployment rate. They're documented, right? They're paying taxes. They're doing this. They're doing that. A lot of companies, a lot of big corporations are doing this. They're bringing in immigrants, and I know because I live in Ohio. Places like Corso,
they are bringing in immigrants. The point is that
any big amusement, any big park, any like Kalahari, immigrants. All of these places. Immigrants. Great Wolf Lodge, immigrants.
Sure. I don't know what point you're making, because it expands the business opportunities. When you have a significant pool you can pull from, there's a lot of new businesses that can crop up because they have a pool to take advantage of.
They don't have to hire more people. The only jobs I see that are really relatively available are any job where you have to drive and deliver, any factory jobs. That's about it. There's not a lot of places that are hiring, and by any means.
Because then why is the unemployment rate only 4%?
You said what?
Then why is the employment rate only 4%?
Because of all of the immigrants that are working. Like I said, there's many here. There's millions here that are on visas.
It would be higher if these 8 to 16 million, as you said, illegal immigrants were occupying that many jobs. We should see like a 10% unemployment rate.
What are you talking about? Unemployment rate is basically the amount of jobs that aren't being taken up by anybody.
Wait, unemployment rate is just the number of people seeking a job that aren't employed. That's what unemployment rate is. What are you saying?
Rate. If we've got all these people working these jobs, right? We've got people coming in on visas. They're documented. They're working these jobs. They don't need anybody. Right? The unemployment rate's not going to go through the roof when all of these businesses positions are already filled up.
I don't know how that contends with any point that I made. The point is the unemployment rate is relatively low, pretty solid, which means that illegal immigrants are not occupying the jobs of citizens, which would push the unemployment rate, because there'd be a bunch of citizens that are looking for jobs that can't find a job.
They are. You can say that they're not, but in my eyes, when I go around, when I go to these places, all I see are immigrants, people that don't even speak English.
Why do you think that what you can see with your eyes is like the ultimate standard of truth? Like if I lived,
that's something that's right in front of me. That's something that is right in front of me. That's information that I have that's right in front of me that I can see that is right there. It's right there. All of these places that I go to, guess who's working there? Immigrants. They're all immigrants.
Well, a couple things. Number one, you sound like you could be biased against illegal immigrants. So you like hear someone talking with a Hispanic accent and you're like, oh my God, that person is an illegal immigrant. Oh, they look Mexican. They must be an illegal immigrant. So you're probably stereotyping a certain amount of these people, which is a little bit racist, but we can overlook that. But aside from that,
You making that statement is racist because the people that are coming across the border illegally aren't just Mexican. They're not just South American. They're Russian. They're from many different countries.
What?
Russia, China, all of these other countries, they're coming across illegally. It's not just Mexicans. It's not just South Americans. They're coming from everywhere. You saying that they're Mexican is racist.
Wait. You think that any significant amount of the illegal immigrant population is not Mexican or Central or South American?
I'm saying that not all of the illegal immigrants coming across are just Mexican. You saying that
fine,
made yourself racist.
No. The point that I was making is, how do you know they're illegal immigrants? I'll ask you that.
They're not.
Wait.
It's not
I'll ask you that question. How do you know they're illegal immigrants?
Immigration is a problem because we don't know who's coming across the border.
How do you know the people? How do you know the people you're seeing in your day-to-day life are immigrants, illegal immigrants?
You said what?
How do you know the people you're seeing in your day-to-day life are illegal immigrants?
How do I know if they're illegal or not?
Yes.
Well, let's see. I really couldn't tell you if they were illegal or not. I just know that.
So then why are you assuming they're illegal immigrants? Is it because maybe that they look Hispanic? They look like they're from a Spanish-speaking country?
That's racist.
Is that the reason why? Oh, so then how do you know? How do you know?
How do I know? All I got to do is ask them a question. Hey, are you here on a visa? Are you here on a visa? Are you got citizenship? That's all you have to do.
Oh, and they're just telling you, no, I'm an illegal immigrant. How many people do you ask this on a day-to-day basis? Who are you asking also? Are you walking up to like random people in stores being like, hey, I noticed you work here. Are you an illegal immigrant?
Well, I mean, if you have a conversation with somebody and it's people I could be working with, I'll be like, hey, did you come here on a visa? Like, did you come here on a visa? Like, are you a citizen?
One, asking that question, I'm assuming you'd be asking it to specific people in a probably racist way. But two, I mean, I'm assuming unless you've asked that question to unless you've asked that,
you're being derogatory and putting people in a bubble anyways.
That's fine. Unless you ask that question to like hundreds of people, you're not getting a very good sample. That'd be like living in a country, in like a 1,000-person country in the South, noticing that everyone's white and assuming that the entire nation is white. So as soon as you go outside of that town, you're like, oh my God, what the fuck? Why are there people of color? What the hell? This doesn't make any sense. This is the stereotyping and the generalizations that you're doing right now.
Generalizations? No, if I go up to somebody and I ask them a question and they start speaking to me and they don't know English, I'm going to assume, hey, are they even here legally?
Yeah, and that would be the problem. That'd be a bad assumption. That's the whole
That's not
point
like a
that we're
terrible
making.
assumption. All I can do, I can ask like, hey, are you like here on a vacation? Like I can use Google Translate. You here on vacation?
I'm sorry. You're just being disingenuous. You use Google Translate to ask people if they're legal or illegal immigrants. No, you're just bullshitting because you understand the fact that you don't actually have any meaningful data to assume that illegal immigration is significant in a problem.
I'm going to assume one, they either just came here. Two, they're here illegally. Three, they might be here for school or on a work visa. But even if they're here on a work visa or they're here for school, most of them know English in the first place. So there's like really only two options. One, they're here illegally. Two, they just got here.
Yeah, you're just making assumptions, or you're lying. One of the two, which you could be doing both.
That's not an assumption. When I go up to somebody in America and I ask them something, maybe they're working somewhere and I need help with something and they don't know English and they have to get somebody else. One, they're either here on a visa. Two, they just got here. They just went through the process and they just arrived here. Three, if I see somebody and they don't know English, they might be
sure. But you're the one assuming that they're illegal immigrants.
You said what?
So unless you're the one assuming that they're illegal immigrants, because this initially I asked you, how do you know that illegal immigration is a significant issue and has impacted communities largely? And you said, well, I see with my own eyes. I don't need to study. I don't need to pay any attention to empirics or data or anything scientific. I just use my own eyes and I can tell that illegal immigration is a problem and that there's too many of them or something like that. And then it seems like the way you come to that is by asking a bunch of people if they're illegal immigrants, which I don't think you're doing. You're lying.
So I see immigrants working everywhere. There's no job. So how, like, what
do you mean there's no job? Okay, if there was no jobs, you should expect the unemployment rate to be high, right? There's a lot of people.
Where I'm at, even where you're at. Go on and
where are you at? Where are you at?
The jobs that you can't even apply for.
Hold on. Like, do you live in like southern Texas or something?
No,
Where do you live?
I live in Ohio.
Okay, then you're bullshitting because no, absolutely not the case.
I'm not BSing. I live in Ohio. You can't tell me that I'm BSing. You don't live here.
No. Okay, well you are, because one,
No, I'm
all of
not.
these
You don't live
significant.
here, so you can't tell me that I am.
Okay, I'll just say this then. If you just want to stick to your point, that's fine. In a conversation, when we're trying to talk about issues with a country, it's pretty bad to use anecdotes. I don't know whether or not what you're saying is true. You don't know whether or not what I'm saying is true. Now, because in my experience, like all the people that are immigrants here that I've talked to, and even illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, they're in school, they're doing great, or they're working a solid job, and they all seem like pretty great people to me. So, from my experience, illegal immigration is a great thing. So now we have two contrasting anecdotal experiences, and there's nowhere to go with it. So what we need to do is you need to get data.
It's a joke. I can't take you serious if you say illegal immigration is a good thing.
What you're missing now, hold on, just to be clear, illegal immigration is not an ideal thing. Ideally, everyone should be documented, should be legal, but the rates of immigration, hold on, real quick.
I don't care what your point is going to be. You said it's a good thing. It's not a good thing.
The point, I want you to understand me, please. The point that I'm trying to make is
a bad thing, and if you think it is a good thing, it's a joke.
Oh my God. The point that I'm trying to make is the rate of immigration, legal or illegal, right now is pretty good. It's a significant labor supply. It's pretty helpful to the growth of our economy. Now, ideally, we could take all those illegal immigrants and turn them legal. That would be even better because we do have better awareness of where they come from, who they are, what's their situation. We can support them better. We can monitor them better, all that type of stuff. That's the ideal situation. But just the rate as is very good. And the way we get more legal immigrants is by funding the border, is by engaging in passing bills like the Langford bill that was tunneled by Trump.
It's not good. There's no legal.
Oh. That's fine, but you support asylum seekers, right?
Anyways. Okay.
You support asylum seekers?
Asylum seekers,
State Department, with our intelligence departments, that caused a shit ton of stability in these countries. So it is insanely arrogant and entitled to say that they need to fix their own countries, even though they were the country that caused a lot of the destabilization in the first place. So no, if we want to engage in espionage and geopolitics, and because of that people flee to our country, we absolutely should be taking them in.
You're for everyone else besides America. It's America first. Other countries should put their country first. Okay? We should not just be taking in all of these illegal people because, hey, we're America. You know what? We can pay them cheap.
Wait,
you know,
hold on.
We can have cheap labor if we let them come in illegally.
Just to be clear, we do put our own citizens first, and I support putting our own. Like a few $1 million from FEMA that might have gone to help transport some illegal immigrants when we spend trillions of dollars on all these other federal programs. No, we absolutely prioritize our own citizens. We absolutely give a shit ton to our own citizens.
Is not prioritizing our own citizens first when we're sending billions to other countries.
Well, now you're talking about other countries and our own citizens, not our own citizens and illegal immigrants. So now you're pivoting pretty heavily. But if you want to pivot to that, we can.
Says that you don't put America first either.
No, in fact, no. Illegal immigration is actually putting America first, at least the rate of immigration, because.
Tell that to the people who have lost loved ones because of illegal immigration. That's not putting.
You're doing the laser eye surgery thing again. I've already debunked that. Don't worry about it.
Like I said, all of the loved ones that have suffered because of the border crossings, the illegal immigrants that have come into this country, that is not putting America first. That's harming
all policies. All policies, all situations are going to have negative externalities. It is true that illegal immigration causes some problems, but it also helps a shit ton of other problems. It does a lot of good things. The rate of immigration is pretty important.
Crisis. It causes a lot of things. It causes a lot of things.
The point is the rate of
immigration. America first is a joke. You're not for America first. If you're for illegal immigrants coming into this country and causing harm and doing bad things, you're not for America first. You're putting other countries' people before your own U.S. citizens. That's a joke.
Here's the problem, and this is almost like a fascistic talking point. Your idea of putting other people first is giving them any support or help at all, which is not the case. So we can put our people first
America
while
first is to stop
also
sending
we
money
can
to
put
other
our
countries, to start investing our taxpayer dollars into infrastructure, into childcare, healthcare, all of that type of good stuff. Helping people that have suffered because of that hurricane, not just giving them
we are
$750 that they may
wait
not qualify for.
hold on. The FEMA funding of $750 is just for immediate assistance. They can qualify for more later. That $750 cap was put up and set at $750 because Republicans opposed to raising that, just to be abundantly clear. So it's weird that Republicans talk against federal funding and all this federal aid, and they say we're spending too much money and all that. But then as soon as a natural disaster happens and there's need for more money than what they supported in the bill, they start complaining. That's insane.
That is not true by any means.
It is absolutely true. So the idea that when we spend
Why do
trillions
they
of
have
dollars
to
on our own
qualify?
citizen,
Why do they have to qualify for immediate aid?
Why do they have to qualify?
When Zelensky can come over and ask for more money and we just send it. So why do they have to qualify?
Wait, I asked you earlier what federal money we give to illegal immigrants, and you didn't answer. So you can't bring up a point saying that we give federal money to illegal immigrants.
You said what?
You just said that we give money to illegal immigrants if they ask for it. When?
We do give money to illegal immigrants.
When?
We give money to illegal immigrants.
Name a policy. Name a bill. Name a policy. Name a package. Name something. I'd love to see this. There's no shot he names anything above like a few $1 million. Going to Google. God, I don't even know what to talk about now. But no, what Delos is doing is he's assuming that when I talk about illegal immigration as a rate being good, that I'm saying that the status of illegality is good. Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the current rate of immigration is pretty good, even though a lot of it is illegal immigration because it offers a significant labor supply to our economy. That's an excellent thing. Ideally, we could turn all of those illegal immigrants into legal immigrants, and we do that for new immigrants as well by engaging in amnesty or by funding the border, by funding the Border Patrol agents, border judges, border lawyers. All of that would be an important step in ensuring that legal immigration is the dominant form of immigration to the U.S. Well, this is fun. Thanks, y'all, for listening, I guess. This is taking a bit of time. Oh, yeah, I was going to go over some more details on, because Harris as well. Harris is even more conservative than I would be when it comes to immigration, which is pretty funny, because Harris does support things like a higher standard for asylum eligibility, transitioning that reasonable possibility during that credible fear application to a significant possibility standard. Would it mean that fewer asylum seekers would be let into the country? Honestly, I wouldn't even support that myself. But if Republicans want to talk about dealing with border issues and they want to decrease the rate of immigrants, that'd be a way to do it. Increasing detention capacity, funding for asylum officers, border patrol, lawyers. Hopefully, we can win this election and get enough seats to be able to get these types of bills forward. Because having a split Congress or having a split Congress right now is pretty rough. Or basically a split Congress. Well, oh my God, he's back. Been a forever since I've seen that face. Oh, he's gone again. Oh, he's back.
I'm back. Okay, so where's it at? Okay, based on their use rate of major welfare programs, we estimate that all illegal immigrants received at least $42 billion in benefits, or about 4% of the total cost of the cash. Medicare, food, and housing programs examined in our study. However, this is only a rough approximate due to
Is
limitations.
this federal?
You said what?
Is this federal? I don't want to see what the source is too, but is this federal?
It's budgethouse.gov.
Budgethouse.gov. Can you give me the specific article name?
The cost of illegal immigration to taxpayers. That's not a website. It very much is a website.
Taxpayer. Let's see.
It's not whitehouse.gov.
This isn't federal. It's not clarifying federal. Now, if you want to talk about, because there are a lot of states, especially California, I think, that does offer assistance to illegal immigrants. So if you're factoring that in there, possibly. They also don't have any citations on this website. I'm on this article. Also, this is hold on, just to be clear, this isn't even an official. This is a testimony by the Director of Research Center for Immigration Studies. This is not an official analysis. This is a testimony from the Budget Oversight Committee, someone who testified in front of them talking about their issues with illegal immigration. And the Director of Research, or the Center for Immigration Studies, tends to be pretty anti-immigration, has a pretty significant anti-immigration bias. So this isn't any government website or government organization that's making these claims. This is a private organization talking to the Budget Oversight Committee. And especially since I don't think they offer any citations for this. This is just a summary of what they said. I don't think I trust this, because I would love to find any federal program with which illegal immigrants qualify for. Yes, the Budget Oversight Committee in Congress, I guess, invited this person to speak. This is a prepared testimony by that person, and among that is a selection of key points. Let's see. Yep, SNAP is unavailable to them. Non-emergency Medicaid is unavailable to them. Supplemental security income is unavailable for them. Temporary assistance for needy families is unavailable to them. Aid to families with dependent children is unavailable to them.
So you think it's hard for them to get it?
Yes, they do not. Unless you can show me a specific study where they're actually getting those things, they don't really qualify.
I don't think it'd be hard for them to get it by any means.
How would they get it? Like, when you get aid, you have to have some identification.
Security number?
Say what?
Using someone else's social security number?
I mean, you'd have to prove that to be true. And maybe it is true that there's like a shit ton of identity theft happening by illegal immigrants, but I would need a source for that. But that's the issue is, undocumented immigrants don't have those types of, in order to get aid, you need to have an identity you present to the government to qualify for said aid. If they don't have an associated identity.
Like I said, I don't think it would be that hard. I mean, there was a lot of people that were qualifying for those PPP loans that didn't qualify for by any means.
But they still had an identity. That's the issue, is that illegal undocumented immigrants don't really have an identity that can be used to submit these forms. Now, it is true that a lot of businesses lied about the state of their company, and they did inflate a lot of their issues, and because of that, they did qualify for PPP loans or PPE loans. But that's entirely different, because they at least had a business. They had a registered business. They were a documented agent. They were a documented thing. So yeah, I would have to, I can look more into, again, the person who you cited, Stephen A. Camarata, is head of the Center for Immigration Studies, pretty anti-immigration think tank. So I don't know if I would trust them. I would need to see specifically what study they're citing for that number, but I would find that probably dubious, especially since, I don't know, I would have to have the means with which an undocumented immigrant could even apply for these things in the first place. There are illegal immigrants can get a particular identification. I'm trying to think, but I don't know if they have any federal. I don't know what federal identification you can get as an illegal immigrant, or a federally recognized one. Let's see. Driver's license. I don't know if a driver's license number works for applying for federal funding. It might work. I have to see. The host is gone. Great chat. Ooh, there might be an overview here. Now this is immigrant. Fuck. Now, these are documented immigrants. Yeah, I can't find any way, any avenue for this. I guess this is my live now. What is going on, folks? So it looks like one possible avenue where the federal government is supporting illegal immigrants is through their, DHS, which has a shelter and services program. So that's $640 million a year, I guess. So that's one avenue which illegal immigrants could be occupying federal funds. Yes. Now, if we're looking at the state and local levels, certain states, as I said before, do have programs that do extend to undocumented immigrants. So if you want to make a state-by-state argument, but that's kind of up to the state as is. This is slow. Yeah, I'm trying to find any avenue with which undocumented immigrants can get aid, and it's citing specific things like the California DREAM Act application, which would give some state financial aid to illegal immigrants, stuff like that. All right. Well, I don't know. They're taking a while to do their stuff. What's up, Alyssa? Is it true Project 2025 bans video games? I don't think so. Although I did hear, I don't know. But the modern conservative position is so contradictory. There's so many elements of it that just conflict. because I don't think conservatism really knows what it is right now, and it's been infected by populism. So simultaneously, it wants to be small government, but then it wants the government to restrict a lot of things that are pretty superfluous, like Donald Trump talking about getting rid of violent video games or something, which is crazy, an injunction upon an expression, a freedom of expression, which is bizarre. So that's strange. I almost kind of miss like the more like traditional conservatives that kind of were straight lined. Even they're just more predictable. They were straight line. They were evangelical. You knew what they wanted. It was generally couched in an appeal to tradition, an appeal to a particular family. At least they were identifiable. They were coherent. But Trump and a lot of the Trump supporters are just so incoherent. All right, so that should be clear now. That should be in the right area, although my head's kind of blocking the rest of it, so maybe it didn't make it look a little better, but we'll see. Perfect. My head is blocking the rest of it, though, probably, so. All right. Oh, we have somebody. Let's see if there is.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Oh my God, it's Jamal. What's up? Listen, I know I'm betraying you. I know that that I'm betraying you with this, but come on, listen.
Shenanigans, nonsense.
Shenanigans? Oh, I thought you were going to say shit for a second. I'm like, no, bad word, Jamal. Cannot say that. But you caught yourself, so I'm glad you did that.
So let me just kind of embarrass you for a moment here. So listen, you only have like what 0.00000000001% of all the knowledge of the universe, right? Yet here you are in your arrogance, being smug, being very smug, proclaiming that God does not exist. Like, how are you going to make this assertion when you only have a very small fraction of knowledge, of the knowledge of the universe? Go ahead.
Because all knowledge claims that we make are going to be based upon the information that we have. And the information that we have can give us probabilistic ideas about the information that we don't have as heavily. So we draw inferences from them. So depending on your conceptualization of God, there are probably some incredibly reductive, simplistic conceptualizations that are, I'm just going to be pretty agnostic either way on. I just don't really know. But a lot of the conceptualizations of God, such as the God that you believe in, Jamal, there are characteristics about him that are contradictory, that are problematic, that don't cohere well to the stuff we know in reality.
Yeah, false.
Okay, so, why do you think God exists? Please, go for it.
Well, it's not, I think God exists. It's, I know.
How do you know? My bad.
Right. Because I met him. I've encountered him. Yeah, I actually tried. Very, very powerful, life-changing, profound experience.
What type of God was that? Could you describe them a little bit?
The God who created all things, the omniscient one, the omnipresent one, the omnipotent one, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. Mm-hmm.
So, assuming you're, oh my God, is that Awakening America? That is I didn't mean to invite you, man. I just meant to click on your profile. I have not seen or heard of that name in a while. Oh my God. How's it going? Mina, what the fuck?
How are you, man?
Not too bad. Doing okay. Having God conversations about God things.
How's the TikTok scene been?
I kind of just came back. I'm only really started hosting lives recently, so as far as that goes, fine, I guess. It seems to have gotten a lot more devolved, a lot more chaotic. So
I haven't been on this in like, I don't know, months, dude. Just no time.
Fair.
It's kind of ironic. I mean, I think this is the first time I've ever seen you like an actual video. Kind of ironic that you kind of do look like Jesus a little bit when it comes to the hair.
What?
Yes.
I mean, at least the US portrayed Jesus.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. The European, Eurocentric, white supremacist Jesus.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's the blue eyes, the blonde hair. I'm like, this is kind of ironic.
Thank you. Well, I think Jesus existed, to be fair, but he probably didn't look that much like me. So
I doubt that. Yeah.
yeah. Which, but no, I forget what you were saying, Jamal. You were saying something about something. Oh, the meeting. Yes. So when you say you meet God, that's not going to mean a lot to me. It's not going to do anything to help me be convinced of a God. Additionally, if someone else says they met God and their idea of God conflicts with your idea of God, how do you resolve that conflict? I'm curious.
Wait. Ask your question again. Sorry.
Sure. So if you meet someone else and they say, I met God too, and they're saying, well, the God that I met was really angry. He lied to me about a few things. He wasn't too great. But I met him and he seemed pretty fucking powerful. How would you resolve that conflict? Which God is the real God?
Yeah, I would just assume it was a demon, a fallen angel.
I know you would assume that, but how do you resolve that conflict? Let's say I'm the third person there, and I'm seeing y'all have this conversation. How do I figure out who has the correct version of God?
Yeah, because my God is supported by the Bible, right? And the Bible is supported by numerous prophecies that have come to fruition.
Can you name any that are actual prophecies and that fulfill conditions of meaningful prophecies?
I mean, okay, Jesus did say that his gospel will be preached to all nations before he returns. I mean, hasn't been entirely fulfilled, but it's en route to coming to fruition. And I mean, it is kind of amazing. This carpenter from Palestine making such a grandiose prophecy, and here we are 2,000 years later. It's almost come to fruition. That's pretty.
Well, if I go to a restaurant and I order a steak, they come and they bring a steak, did I prophesy something?
That's not a comparison, bro.
It is, and I'll explain exactly why. The problem is you need to verify that Jesus actually said that those words weren't written by someone who was writing about a figure in the situation where there was a blossoming new religion, a blossoming Christian church. That could definitely influence whether or not that writer is going to write in ways which fulfill the interests of a new church. A new religion with new interests and new ideals would absolutely love to see their religion grow and be preached to all nations. That would be part of their aspiration. So it's not really that meaningful if we don't actually have ways of verifying that Jesus actually said that. And even if he did say that, the problem is it's not very. The problem is that other people have made that prophecy too. Like I'm sure you could find similar words from Muhammad about what would happen to my religion. A lot of other religions have said similar things about the success of their religions. So it's not that meaningful there, and it also is not timely. Yeah, the problem is it's also not timely. If there's no time period set on a prophecy, it kind of opens the door to be done whenever. It's not a very good prophecy if you don't have a time period associated with it.
Yeah, I think you're diminishing the incredibility of such a prophecy coming to fulfillment.
It's not incredible.
It's unbelievably incredible. Some random dude, some random man, right? 2,000 years ago.
What were the primary contentions I made? I don't know, because apparently you didn't hear them. What were the primary contentions I made?
I don't remember, man. I'm getting like sleepy. I'm sorry.
That's fair. So the primary contentions I made were: one, we do not know whether or not he said those things. So actually, to assume
it's recorded in the Gospels.
Okay, you can say it's recorded, but we don't know whether or not those were words actually made by somebody who was, walking the streets proclaiming things, or whether or not they were written by church members who were part of a growing religion and who might have a vested interest in talking about this mythical figure in a way that would correspond to the interests of a growing religion.
This is coming from the primary source of Jesus Christ. Yet you're dismissing it. Like,
there is no primary source documentation of Jesus Christ. I would love to
yeah, it's called the Gospels, and that's how we know the historicity of Jesus Christ.
The Gospels are not primary source documentations from Jesus. They were not written by Jesus. They were very, very unlikely to be written by people who witnessed Jesus.
But how do we know? How do we know the historicity of Jesus?
Because we have a few different accounts. It seems that not only do we have gospel accounts, we have a couple extra biblical accounts.
Yes, the Gospels. Yes.
Wait, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. The difference is we don't know whether or not everything written in the Gospels is true. But the way the Gospels are written, the way they're describing somebody, could correspond and seem likely to correspond to an actual person, especially since there are, again, those extra biblical accounts, such as Josephus, who did write about this figure. But whether or not those Gospels accurately recorded every single word of that individual, we have no clue. We have no way of verifying that. And that's the logical error you make when you say, just because it's likely that Jesus existed, all of the recordings of what he did are true. I think that's erroneous. Marley, what's up? It's been a minute.
Do we have like any reason why to not believe these recordings of his?
That's not how that goes, and you know that. Especially if there are claims in the gospel. There are claims in the gospel of supernatural events, claims of multiplying fish, multiplying bread, turning water into wine. Those are suspensions of the material world we're familiar with. So those are pretty extraordinary claims. So those already seem dubious as is, because we don't have any evidence anywhere else of such extraordinary claims. They're just recordings. So that's going to be the issue. That's going to be the issue that I'm going to have, that everyone else has, is that there are parts of the Gospels that are very, very dubious in nature, and we have no way of verifying that. So why do we trust everything else in the Gospels?
So I don't usually talk like a lot of theology, but let me at least get to an understanding, right? So are you denying the existence of a God, period, or are you agnostic on it?
Of any supernaturally supreme being?
Well, yeah, there's a being that exists. Are you agnostic on it or completely denying of its existence?
Depending on what you mean by being, if you mean just some entity that is an actualizer of things in existence, I'm basically agnostic. I don't think that's a realm of reality, or it's a realm of whatever that we don't really have much ability to interact with in a positive or a negative way. If we're talking about a being with a mind, there are some prior assumptions that I have where a mind without a body does not make sense to me. No clue how it works. It seems incredibly bizarre. So I lean more towards it being unlikely that there is some disembodied mind somewhere, like a god. So it just depends on what attributes you attribute to the god. But basically every god, contemporary or otherwise, I'm going to probably say is unlikely to exist.
So if I say, for example, like the three omnis presented with this god, right? So, and obviously a mind, right? So why is it more likely than not that a mind cannot exist without a body?
Because that's all of our priors. That's all of the things we see. We don't have ability. Maybe you do. I'd love for you to describe it. We don't really have an ability to conceptualize of a mind outside of our body. Every single mind we witness is inherently, strongly, deeply, influentially tied to a body. So to claim that there is some disembodied mind somewhere, it's possible. It just seems unlikely. So when it comes to the other.
So a couple of things, right? So just because that's a classic is-ought fallacy, right? So just because it is that we haven't experienced it does not mean it does not ought to
There's
exist.
no ought. Wait, that's not an it-ought. An is-ought fallacy. Wait, what? That is an is-ought fallacy is taking something that is and then making a moral claim out of it where no moral claim exists.
Well, you're saying that because we have never experienced a mind without a body, that it ought not to be likely to have existed, right?
You mean an appeal to ignorance?
Well, no, because hold on, right? So you said the way that it is fundamentally...
Or black swan fallacy.
Huh?
Someone in the comments said, or a black swan fallacy.
Call it whatever. The point is...
Or an appeal to incredulity. It kind of could be all three.
You're making the claim that because all of history, we have not been demonstrated with this phenomena, that it's more likely than not exist. And I just don't think that's justification logically. But two, right?
It's not meant to be a logical justification. It's just an inference. So
Okay, so I don't really know. So you still that doesn't prove anything about likelihood. It doesn't.
It literally does. That's the whole point. Is that if all of our experiences of minds and all of my understanding, all of our understanding of how a mind works, of the way a mind operates, that a mind is some core identity that uses sense information to take in and process things. If that's all of our understanding, I don't know what you mean by a mind outside of a body. I cannot conceptualize of it. Now, it's true that is fallacious if I'm making any deductive reasoning. That would be totally fallacious. I agree. But it's inferential. It's a probabilistic argument.
So again, the probability, right? So how are you measuring this probability? How are you coming to the claim to say this is more probable or not more probable?
Sure. My general presupposition is if I can't conceptualize of something, it's less likely to exist. So
can you conceptualize? Can you conceptualize like I don't know, like a cosine function?
I can if I learned. That's the whole thing. So more as in if there's the capacity to. So I can conceptualize of a cosine. I can conceptualize of all these mathematical functions. I haven't learned the prerequisite knowledge to do so, but other people have, and I can point to other people that have. But usually I would expect for someone to to be able to think of or describe a disembodied mind coherently. If they can't, I'm probably going to be like, it doesn't exist, or it's
because
unlikely to exist.
like there are things critically that we just simply cannot conceptualize. We can theorize and we can depict, but we can't conceptualize, like the fourth dimension, right? We understand what a fourth dimension could potentially be, and we can do some amazing math to see what that looks like, but we can't conceptualize a fourth dimensional thing.
Well, the mathematics is going to be the conceptualization. So if a fourth dimension, even though we can't really wrap our heads around it properly, if we can infer it from any mathematical functions, and we say, it looks like this mathematical body points to something like a fourth dimension. Sure. But a mind, like a disembodied mind, can you even articulate what that would look like?
Yeah, I would just say, like, for example, like God, the way I would envision, or any Christian would envision God, aside from, Christ, which is the embodiment in flesh, I would just say it's energy within itself. So the energy itself, or its essence, is really what it is. Like the essence itself exists, and the essence has
the essence and energy. Are you saying a mind is just energy? A mind is just an essence?
Like, for example, the mind or logic, right? I would say that God embodies logic, and that it does not need to be physically bound.
This is not relating to a mind. What I'm saying, okay, are you going to agree with me that like a mind is an observer?
An observer, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, well, how are we defining mind? Because I don't know if it's just an observer, right? The way
that's what I was asking. Because my understanding of mind, because I am a mind, I think, therefore I am, is something that thinks by taking in information, observing things, and processing it. I think with this shit. So that's usually the way I think of something like a mind. It's hard to conceptualize of a mind that is beyond that.
So so sensory inputs and outputs really is what you call a mind.
Well, I think a mind. I think a mind functions through like an input output. So,
can you conceptualize that? Can you conceptualize that without a brain or without the organs?
No.
Okay, so does this mean we don't have minds?
No, just wait. Hold on. Just because I can't conceptualize of a mind without a brain, that doesn't mean that I don't think that minds and brains are two different things.
Yeah, but you said if we can't conceptualize items, it's more likely than not does not exist, and we obviously all know minds exist, right?
We can literally, depending if we're defining mind as like an observer that thinks and processes information. Yeah, we literally cannot conceptualize us not existing. Yes, absolutely.
But hold on, right? So you said minds, right? And you said you cannot conceptualize a mind, correct?
A disembodied mind.
Well, screw the disembodied or not, just mind in general, like the terminology mind and what
I experience a mind. No, yeah, I can. I mean, my conceptualization of it is my experience of it. I experience myself, my experience of taking in information, of thinking about information. It's one of the things that I'm most certain of. Usually when people talk about minds, they're talking about the I, the identity. But I don't know what that would even...
Can you conceptualize a mind without the physical organ of a brain? Okay, so would you say like artificial intelligence? Huh?
Can you do it?
Yeah, I'll just simply say like AI is an example of that.
Okay, if you want to say, all right. If you want to be semantic about things without any like material processing unit, like
sure.
And to be fair, I don't even know if an AI has a mind. So I don't know if there's an I in an AI.
Well, if mind is just simply sensory, or if mind is just simply sensory inputs and outputs, then really any AI.
No, not just that. I said it functions through sensory inputs and outputs. There's an observer, an I, a self, a subject. And they experience, and whatever we are, we experience the world through this input, this output, this body that processes information for us.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, for God, when we say like from a Christian, when he talks to you critically, and you say, for example, God does not have a body, right? I can understand for you why that wouldn't make any sense. But I don't know.
Think it makes sense to you, to be honest. I don't think you can articulate or conceptualize of that. Now, again, people have pointed out that it is to some extent fallacious. So that's not a big point for me. I just think it makes it, to some arbitrary, kind of unknown extent, less likely that a disembodied mind exists or that some God exists outside of the material world.
So you don't think that, again, I'm just trying to understand. So you're agnostic on the fact that this exists, or you're denying the fact that this exists in terms of a mind without like a physical body?
I think it is unlikely that exists. I don't know how unlikely, but yeah, I think it's unlikely.
Okay. So what do you, I guess, okay. So you don't even believe in the fact that like a being could like exist that's like loving and in full control of things?
I'm sorry, you think I can't conceptualize of that?
Yeah.
I mean, I can conceptualize of parts of it, like I can attribute some materialistic elements onto that being, but that's going to run into a bunch of problems. But I can kind of get what theists are talking about, and that's going to run into, assuming I allow for those assumptions, that's going to run into a lot of other problems. I mean, what would you say is the biggest piece of evidence for a God?
Fine tuning.
Or your God? Yeah,
I would say fine tuning. Contingency about Jesus Christ himself. I think the resurrection itself is not self-evident, but it is more likely than not. For example, you have the immediate proclamation, you have the suffering of the disciples, you have the eyewitness testimony and counts, you have the 4 gospels that you cannot find any contradiction between them, written across different locations. More likely than not that Christ resurrected. But I'm going to self-correct and say it's not self-evident. I'm pretty sure I corrected that. But more likely than not, when all of these are taken into account, unless they all had like mass hysteria, which is, to me, is very unlikely.
No, I think we should probably get to the initial points, because all of the Jesus stuff is going to fall if there's no God elements. Yeah. But the whole like, it's like the whole liar, Lord, I don't know, I forget the acronym, but like I think it was Ray Comfort or someone that popularized that. The problem is it just ignores the fact that myths develop, that there can be people that exist, and there can be stories about those people. Those stories can be somewhat accurate, somewhat inaccurate, and that depending on the interests of the people they influence, those stories can expand, grow, change over time. There are plenty of people in history, even people like Julius Caesar, who had myths develop around them in a relatively short period of time. So I don't see any reason as to why a myth couldn't develop from a community around Jesus. I don't see any evidence that seems unlikely. So that's going to be the problem that I have. They all had a mass hallucination. Who had a mass hallucination? We have no evidence that 500 people witnessed the resurrection, as Paul said. We have no evidence that Paul was telling the truth, or that he was just, ginning up rumors or something like that. We don't have any information on that.
So I would say, for example, right? So the resurrection happened, and then you have a group of people, so the disciples, right? An immediate proclamation and a massive expansion of Christianity. I mean, think about the time, like think of you being there, right? You think it would be more probable that this is all just a myth that kind of just started. People started dying because of it. Rapid expansion, recorded without...
People died for Islam too.
Huh?
People died for Islam too.
Sure, yes. But look at
and this is going to be a methodology I have. If you argue in favor, if you use a piece of evidence in favor of a particular proposition, but that same framework can be used to argue just as much in favor of a mutually exclusive proposition, probably not very good evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just jumping the gun in case you bring up other stuff that I can just point out. So look, Islam has done this exact same shit.
And this is why I don't make the claim that like, oh, the resurrection, at least from my point of view, the resurrection happened, right? But for me to claim it to someone who's agnostic or atheist, I take the probability like likelihood as well, right? So what is more probable, right? All of this myth, hysteria, people lying, people died because of a lie, they expanded for no reason, persecution for no reason, or is it more likely than not that this actually did happen? To me, it's more likely than not that it did happen. But again,
you're talking about suspensions of reality as we know it. That has to be factored in. It seems like you're saying, like, given the fact that we accept supernatural events as possible or likely to occur, given the fact that we accept that, what's more likely in that scenario, then yeah, maybe you could come to a conclusion that there was some supernatural characteristics to the figure of Jesus. But that's doing a lot of legwork for you.
That is doing a lot of legwork based on the first premise. Yeah, I know. Which is
exactly so.
No, I get that.
Does God even exist, or are supernatural events? What even are supernatural events? Are they even possible? That's a whole big other thing.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, I there's way better people that can debate these like religion topics. It's very deep and it's very convoluted, and I don't know. Have you talked to someone like Brooks at all?
Theist Brooks?
Yes.
I haven't. He doesn't do debate stuff. I've seen a couple of his videos online, but he doesn't do debate stuff.
IP philosophy too. I don't know.
IP philosophy is good. I haven't talked to him, but he's good. He at least he's good promo because he uses a lot of primary sources, which I always appreciate in someone who's doing any analysis of historical documentation. So that's good.
But at least, like, you wouldn't be ever opposed to changing your mind on religion?
No, I'm not opposed to changing my mind on literally anything. But there's just going to be, because I used to be a Christian, I think you knew that. I used to be super religious, super conservative. And I went through the whole process of identifying parts of my belief system and having this emotional tear where it felt like I was losing something really key and core to myself. But there was just this dissonance between myself and the things that I was learning. And that caused it to erode over time. So building that back up would be pretty fucking tough. Oh.
But you said you were a Christian at a certain point? I didn't know that.
Oh shit, hello?
Hey, I don't know.
All right, my thing is bugging.
No, you said you were a Christian at a certain point, correctly?
Oh, Katie, avert your eyes. I was super Christian. See Jamal. I led evangelism trips to like areas in my local city. I was the head of my student leadership group at my church. I did like a lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Wait, hold on. No. Was it? Were you part of PragerU? I'm trying to remember. You weren't. Okay. I thought I might have actually known you before that, but no, never mind. But yeah, I was part of PragerU. I was super conservative. I don't think I knew Cam. Do you know who Will Witt is? William Witt?
Yeah, I've heard the name. Okay, but yes.
I knew him, and he's a crazy PragerU person, but yeah.
No, this is the first time I'm hearing that you were a Christian, and the fact that you actually led evangelical groups and like read like youth groups. That's incredible. I guess
I did, and it was tough because I did it for an additional like a year and a half after I'd become like an atheist. So I was doing it, and I was dying, literally almost dying, because of how much the conflict there was going. Because I was having to do all that leadership stuff, leading prayer. Developing missions, all of that while I was an atheist, and that was tough as fuck. What's up, Lucari?
Do you feel, I mean, again, we can get this offline, but I'm just really curious to know, like, the transition for you, right? Because I had kind of a very similar phase in my life where I was very super Christian conservative, kind of became atheist, and then went back to Christianity.
You demon, teasing.
But yeah, I mean, that was in college. I did not really. I don't know. I had the same questions as you did, but I turned back, right, and I was able to come back, right. But I guess I don't know if
turning back again.
turning back again. But I'm not sure if you're willing to share or not. Like, what
I want you to do the 7. I want you to do a whole 360. 720, actually.
Well, you never
480?
know.
I can't think of. Is it
But
480?
do you know,
Like
are you able to share what made you change? Or I guess what was the breaking point for you to say this?
specific information? Well, the big part of it was I started developing hermeneutics courses for the youth group that I was a part of. So, which you probably are familiar, how to study the Bible, how to synthesize the information, figure out what are universal principles, what are culturally contingent principles, yada, yada, all that. So worked on some apologetic stuff. So how do you engage in defense of the Bible? Part of that was looking at opposition arguments. So I tuned in. One of the big influential things was this radio show called The Atheist Experience. I don't know if you've heard of it. It was pretty popular, I think, back in the early 2000s. But it was this platform that just brought on callers, Christian callers, and walked them through different ideas. So it was people like that. I think Sam Harris as well had a couple good conversations. There were certain people that brought forward arguments that I was like, I do not know how to deal with this argument. I just don't. So that kind of was the tipping point of trying to investigate.
Are you talking about like the YouTube channel?
I am, yeah.
Oh, I know, J-Mike's on there, and he's like...
He has been on there. It was such a surprise to see that J-Mike and also Forrest, I don't know if you know who Forrest is, but Forrest has been on there too. Forrest Valakai. Yeah. There's a few people that... J-Mike and also Forrest, I don't know if you know who Forrest is, but Forrest is on there too.
Mina, I haven't heard that name in so long.
I'm super actually right now.
Oh, it's echoing. Oh, mute, swipe out, swipe back in, whatever the hell you're supposed to do.
That's crazy. He critically came back from the dead, and Amina's out of retirement. This is insane.
True. The world is healing itself or something. I don't know. But now, what's up, Lucari? Did you come to talk about something specific? Are you a Christian, Lucari?
I'm like personally a theist. I don't know is that my background? Oh no, it's here.
Is it that
I'm
loud?
personally no, it's okay. I'm personally a theist. But I don't think there's any like philosophical or logical justification for it, other than this like troll argument that I have that I don't think anyone can really defeat.
Oh boy!
But it's like not super serious. Like if you want a serious live stream, I would not do it. But if we're just shit posting,
not the troll arguments.
No, it's like undefeated though. Like I guarantee no one can defeat it.
What's up, man? What is it?
It's a 9-premise argument. I don't know if we want to go through that right now.
No, absolutely not. Hell no.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Starts with here. I'll give you a preview. Premise 1. If there's
the
no
reason people can't defeat it is because it's just going to be unintelligible. Is that the reason people can't defeat it?
What?
Like, what the fuck are you saying?
It's like intelligible.
Okay.
I just use a bunch of tricky words and I muddy the water, and then I use this like really broken inference rule and logic that like actually strayed people away from classical logic. And then as long as you agree with classical logic, I mean, you're kind of screwed. You have to believe in God.
Fair. Damn. That is unfortunate. You should bring it to William Lane Craig, and he's going to take over the world with it.
No, for real. He's gonna like, we're gonna co-write a book together on God.
Do it. Oh my God. You and him would be such great pals, I swear.
All right. I'm going to sleep, but critically, lovely talking to you, man. It's been a long time.
Good talking to you.
Have fun. Lucario, take
Has
care.
been.
All right, take care,
A
man.
lot of fun. Take care, dude.
Bye-bye.
Guys, did you see that? He remembered my name. That's crazy.
Of course.
Beautiful. All right. Well, we're not getting any opposition. I guess this topic is even less popular than it's less popular than the Harris one, which unfortunately is also late too. So
Yeah, I saw your first live stream too. You were like popping off. That was crazy.
I was. Maybe I'm shadow banned at this point. Who knows? Tragedy.
I don't know. I just got back from a live ban. I had to endure a long live stream.
I was thinking maybe trying to go live on my second account because people are saying that they can't always see when I'm live on this account, which is like unfortunate, but
Yeah, I appreciate the gifts.
it is what it is. What's up, Landon?
But yeah,
I was really hoping you were communist. I mean, depending on your definition, I'm communist. I'm probably more of a libsoc or libertarian socialist, if anything. So
Yeah, but unless you change the background or kick me or end the live, you're going to be stuck hearing a 9-premise argument in which the conclusion necessitates God's existence. I don't think you're ready.
Oh, or I could just mute you. Look at that. Unfortunate.
Look at these bad faith atheists, guys. They just have to run. This is what they do.
Hell yeah. But no, I mean, I should have an economic, although I'm going to be honest, there are a lot of economic nerds that would drag me through a lot of obscure shit if I were to have an economic based live, because I have not read enough economic related stuff.
Yeah, me neither. I used to be kind of good. So, like, unironically, I used to be all right at economics, but unless you keep up reading, unless you continuously read that, you kind of lose the skill to debate econ. Sure. So I just gave up.
Fair enough. Well, oh my God, Jamal, you're supposed to go to bed. Why the fuck did you join? God is not happy with you. Oh, there is actually someone in the request. I didn't even realize. Although this looks like a troll account, so be ready to yell over him, Lucario, with your 9-premise argument.
Let's go.
Although I have a feeling they probably fell asleep or something. I'm not going to lie. Lana, what do you mean this background is so cooked? Is it cooked? What do you mean? I didn't make it, so if it's cooked, it's not my fault. Why is it cooked?
Yeah, premise 1A, if there's no logical contradiction in God existing, then God necessarily exists.
Alright, you're banned. Oh, you just mean you disagree with it, Landon? Yeah, of course you do. You Jesus simp. Well, they're not joining.
Is Jamal still, like, the actual Jamal? Like, the actual
Jamal, the one and only. I just talked to him, actually. That's all I do.
What kind of time machine am I in right now?
Welcome back. True, I do look like Jesus. So pray to me, theists. I'm teasing. That's probably insensitive. As if this live is not. All right, well, I might hop off because I think opposition has gone to bed or something. Maybe I'll try going on my second account. I'm just curious whether or not there's elements of my primary account that are kind of fucked over or whatever. Maybe not. Maybe I just don't have the sauce to bring in the opposition. RC was live with Kenzie? Oh my God. I haven't talked to RC in forever. What a interesting man. Interesting man.
Have you been keeping up with, like, the Dean lore?
Oh, I did a little bit, yeah. With, like, some, I don't know, Andrew Tate type stuff, which I guess he said that wasn't really Andrew Tate-y. And then the slurs and stuff, which I can't necessarily say too much about it. I think the racial slur was when he was pretty young. It's hard to say whether or not he, how much significant change there's been, and whether or not that indicts his current character. I don't know if it does. The F slur was way more aggressive. I saw his F slur comments and a lot more recent. But gay men use that slur to me way more than any straight men do. So what can I say?
Yeah.
But Maya, unfortunate. That is dangerous. But what have you been mainly debating? We were briefly in that live earlier talking about, was it God or something?
Yeah, it was God's existence.
Subjective morality? Yeah.
Mostly just random things in philosophy that don't really affect the real world. Some abortion here and there.
Of the TikTok philosophy conversations.
Oh yeah. It's even worse on Discord. It's a lot worse. But it's also more challenging on Discord. Like,
do you think that epistemic justification of I forget what he was even saying.
Yeah, I think
it's synthetic or analytic?
The notion of abstract concepts of metaphysical platonic forms. But other than that, I think I have a really good stance on pro-trans.
I have a good stance on everything. So, do you? Oh, nice.
Yeah. I've been trying to go into more left leaning beliefs, not beliefs, but I guess positions.
Been trying to? You're just like, I feel like being a leftist today.
No, it's just I kind of go back and forth between leftism and liberalism because, as I found out, a lot well, I found this out a long time ago. But as I didn't, initially start off knowing, is that a lot of them are very contrasting. And so I've been trying to kind of finding my way between, okay, do I want to be more left? Do I want to be more liberal? But yeah, the main thing is just straying away from like old beliefs that I had that are very conservative and ultimately had no justification.
Good shit. Yeah, I mean, balancing the two. I mean, it feels like a weighing the value of status quo positions versus more progressive positions. And it feels like the conservative positions have just gone off the deep end unless you're religious. I would like to see a post-liberal conservatism kind of develop. I think it'd be a lot more coherent because I don't think conservatism knows where it is right now. It's been too impacted by populism and it's just super fucking confused. So maybe if a post-liberal conservatism kind of rears its head, that could be interesting. Also might be kind of fascist, which wouldn't be as great. So it just depends. What that looks like.
But I don't know how your viewerships are just entertaining. Just nonsense. Your viewership is like staying pretty consistent, even though there's not something really interesting going on. But I'm gonna let you try to get a new guest on. Maybe there'll be more to talk.
I think I'll restart or I'll join my other account and see what happens, or maybe I'll just call it for that. We'll see.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, good talking to you, man. All right, everybody. Oh, I'm getting more alerts. They do not like my headphones, my earbuds, unfortunately, on this. Can we debate when we're married? Whether we're married, good question. What's your first premise, Elijah? So I'll probably, God does not pop off quite as much, not seeing any opposition. So I'll probably either restart or I might try my second account. Might be fun. Get some traffic over to that account, see if maybe there is a meaningful difference between this account and the other. So we'll see. All right. Well, follow me if you haven't, so we can get more lives and shit going. I'll try to do these every now and again for fun. Oh yeah, it's Rigsy. I think it's just like critically approached too. It's like a red profile picture. It's an audition, if you know the movie profile picture. So it's just critically approached too. That should be the account. So I might try over there. All right. Have a good night, y'all, or maybe I'll see y'all over there if I set up on there. But take care, guys. What's up, Anna? Let's see how this account works. I don't know if it'll actually do anything. Maybe it'll be even worse than the other account. I guess we'll see. I got quite a few fewer followers and probably a lot of older followers on this account, so might be out. Might be out of luck there. See. Might need to change my profile picture too, because I feel like a lot of people aren't really familiar with that profile picture. I haven't been on this account in a while. I haven't used it in a hot minute, so I don't know. We'll see, I guess. What's up, Hellsbells? I know, yeah. It's kind of, even though I've gone live at ECB recently, I haven't been live banned at all. I feel like I used to get live banned all the time, like on my main account, whenever I went live. Maybe just because I was in a lot more conservative live or something like that, and I got reported a lot. I don't really know, to be honest. I guess I've probably been on less opposition lives than I have in the past. That's fair. Well, I guess that kind of confirms that this account has even less traction than the other one. So like it up if you can, but if it doesn't work, then I'll probably just hop back. Maybe I'll join a friend's live or something like that.
I know you changed the topic, but have you heard a historical perspective that denies the existence of, I'm guessing, God, historical Jesus? I have briefly. I know there's some people even hosting a live where they had written a book about it. There's a reason why it's the minority scholar view. I think just because some of the things that it attempts to debunk aren't really debunked very well, or it attempts to set a historical standard which we don't really hold for much else. What's up, Siggy? Which is like, probably why it's not held by a lot of common scholars. Like even critical scholars like Bart Ehrman still accept the existence of a historical Jesus. Bingus, how dare you? Take it back right now. I take it back right now, thank you. I put in my eye drops. I'm tired. No. Damn, this account might even have more of a shout out ban than the other account or something. I don't know. Or I think just people forgot this account existed, so not getting as much. Unfortunately, I guess Katie was right. How recently did you wake up, Siggy? My requests are off. Wait, yeah, hold on. I can't even do that shit. I have to go live for 30 minutes and I have to go live on 3 separate days. I'm not even showing on my live list. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it's Kitty. Oh my god, I'm a big fan. I guess I'm not even showing up on live lists, and I have like no features on this account, which is crazy because I have gone live, I guess. It is empty in here. So I still got that live quest to do. Is that even worth grinding out? Am I private? What does that mean? Inform me. Wait, what's noise cancel? Inform me. Woke up like 4 hours ago? Oh. Damn. Oh, I don't think it's private. I don't think it's a private account. As far as I'm aware. Maybe I need to post more videos. The quality's better on this account? Okay, alright. That's wild. Are you talking about the mic quality or the video quality? Elijah. Okay. What the fuck? Scam. Scam. Yeah, I think this might be a wash. Katie was right. Unfortunate. I should post more videos. There's been a few videos that I've saved that I've wanted to maybe respond to at some point. Although a lot of them are probably old at this point. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yeah, this probably is not worth grinding out. I gotta do a whole ass. I have to be live 3 separate days and I gotta go live for 30 minutes total. Oh god. Unfortunate. Alright. Well, it was a try. I was saying, yeah, actually, if you want to go live now, actually, I can hop back in my other account and we can go live and try one of the abortion things. You want to hop on? Yes. No. Oh, really? Yeah. I did a face reveal on my main, which, yay. Oh, solid. I got one. I got Jordan to make me a couple. Siggy, are you here? Do you want to do? You need a shower if you host. Oh. Well, I was saying I could host if you want to hop on. If you just want to hop on the live as well. Thanks, Nunya. Yeah, I've only joined recently as a host. So you texted me, let me know what you're feeling.
Yeah. Bummer. There's nothing happening on this account. All right. That's fine. It is what it is. I'll figure out. I might hop on, do like an abortion live with Siggy, or I might hop on someone else's live that has stuff going on. We'll see. But I appreciate the support anyways, y'all. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you did? Oh, no, you didn't. You're a liar. Maybe you did. I'll look in a second. But no, anyways, thanks, y'all. I'll talk to you guys later. God damn. All right, what's up, y'all? For those of you guys hopping in, I'm trying a new conversation about abortion. What's up, Chloe? Oh yeah, wait, were you not in my other live, Chloe? How's it going? Maybe you didn't see it. Let's see. But yeah, to everyone coming in right now, feel free to like the live. We can get, hopefully, some pro-lifers in here. I've not had a pro-choice, an abortion conversation in a while. Oh, so you're just lying, Elijah. Wow. Unbelievable. But tap the screen like fucking crazy. Share it if y'all can. We'll try and find somebody who is a demon who wants to restrict people's bodies. Hopefully have a good conversation. Hopefully. Keep liking. Let's get to 5K or something like that. Okay, if you don't do it, I know where you live. Not really, but I can figure out where you live. So, just letting you know. It's dangerous. What is that? Fucking bug. What is it doing? Stop. Oh, yeah. Let me mod you real quick. How do I, I'm still figuring out how to do this stuff. Boop. Yeah, keep on tapping the screen, share with people, share with your favorite pro-lifer. Wait, okay, are you not a mod? Really? Oh my god, I'm so evil. My apologies. My bad. You're modded now. Don't worry about it. Angela, you're unapologetically pro-life. You want to have a conversation, Angela? Bad friend alert. What's up, Blitz? How's it going, man? I will absolutely... Oh, I can't even invite you up. You don't have enough followers. You can't join. So sorry. How you doing, Blitz? This one put pronouns in his bio. True. I'm one of the soy beta liberals. Hungry? Honestly, me too. I didn't have enough to eat today. I went to the store and I bought stuff to make food, and I just never made food. So I'm sitting here with some fruit snacks and fig bars. Very disappointing. Blitz, what lives do you generally host? I know I've seen like God lives mainly, but I'm trying to think of what other lives you might have. If you're pro-life, hop in the box. We can have a conversation. And hopefully you can realize that pro-life doesn't make sense. We love when men speak for us. I can't tell if you're talking to me or you're talking to pro-lifers. We'll see. Oh, you do science lives? What's up, Jen? Oh, yeah. Like science, like question lives? Like, you hop up and ask questions. That's cool. I'm not too bad, Jen. I'm chilling. Finishing out the semester. Pro-lifers don't need to be talked to. Their message comes from the Lord. I don't fully know what that means, but I guess that's true. And then I do philosophy, God, conspiracy lives, and politics sometimes 3 times a week. Oh, that's fair. That is fair. Unfortunately, I'm not a STEM person, so I'm probably not equipped enough for some of the more sciencey lives. I've had some climate change conversations, but a lot of those climate change debates are based on so much
prerequisite knowledge that if you don't have that circulating, it's just not going to stick. So yeah. All right, Siggy.
Hey,
How's it going?
I actually get to be a good co-host. I'm so excited.
Oh my god.
I cannot contribute to American politics. I'm sorry.
It is what it is. Oh. I don't know which one of these to do. We'll try this one. I have a feeling the other person. Oh, Arbor, you're a pro-lifer? Oh, I know, so crazy. What's up, Honda?
Hey, what's good, bro?
Not much, or a lot, depending on what you think about it. I hear some background noise. You listening to something? Thank you. You want to have a conversation? You pro-life? Why are you pro-life?
That's definitely not me.
Oh, well, I'm just here to have conversations. No, when you say that, now you're making me nervous. I'm worried you're going to say a slur or something. All right, I invited you up, Arbor, if you want to have a conversation. I understand the language you're using, but I think you might be a little bit misguided on what pro-choice is and some of the ideas we have around that. So feel free to have a conversation. If you want to hop up, keep on tapping the screen, y'all. I want to talk to a pro-lifer. I haven't had a pro-life live, or I haven't had any abortion debate, I feel like in a good little while.
I haven't either, actually.
Let's see if this person's going to load in. What's up, Kitty? What's up, Y? You pro-life?
Hey, so yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, yeah, abortion is murder because if it's alive and breathing and conceived, then you stop that heartbeat, you're killing it.
Okay, so
simple as that.
It seems a little bit less simple. You said that breathing doesn't really happen until you're born, so I'm a bit confused on why you'd say the word breathing.
They still have, they have an infant, a fetus still has the urge to want to breathe, especially whenever it is born. Whenever that happens, like it's still wanting to live inside of the womb. It's still thriving in there. It's living. That's where it lives.
No, I understand that. It just seemed like you were perhaps a little bit confused about what you value, because you talked about breathing and then you talked about heartbeat. Heartbeat doesn't really happen until around the 5th week.
Its heart is beating. So, at 8 weeks? That's whenever they can detect the heartbeat. They have abortions after they're born.
You can't have an abortion after a baby's born.
Yes. Google it. It happens. Okay. It's legal in states.
Wait. If an abortion is the termination of a pregnancy, how can you have an abortion when there's no pregnancy?
That's not what I'm saying. After you're pregnant and after you have the baby, they still, quote unquote, abort it.
Saying do you have any evidence of this happening?
Are you just
you can Google
they're
it.
taking the lives of born babies? Because that would just be schmurder.
That is just murder.
Okay, exactly.
Murder.
But they still consider
not
that
an abortion. That's not an abortion.
Yes, they still consider it an abortion.
It can't be an abortion
Google
because the pregnancy has ended. It's just unaliving a baby.
Yes, but they still put it under the term abortion. That's still unaliving a baby. Same if it's still in the womb. The exact same.
Can you show me the medical code that would say that?
What's up, Glock? How's it going?
Look it up. Look it up anywhere. You can find it anywhere. All you got to do is use Google.
Yeah, I have looked it up and I haven't found that. So could you give me evidence for your claim?
Google it. Look it up.
Yeah, and what I found is what I said.
After
and
they're
what
born,
I found is what I
and while
said.
they're still in the womb. All of it is under the term abortion. All of it.
No, you can't have an abortion if the baby is born.
Even if it's not born, it's still murder.
That's
Sure,
fine, but I need you to
that's-
stick to something. If you want to make claims, because you're kind of trying to congeal
It's
all this
of it.
stuff together to
It's not,
fearmonger.
it's not hopping around. It's all of it.
I'm
If
hosting,
it's
yes.
unborn or if it's born.
So, okay, the problem is you're trying to congeal it all together. Obviously, myself and Sig are very opposed to, if you want to call it that, post-birth abortions. I think that's silly, and to conflate it with the actual medical procedure of abortion, I think it's pretty demeaning to women, because women have a specific reason to engage in abortion,
it's just what's
and their
actually
reason,
going on.
and their
no matter
reason,
how much y'all deny
and
it. It's what's going on.
Hold on, and their reasoning is not because they want to kill babies. The reason is because they have some violation of their bodily integrity, something that we as a
Okay, if
society
it was a
hold
violation of their
incredibly
body,
dear.
I understand.
Hold on. Something that we as a society hold incredibly dear. That's the reason. Nobody just wants to kill babies. Maybe not nobody, but really nobody wants to kill
Well,
babies.
if you can't keep your legs closed and then you get pregnant and then have an abortion, that's still killing it. There's an exception if you were raped. Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming you do have the basic exceptions, like rape, incest, so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if you want to, let's focus on a specific topic. If you want to talk about post-birth abortions, we're going to be opposed to that. It's not going to mean anything for our position. If you want to talk about actual abortions, which is the termination of a pregnancy, we can talk about that and why you think they're wrong.
Yeah.
So normally these conversations go two different routes. Really depends on the angle you want to take. But the two primary focuses and the two primary arguments by people who are pro-choice are that there's a concern around bodily integrity, the idea that bodily integrity is a very important thing for us to uphold. That's a difficult conversation to navigate, but it is a substantiation for ensuring that abortion remain legal. It's not a claim about its morality or anything like that. Or if you want to talk about why you give it rights in the first place, we can talk about the fact that there really isn't a good substantiation of giving something rights before sentience, before there's any consequence.
Okay. So what I want to know, honestly, is so without the exception of grape or whatever, without that happening, what would be the purpose for the abortion other than just not having the child because you don't want it, because you couldn't keep your legs closed? Then why?
All right. Listen, it's a really goofy thing to say, couldn't keep your legs closed, because
it's the truth.
That's fine, but you're degrading the fact that a lot of people engage in sex as an important form of bonding. It's not just demeaning.
No, I'm not saying like that. You can take contraceptive too.
Yes. What percentage of abortions occur because of contraception or with contraception?
I'm not sure.
Over 50%. Meaning most abortions happen when they were on one or more contraceptives. So there are people that are taking these precautions. There are people that are in relationships, people that have families that are supporting kids, that realize, hey, guess what? I still want to have sex with my partner. I want to engage in a healthy sexual relationship with them, to continue bonding with them, but I don't have the finances nor the bandwidth to afford kids. So stop pretending as if abortion.
If you can't afford kids, but you're having sex without contraceptives, then it's just as simple as that. You just don't want the baby. Like,
wait, okay.
If you have a partner,
are you telling a married couple, if they don't want a baby, to just not have sex?
If they don't want the baby, they can use contraceptives or condoms or whatever.
I already told you that a majority of abortions happen from people who used one or more contraceptives.
Okay.
So when you say use contraceptives, they're not 100%. You know that, right? Condoms fail. Even when they don't break, it can still happen.
Okay, but still, if you don't want kids, you can still have a hysterectomy or have your tubes tied. There's all kinds of options except an abortion. There's so many options, but they choose to not do those and instead get an abortion.
That's fine. And by the way, I'm curious, and this line's been brought up into the conversations. Do you think that a woman who gets an IUD is committing murder?
No, not at all.
Do you believe life begins at conception?
It's a form of contraceptive.
Do you believe that life begins at conception?
Yes.
So do you believe that killing any conceived being is murder?
Yes.
Okay. And absolutely. You understand that IUDs kill conceived beings?
An IUD prevents conception.
It can, but it also, if conception does occur, it does
and
also,
if conception...
If conception occurs with an IUD, which it does happen plenty, it prevents it from implanting in the uterine wall, which means the conceived being just falls out.
Okay, but if it's not attached to with the placenta and stuff, if it's not attached, then you're not carrying that baby. Then it was just a miscarriage.
You can call it a miscarriage, but it was a miscarriage due to your actions.
Okay, but it wasn't conceived, so it wasn't alive.
It was conceived. Yes, it was.
No, if it did not embed itself in the uterus, then no, it was not conceived. It is not feeding off of your body, and you were not carrying that baby.
Do you think conception and implantation are the same thing?
Whenever you conceive a child, it implants itself, yes.
Conception? How does conception... define conception for me? Because I think you're confused there.
Whenever you get pregnant. Whenever the seed is fertilized.
No, that's the start of pregnancy. What is conception?
Conception? Okay, it's pointless. Y'all are pointless.
No. When you say life...
What is your point? What is your point? So you can just go have an abortion whenever you want.
I'm not going to have one. But...
Okay, well, obviously.
Is it? So when pro-lifers say life begins at conception, they're making a claim that the synthesis of the sperm and the egg and the resulting zygote from that synthesis is a unique human being that deserves rights. That happens as soon as the sperm and the egg combine. That is not implantation. That is not the start of pregnancy. That is conception.
I know that.
So something like an intrauterine device
is the start of pregnancy.
Yes.
Whenever it's implanted is the start of pregnancy.
Do you believe that life starts at pregnancy or conception? Because they're not the same thing.
It starts whenever you have sex and the seed is fertilized. That is conception.
Life starts when I have sex.
Yeah, the baby's alive. And then it's implanted and you're carrying that baby. Now you're pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Well, you also just quickly, you also said that after the placenta attaches, that doesn't happen until like 8 to 12 weeks that the placenta develops.
True.
It's implanted before that, but the placenta isn't there. So what was your point about the placenta?
That they're carrying the baby. So if you have an abortion, then you're literally killing the baby. Doesn't matter. You get pregnant and you have an abortion, that baby is gone. It's dead. After its heartbeat stops, it's dead. Simple as that.
Well, there's no heartbeat to begin with at the beginning of conception if it were to die. But
it's alive. So if my dog were to get pregnant right now, for an example, if I kicked her in the stomach, okay, all right, that's not killing it? That's not killing all her babies?
That probably would be killing the babies, assuming they did die.
Exactly.
And it would also be animal abuse.
The exact same thing. It's the exact same thing.
We're not denying
They're
that.
still there.
Like,
So
hold on. Why?
They get harmed. They're dead.
Why? We're not denying that having an abortion would stop the fetus from being alive. We don't deny that. We're just saying that this is justified.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, we're saying that it is justified to end the life, but also we don't value that the fetus is alive. We value.
I'm saying the only way it's justified is if you were raped or if it were incest or something.
We know that.
We're trying to get you to justify it. You're making claims that we should value, and not just value, because I understand why some people might value, but we should give it rights at conception. But that seems to conflict with some of your own beliefs, because when I brought up an IUD, you said, no, that's not killing. That's not, that woman's not a murderer. Even though what's likely happening if she were to have sex,
the mother's body.
It's alive though. I don't know why whether or not the it's attached to the mother has to do with it being alive or having rights.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do you grant rights at conception?
Because it's alive. It's now a child that is growing inside of your body.
Okay, so bacteria is also alive, but we don't give bacteria rights.
No, because that's not how human beings work. We don't have sex and then produce fucking bacteria.
That's not what I'm saying. So you said that things that are alive.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I'll explain it. So you're saying that things that are alive get rights, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay. Then why do you grant rights at conception?
Because it is a human child.
Okay, what's valuable
Human
about
life.
humans that means that they get rights?
Yeah. So they have rights as soon as they're conceived.
That was a
because they
question,
live in
not a
freedom.
statement.
Yeah, so, yeah, why do humans get rights?
What is your goal with this question?
Well, because I don't grant rights to things just because they're human. So we have a different view
Okay,
here.
so
I'm trying
my
to get
soda
you
can
to
sitting across the
justify.
table
Yeah,
has a right.
I'm trying to get you to
because you say
justify.
so, because it's-
Hold on, I haven't finished talking.
It's not human.
So I'm trying to get you to justify why you would grant rights at conception. So, like, would you?
Because
would
it's
you
a
give-
human child.
And what's special about humans that means that humans get rights, but like a tree doesn't?
What?
Yeah. Well, I can ask a different question. Would you give a cow
But
rights?
a tree doesn't. Why would a tree need rights?
That's
You're
I agree.
You're getting there.
comparing a human
You're getting
child
there.
to a tree.
well. I'm trying to
Why?
get you
because it's not
I'm
breathing
trying-
oxygen. Is that your reason?
That's not my reason. Like
Then what is
I
it?
can ask a different. Maybe I'll frame it a different way. Would you give a cow rights? Do you think that if you unalive a cow, you should go to jail or something?
No, I believe that, even a cow, though, should have its good life before it's butchered for a fucking hamburger.
Okay, but it's not. But it's not wrong to unalive the cow and then eat it. So, what is different between cows and humans that means that humans get rights?
The cow still gets rights, too. It's just a cow's rights. It's two different things. A human and a cow is two different things. Because we have
Right.
self-conscious brain
Oh.
that we're born with,
Oh.
at conception.
Oh, we're getting some.
Wait, we have a conscious brain at conception?
We're self-conscious. We have brains at conception.
We have brains at conception? Oh my god, this is a
seed-
revolution in the
seed
field of
At the
embryology.
beginning,
I did not
we
know
all
that a brain was
started that little bitty
introduced
seed.
at the early stages of embryology. Please write a paper, publish it. You'll be so famous.
Yeah. So, are you saying that you value consciousness?
Yeah, because a human child is still a human child.
Right.
Simple
So
as that.
we aren't. Yeah. So fetuses aren't going to be conscious until around 24 weeks gestation.
That's because they don't get the opportunity to. That's because children.
because they're not developed
You're not allowed
enough.
to vote until you're 18. So if
That's a good point. Why should we? If a certain developmental element comes into play, like turning 18 years old, and we say at 18 years old you get the right to vote.
Yeah,
Everyone
you now
before
have that
18, sure. Everyone before 18 has the capacity to turn 18 and therefore have the right to vote.
But-
Should we say that because they have the potential to turn 18, that therefore they should have the right to vote earlier?
It's because they're still citizens and because they're still valid. They live in the
You
country.
don't-
So yes, they should be able to vote. So yes, that child should be able to have its choice or its chance at fucking life. It should be able to have that choice.
The point of the analogy that I was making is that it would be nonsensical to apply characteristics or apply some set of circumstances to something.
It's not applying circumstances. You have a child. It's going to be you get
simplify
pregnant.
this.
It's going to be a human being unless you kill it. It's as simple as that.
The Young Gravy comments.
It's not. It's not. Oh, it could be a child. No, it is a
I
child.
might do a post-birth abortion on myself. So no. So the point that I'm making with that analogy is that in the same way that we don't give 2-year-olds the right Hello? Did that fix it? Is that better? Are we back? Please? Oh my god. And the guest left. Wow, we were just having a wonderful, cordial conversation. The guest left, and and everyone is out. Unfortunate. Well, guest, I forget your name, why something. Come back if you want to. We can continue the conversation. I understand, I don't know if they're still listening, I understand you're earnest about this, but I think there's some things you're just not considering when it comes to our position. I think there's a little bit of moral bankruptcy sounds harsh, but there's reasons why we think people have value. And it's not spuriously because they're a human being, it's because there's certain characteristics that human beings have that we care about. So yeah. Oh, why'd that go? I'm triggered. It's fine. Well, like the live, everybody, I guess, and see if we can keep on liking the live, y'all, and see if we can pull some... oh, Quincy! Oh my god, it's been forever. How you doing? See if we can pull some people back in, hopefully.
Yeah.
Tap the screen. Oh, I just slapped my mic. The screen's black now? Are you serious?
Pops, have you tried, like, leaving and then coming back?
Oh.
Maybe it's you.
Oh, it might be.
Because I think it fixed it for a lot of people.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's black for a couple people.
Oh.
That's weird. All right, keep tapping, y'all. Let's get to 5 million likes. And then maybe we'll get some opposition. Pro-lifers, if you're here, hop in the box. We'd love to have a conversation. Me and Siggy, especially Siggy, are dumbasses. So, yeah. We will totally get dog walked by you. Maybe.
Totally.
Yeah, sure. 100%. Hit me up.
I bought Keely VIP for Dress to Impress for her birthday.
Oh. You have problems.
Hey,
you have
funny.
problems.
You can't tell me that that's a funny gift.
It's kind of funny.
It's funny. I'm hilarious.
And probably am I tripping? Didn't like the Roblox creator get exposed for being weird or something? Or am I going crazy?
She's a teenager.
Oh, never mind then.
So,
the creator of Roblox is a teenager? That makes no sense.
Yeah, she's
been around
she
for a
made
long
it
time.
when she was like 15, I think.
Oh, she made it? Oh, okay. All right, fair.
Now she's 17. But yeah, she said what I heard
Roblox is like 10 years old. What do you mean?
Oh no, the creator of Dress to Impress.
Oh,
sorry.
I was talking about Roblox in general.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, okay. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. I want a debate. Maybe I should call it, but I want a debate. Of course I'm pro-choice. What does that mean, of course? Explain that. Do I look pro-choice? Is Young Gravy a pro-choice person?
Probably.
Does I keep getting fucking compared to him?
You do.
He's into mothers, so probably. I think.
But also Kit Harington.
Kit Harington?
Ginger virgin.
Ginger Kit Harington. True. I'll take that above Young Gravy, that's for sure. All right. Why can I even invite this person? I can't. Oh my god. All of the pro-life, the MAGA people, they're just not it right now. Come on, pro-lifers, hop up. Have a good conversation. I need to start lives earlier. That's probably my problem.
Probably. It is everyone's asleep time.
You thought I was blonde? I've said I'm dirty blonde. I'm dirty blonde, I'm light brown, I don't know what I am. I feel like I'm...
Auburn. Light auburn. Strawberry blonde. There you go.
I am not fucking strawberry anything,
yeah, you
okay?
Are.
I am absolutely not. No,
you are.
No.
You are.
Just because my beard is a little bit red, and my hair is only red because of the lighting, if ever. So, beta cuck blonde. True. Oh my god. Yeah. This man has it. Oh yeah, Kitty, you were the one trying to be like, oh my god,
You're totally not blonde when I never even said I was blonde properly. Now I'm being real. Ethnically blonde? What does that mean?
What?
It's red in the picture. It was not red in the picture. All right. You tried to make it red. It didn't work.
It is red.
Your scams have been. Your scams have been exposed. All right. Share the live, y'all. Like the live. Do all that stuff.
Yeah. Tell us why you support gestational slavery.
True.
Yeah. Tell us why you hate like women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why isn't my what is my camera? It's fucking bugging. My face is right there, and it's like flickering. I'm gonna get a seizure from this. Keep liking. Come on, let's get to 20,000 likes. Is pro-choice an objective moral proposition, a relativistic one, or an arbitrary position? Pro-choice is not a moral proposition, it is a legal proposition, which even though legality is downstream of morality, you should probably clarify that. Yeah, my camera is worse today too. I have no clue why. It's flickering.
Is it the green screen that you have on?
I don't think so. I have the same.
There's like two versions of this green screen. One where you're like behind, like one where you're a bit more behind the background, and then the one where you're more in front. I don't know which one you're using though.
I do not know what you're talking about.
Oh.
It's the main one that I've been using. It's the one that's selected.
It might just be that your lighting then.
Maybe it is the lighting. I'm using a colder lighting. Maybe I need to switch to a warmer lighting. Is that better? My lighting's a lot warmer now?
Yeah, you look more alive now.
Okay, well, thank you, I guess. I was using a cold lighting. Is that better? Does it is my... Oh, I'm alive? Damn, okay, wow. I didn't know it was that bad. That's crazy. Oh, maybe that is the problem. Maybe it was flickering too much with the white lighting. That is
the
crazy.
chain and the ring isn't helping the Young Gravy allegations, by the way.
What? I don't even know what Young Gravy dress is like. Damn, baby, you so something. I don't know.
Vicious.
Vicious? I don't know the fucking lyrics. All right. Keep liking. Let's get to 20K. Pro-lifers. Please. Fuck, I actually kind of see it now. All right, I'm going to kill him. No, I'm going to... His hair, although honestly, probably the similarity is the hair, because he looks like he has frustrating time with his hair too. Adding context, this sounds like someone who's a Harris supporter or is making fun of a Harris supporter. How you doing?
How's it going? So I guess like
he's 6'8". Fuck, he has me so beat. Okay, sorry, go on.
No, good. I was gonna say that I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-life.
Pro-life. Are you actually pro-life?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm actually pro-life.
All right. Why are you pro-life?
I believe that what is a unborn baby is a human life, and it is immoral to kill it. Okay, so why do you grant? We'll just go straight for the basics. Why do you grant human beings rights? Why do I grant human being rights? I think rights are irrelevant to the case.
When you say it's wrong to kill someone, which you're
morally
probably
correct, yeah.
Morally, yeah, you're talking about rights. Okay, maybe I should clarify. So there are legal rights and there are moral rights. When we're talking about legal rights, we're just talking about protections given by the law for somebody. That's what we're talking about, rights. But right now I'm talking about moral rights. How do you determine moral rights, which are the entitlements or the obligations someone has towards someone else in order to actualize their interests or desires. That's what I mean when I talk about moral rights.
Okay, yeah, so it's fair. So yeah, so I guess from moral perspective, any life that is human that helps propagates the species, it is moral to keep it alive and to also keep that propagation going forward for the betterment of that human species.
Okay, when you say it's moral to keep it alive, by that you also mean it's immoral to not keep it alive, right?
Correct, because it is a human life and therefore it has innate. It is good for the propagation and fulfillment of the human species.
That's going to run you into a couple problems. Sperm and eggs are good for the propagation of the human species. They are alive, at least in some sense. So why don't you value sperm and eggs to the same degree?
Because left alone their devices, they're still sperm and eggs. Once you create a being, then left to its own devices, once it reaches contraception, then left to its own devices. I apologize.
It's not left to its own devices, then, is it?
No, it is. The only way for it to not grow into a human being.
Zygote in a petri dish and tell me that it becomes a fully fledged human being.
Well, then you're taking out in its ability to. That's intervention. Then, as soon as you
can call it what you want to.
I think you know the
point
difference.
No, I mean that. The problem is it's an arbitrary distinction. There is some superseding cause that is constantly guiding, controlling the development of something. For sperm and eggs, when you have sex and you ejaculate or whatever, or you receive ejaculate or whatever, that's your process of guiding something towards what it could become. In the same way, when you have embryo planted inside you, that's your way of guiding it, or your body's way of guiding it towards something it becomes. If that zygote does not receive the nutrients and all that extra matter necessary for it to become something more, guess what? It's not going to be anything. So in the same way that the sperm and the egg lift their own devices, they're not going to do their thing, neither is the case with the zygote.
Well, there's a huge difference, because the general idea is for you really had to go out once. You'd really had to go out of your way in order to make sure.
Why does that matter?
Well, I just said why it matters.
I know you did not. Like I don't know why
because
intervention or specific actions create meaningful distinctions between the status of a sperm versus a zygote.
Well, again, because one, they're not the full human being that you need. They don't propagate to become a human being that contributes to a society left alone. Once its contraception occurs, once they're conceived, then it alone will become part of that human species.
You're repeating the same thing when I just dealt with the contention.
No,
it doesn't matter.
No, your contention is irrelevant.
My contention is that a zygote will not become part of the human species in the sense of being a fully fledged conscious being or a fully fledged moral agent. It's not going to do either without intervention. That intervention is the constant support of the mother's body. That is constant intervention that is occurring.
No,
in the same way that the sperm and the egg require intervention in order to become that next stage.
I see what you're doing, but it's wrong, because as soon as it happens, it already starts growth, and it continues growth until something intercedes in order to stop that growth from occurring. So what you're saying is something has to continue to happen for that growth to occur. No, it's going to naturally try to grow unless you do something to stop it from growing.
Why does naturally matter? And also, no, it's not. Depending on what you mean by naturally, if by naturally you mean outside of human intervention, no, it requires constant human intervention. If you mean outside of human consciousness or will or something like that, sure. But again, these distinctions don't. I'm not seeing the relevance of these distinctions you're trying to draw.
So, okay, a sperm left alone isn't going to turn into a human being.
Neither is a zygote.
Well, no, it does. It's trying to grow. It's programmed to gather resources and continue to grow bigger. A sperm isn't trying to gather resources and grow into a human. An egg isn't trying to gather resources and grow into a human unless it's put in that environment. Now, once a zygote is formed, then yes, it is naturally within its DNA trying to grow, trying to get resources and grow into a human being. So
do you know that sperm swim towards an egg? They're programmed to do that.
Okay, then you're talking about programming. You're talking about the molecular structure that enables it to engage in a way which progresses it down the path of human development. That applies to the sperm. It's also going to apply to the zygote. Now, if you mean there's an adaptive internal coding mechanism, DNA, within it, yes, that only happens at conception. But now you're going to say why that adaptive coding mechanism now makes it valuable, whereas when it doesn't have that adaptive coding mechanism, it doesn't matter.
No, because your foundation, what I said before, is wrong. I mean, the general idea is, again, a sperm needs to be put into a situation in order to to come into a being.
So does a zygote.
No, a zygote already is. It doesn't need to.
I'm curious if you really stick to this, though. Do you believe that rights begin at conception or implantation?
The moral right?
Sure. Yeah.
Again, like once you get you're asking me essentially the same question, dude. A sperm left alone to its devices needs to be still put into a certain scenario in order for it to grow.
I'm testing. Do you believe that rights begin at implantation or conception?
Before we jump into that, can we first agree that a sperm left alone isn't going to become a human unless something intercedes, but a zygote will continue to grow? No, but a zygote will continue to grow unless something stops it from growing.
No, okay. When you say left alone, what you mean is that it doesn't have any external forces acting upon it to cause it to change. In the same way that you need external forces for a sperm to get propelled towards an egg, you also are going to need external forces such as a female body support to ensure that it is getting the nutrient it needs. That's part of it too.
Well, right, but the difference is, again, a sperm won't just magically transform into it. Again, you do need to set those conditions, but for the zygote, then again, it doesn't need to be put in any additional scenario. I think we're going in circles in this case, man. When contraception happens, right, when it is conceived, then now it goes from pushing to pulling. You're pulling it away from its natural course. Maybe
why does that matter?
Well, it goes to like really the trolley problem, if you will.
I don't know what that has to do with it.
Well, I'm not. I mean, would you?
And I do want you to answer my question because when your
question becomes relevant, when your question becomes relevant to the conversation of if there is an actual difference between putting a sperm into a certain situation for it to actually become something else, and then having something that is already going to grow into a being.
Fine. So my question was sure. So then my question was, do you believe that rights begin at implantation or conception?
Again, that's irrelevant to the fact
it is not. It is absolutely not. If you answer the question, I will demonstrate how it's relevant.
Well, instead of just asking that, why don't you just answer? Why don't you just make your point rather than asking me a whole bunch of yes or no questions to get there?
I'm ensuring you're being an honest interlocutor. Because I don't want you to be adapting your answers to the way that I'm talking without me being able to test your perspective. Because when I ask questions and you answer them, I get to clarify things from you and test whether there are contradictions between your perspective or not.
So
if you don't answer any questions, I can't demonstrate to you how your perspective is contradictory. So please answer the question.
Why don't you just state your belief rather than doing a whole bunch of prodding and testing?
I need you to answer the question.
No, you don't. You can just state your belief. It's okay. You can just state your argument.
Why I need you to answer the question is because it will demonstrate to you that the view you have, you don't hold to meaningfully, because it does not apply in scenarios where it should be applying based upon your principles.
You need the answer to the question.
I need the answer to the question.
I don't think you do. Why don't you just state your point? You're a smart guy.
Why are you afraid to answer this question? I'm curious.
I don't see the relevance of it until you make it relevant. So I'm not going to entertain something I don't see the relevance in until you start making it relevant.
I have a deal. All right, you answer the question. I'll tell you how it's relevant.
This is not a real childhood thing.
Real quick. You answer the question. I'll tell you how it's relevant. If you can demonstrate to me how my relevancy clarification doesn't make any sense, I'll be happy to concede. How about that?
Well, why don't you just state your point and we can talk about it from there if it's relevant or not.
Answer the question.
But we're going in circles. There's no. I'm not going to do a dumb, with all respect, dumb quid pro quo thing. Why don't you just be straightforward instead of beating around the bush with these hypotheticals.
Because you're not engaging honestly. Because I understand you're scared. I need you to answer the question.
I'm not scared. I don't even know you. Why would I be scared?
Do rights begin conception?
Wait,
or
wait, hold on, wait. What am I scared about exactly?
Do rights begin
conception
or implantation?
You made a claim here. Well, what am I scared about?
You're scared about the conclusions that I'm going to direct you to when you answer my question. Now tell me, do rights begin at conception?
About it? Am I going to go to bed crying about it?
You might. I don't know how emotionally sensitive you are.
Not
if you are, that's probably a healthy thing. Crying is good for you, man.
You're right.
Do rights begin at implantation or at conception?
Can we go with the fact that I don't even know you and you think I'm going to be scared, yet you don't even know how emotional I am, so I may or may not be scared. Well, you say I might be scared, but...
I'm just wondering why you're opposed to answering this question. It's such a good question.
Why.
It's my favorite question.
I answer why. If you're paying attention to me, you
then
know
why don't you answer the question?
But I said why I'm opposed to answering the question. Then you just said, I don't know why you're opposed to it. I said, I do know. I explained why I'm opposed to it. Then you asked me, well, why are you opposed to it?
Is why do rights begin, or do rights begin at conception or implantation?
Okay,
please answer.
And I'm saying I don't see the relevance when pertaining to the fact that it's different for when a sperm just exists and a zygote just exists.
The point, I'll give you a little bit of a hint. I'll give you a little bit of a jump.
You don't have to give me a hint.
Hold on. What you were talking about,
or it's fine.
What you were talking about is that because it's on a natural determined path, that because it's on that path, it's distinct from a sperm, and because of that, it has rights. So I'm asking you very specifically, do rights begin at conception or implantation?
Wait, so I repeat the first thing you said. Because it is... So
the point you made is that a sperm does not deserve rights because it is not on a natural course to developing into the stages that would push it towards human development. So I'm going to ask you a question, and when depending on you answered it, it'll illustrate some inconsistency. Maybe not. You might be consistent. We'll see. Do rights begin at conception or implantation?
Got it. So again, the question is irrelevant.
What's up, Kenzie? All right, let's see. Oh my God. What's up, Kenzie? How's it going? How you doing? How exciting. I know this is like I guess depending on if you count restarts, more than my third live, or more than my second live, but this is my second live doing stuff. All right. We can try to haggle more, depending on whether or not this person is pro-life. Keandre? How's it going, man? Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, that's right. You're is this a different account? It's not. Okay. Oh, it knows. What if I give you $5 to answer the question? What about that?
I don't know you. I don't need your money. I don't want you. Actually, I find you saying that's a little degrading. Actually, like, I'm not scared of you. I don't even know who you are. I probably will forget about you tomorrow. You're taking this a little more seriously.
I'm glad I won't occupy your brain too much longer.
Critically, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm gonna. Oh wait, chat. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I don't know why Critically's question is irrelevant, because I could say that there's rights violations against a zygote if you grant rights at that point, right?
I explained it's irrelevant because we're talking about the differences between sperm and something that's been conceived inside a woman's body and inside a woman's body. So
do you think like an IUD would cause a rights violation?
It depends. What's the intent of an IUD?
The IUD in some instances can prevent a zygote from implanting.
You realize that wasn't the question I asked, though, right?
That's true, because she was graciously answering your question because what you asked made no fucking sense. What is the intent of an IUD?
Yeah.
Do you think rights violations are based on intent?
Very much so. You don't believe so? You don't believe we base you don't think we base our laws around intent?
I thought wait, hold on. Now you're going back to laws. We were just talking about moral rights violations.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So the right to life.
Our physical laws are based around moral laws, are they not?
Yes, yeah. So
not,
if I'm driving,
not all the time. Granted,
cool.
not all the time.
Cool.
Not all the time.
So your right to life ends when I kill you. That's what we're talking about. You have a right to life. If I don't do it intentionally, maybe I'm driving drunk, or maybe I tripped and fell while holding a knife or something.
Wait,
all of those compromise your right to life.
Wait.
So I don't know why you're. So I don't know why you're diverting. All that we're trying to figure out is when you apply the right to life.
Hold on. No. You're diverting because we were trying to come to a conclusion here.
Dude, you won't even answer his question.
Because it's not what we were talking about. Man. He just pivoted. We were talking about how a sperm and something that's been conceived inside a woman are how left up to their own devices come up to two very different conclusions. That's what
they both become. That was the point that I was making.
We've been trying to get you to answer our question.
That is then irrelevant to the central tenet,
point that I was
how
making.
we just went away from that and now I'm bringing it back to it. I'm not the one being dishonest here. This conversation has been continuing to try to drift in other directions.
The point that I was making very specifically is that when you said, oh, really? Okay, perfect. I guess I'll hold it like that now from now on.
A little closer.
A little closer? Perfect. Okay. Do you want me to turn up the echo too? Does that work? How is everyone doing? The point that I was making added is that you said that something like a sperm does not qualify as much as a zygote because the sperm is not on this quote-unquote natural course. I'm trying to clarify what you mean by natural course, because prior to implantation, the zygote is just floating around. It's not doing anything meaningful. It's not part of any natural progression. It's not until the implantation in the uterine wall occurs that there starts to be that clear development in conjunction with the female body. That's what's happening. So that's what I'm trying to get to a clarification from you, because if you argue that rights start at conception, then you're going to be committed to a stance that probably makes you commit to sperm having rights, because sperms and zygotes that have not been implanted, they're both just floating around until they implant or until they reach the egg, right?
Until human intervention makes it, and human consciousness makes it so.
Well, it's not human consciousness.
No, it is kind of human consciousness.
No, you realize that plenty of zygotes do not implant without any intervention.
Wait, hold on, wait. When I was talking about, sorry, we're talking about the sperm, or we're talking about the zygote?
Either.
So a sperm
doesn't intervention. Zygote can die without human intervention.
No, actually, zygote will mainly die with human intervention, not without. Sperm will die.
That's not even true.
Lack of human intervention. Well, sperm will also die with human intervention.
Wait, that is categorically false, just to be abundantly clear.
Sorry, wait, which part's category? I feel like sorry. Which part's the category false?
Yeah, the what's categorically false is the idea that a majority of is that implantation is generally unsuccessful, or it's about 50%, I think. So the pregnancies that actually make it to term from an actual fertilized egg, the number of fertilized eggs that actually make it to term, it's something like 25%.
Okay.
Right, so we're saying that a majority of, 30 to 60% of fertilized eggs don't implant, and that's just, it's essentially its natural course.
Right, but what happens when sperm meets the egg?
So that's what he's trying to, that's what a zygote is.
Right.
Is the sperm has met the egg, and without human intervention, it still does not successfully implant.
No, because human intervention, right, but then it has to be, for most of the time, you have to do something conscious in order for it to not occur. Otherwise, it's left up.
That is not true.
No, it just naturally happens.
And it's oftentimes because of defensive programming.
Right. It could naturally happen, but it also could definitely happen with human intervention, right?
It could. Sure, like an IUD, which is one of the reasons we brought up an IUD, asking you whether or not an IUD would qualify as like a woman being a murderer or something like that, because that would result in like if there was a successful conception, all of them would just fall out. They couldn't successfully implant.
Right. So I think I understand where the disconnect is, and that's why I asked about intent. I think when a zygote doesn't implant due to unconsciousness, that's just the way it is, right? I'm talking about the conscious. That's
not no. That is not what we're talking about. I am trying to get you to no. I don't care. No. I'm trying to get you to justify rights. I'm trying to get you to understand and figure out what your stance is as to why human beings have rights. The argument that you gave was that human beings have rights, and they have rights all the way back until the start of conception, because whether or not it's a fully fledged human being or a zygote or whatever, they're all part of the propagation of the human species.
Right.
And that's why I brought up the whole sperm and the egg example.
And you couldn't do anything, and you shouldn't do anything consciously to extinguish that.
Okay, so then we could do, all right, so let's say that I had a little device, I had a little mechanism, a little lab mechanism, and on one side I put a little boop, I put a little egg, on the other side, boop, I put a little sperm, and there was on a track, and they were running together, and in 10 minutes they were going to meet up and become fertilized, and then there was like a whole vagina underneath it to fall into, implant, cool, great shit. All right, let's say I had that device. If I were to turn off the machine, press a button and turn it off, would that mean that I was committing some type of violation of that human activity towards propagation?
No, because at any point you could turn it off at any time consciously, and it would still just be the sperm and egg.
Exactly, but that's a conscious intervention, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm consciously preventing that stage, that course of development into a fully fledged conscious human being. So why isn't that wrong?
Well, because already left alone to their devices, that would still be the way it is. They still wouldn't grow into a human being. Just because you set up the circumstances for them to possibly become a human being and then you turn that off, doesn't make it any more that in their innate, the way the things are, unless one has active conscious to make it a human being.
Also, chat, Parker got that from me. How fucking dare you, by the way. I see you comments. But
oh, incoherent added.
Say what?
You're right. I'm tripping. You're right. I mean, I am tripping.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
Point being is, when left to their own devices, they don't become a human being. Once they're mixed and left to their own devices, they do become a human being, unless not all, but and I think it's morally wrong if a conscious effort is done to extinguish it.
So the point I was making, I was setting up a scenario that should be analogous to pregnancy or whatever. There are two circumstances where there has been a setup of biological material where it is on this track. Then you didn't respond to it. Then you just didn't respond to it.
No, I did. I said, because still, regardless, left to their own devices, it doesn't become a human being unless consciously
yes,
stop.
There are two tracks that without conscious human intervention, it would result in the development of a conscious human being.
No, because
so why is stopping one track?
Because it is within their innate nature to still not be.
I don't know what that means.
That means that a sperm could last there forever, and eventually it has no chance of being a human being.
It is literally in the nature of an egg and a sperm to be hospitable to the development of human being. It is literally in the nature. The sperm literally swims towards the egg.
Yes, but you have to put it consciously in that environment to make it happen.
That's fine. I don't know why that's relevant.
Well, it's relevant because when it comes to a zygote, left alone to its devices, it will just, unless consciously you interfere.
You have to consciously. You're just confused about this. Go ahead, Genzu.
No, I'm sorry. He just. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. He just. That's wrong. A zygote left to its own devices has just as much opportunity to implant as it does to not implant.
Right. And what I'm saying is, it is immoral to consciously stop it.
So that would be an IUD. So you would say an IUD would be a rights violation because you were consciously preventing it from implanting.
Well, it depends. What's the intent of the IUD?
The intent isn't the question is whether or not you are terminating something with rights. Whether or not there's intent behind it doesn't matter. What I'm asking you is there a termination of
conscious effort?
All I'm asking, wait, that's fine. All I'm asking is, with an IUD, is there the occurrence of the termination of rights-bearing entities?
Irrelevant in this case, in this specific scenario. I'm asking about the intent.
No, you're a snake because you won't answer the questions. Whenever we posit a difficult question for you, screaming irrelevant does not forward the conversation. You need to answer.
I'll say it really softly.
Wait. Why did you ignore Critically's analogy? Do you think a drunk driver has the intent to kill someone?
No.
That too, yeah.
Then
you totally ignored that.
Wouldn't you say that's still a rights violation?
Yeah, but you still wouldn't be charged with first-degree murder.
Right, but you still would be charged with a rights violation, correct?
Or you engaged in a rights violation.
But it still wouldn't be
The beginning of this conversation, we preface this talking about moral rights. We're not talking about legal rights right now. We're talking about whether or not there was some moral rights violation. I gave you my definition for what a moral right was. You agreed to the definition. And we continued with the conversation.
Let me flesh my answer out. The reason why, in this case, referencing the law is relevant is because it shows that based upon the intent, which comes from a moral belief, we will apply a different human law to it.
Yeah.
So we call something manslaughter.
Stop. So we're talking about what we think ought to be the case, right? So we're trying to say we don't care what currently is the case in law. We're saying that we can acknowledge that if someone violates somebody's rights, then there's going to be a consequence of this. We're not discussing what the consequence would be. We're just discussing that this was immoral to do, and therefore there ought be a consequence. I don't care what the law currently is.
Let me restate that.
I don't care what the law currently is. So don't go on.
Right, but wait, we're in agreement though that depending on intent, it determines if something was morally violated or not, right?
Doing
is what
leads. You don't agree with that. You said the drunk driver still committed a rights violation, even though it wasn't intentional.
Right. Yes.
Right. So we're
that's what we're saying.
Yeah. So intent has nothing to do with a rights violation. We're asking you when a rights violation.
You're shifting it to applied legality. You need to stop.
No, I'm saying the degree of the
We're not
of the
talking
violation.
about degree. It's either a rights violation or it's not. And intent
it's
is
a rights
irrelevant.
violation, but it'll be a different degree of a rights violation.
We don't care about the degree right now. That's a later applied legality conversation. What we're talking about is whether, because we're trying to establish, if you can keep the context of the conversation in your fucking brain, we're trying to establish when something has rights. And the ending, yeah, because you're insulting my intelligence right now. And
how did I insult your intelligence?
Because you're avoiding questions that are pertinent to furthering the conversation.
So are you emotional about that?
Very emotional. I'm an emotional person. I'm going to cry myself to sleep at night because of what you've done here. I hope you're happy. So
I'm not happy or not.
Added. This is why I need you to answer the questions, because the whole point we're trying to get at is your justification for why rights occur at a certain point. Regardless of what we punish people, regardless of the legality, why do rights occur at conception? The point you made, I'm going to remind you of your own point because you seem to be forgetting it, is that rights occur at conception because at that point there is some activity going on that is designed to, and its course is designed to, promulgate the human species.
Correct.
Okay. And why I bring it up again, sperm also do that same thing. So I need to clarify the distinction you have between that of the sperm and that of the zygote and that of the implanted embryo and all that.
Well, I just said for when it comes to the sperm, conscious intention needs to be done in order for it to grow into a human being. When it comes to a zygote, then you need conscious intention to stop it from growing to a human being.
Are you against IVF?
talk about that too. Yeah.
Are you against
that's
IVF?
not true.
Can you answer the question? Are you against IVF?
Sorry?
Are you against IVF?
I don't know if they know what that means, to be honest.
That's the one that's you're throwing a lot of implantations and hoping one sticks, right? Or potential implantations and one sticks, right?
Well, it's where we take sperm and egg, create a zygote, and then we might freeze them or implant them.
Yeah, to me, I haven't done enough research on that particular, but I know it's been a big buzz, and especially in this political race. I personally haven't done enough research on that.
That's fine. So when we make these embryos, this is all done consciously, right? So we do this in a little petri dish. The embryo will not grow past a certain stage unless it's implanted in the uterus. So we have a bunch of embryos that, because of the state that they're in, they will not progress in their development. Is it immoral to unalive these embryos that are stuck in this state?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that one.
Okay. Because if your position is it's valuable because it will continue to develop into something or something like that, then you would say that it would be okay to unalive these embryos because they are not progressing in any way, shape, or form, and they will not without some kind of intervention.
Wait, should I say the last sentence again? I mean, one could hold value to them still, no? Like, is that not...
Well, not by the metric that you've given us.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's fair, but it could still hold value, right? Again, like, I'm not sure, I'd have to do more research into myself. I'm being honest and stuff I don't know about.
Yeah,
but, I mean, it could still hold value, right?
I don't know what you mean by value. If we agree,
you said the word
rights
value, so I was just kind of piggybacking off that.
If we all agree this is a rights-bearing individual, we're asking you what rights do they have, and what actions would be considered a rights violation, and why they have rights.
For the IVF, or we're talking about...
I mean,
like,
we've given you
which
several scenarios, and it seems like we've given you several. It seems like you don't answer any.
I'm not sure.
It's irrelevant, I swear.
We can ask it.
Now you're losing me. Maybe it's the hour.
Okay. So you're saying that something is valuable because it is on the trajectory of developing into a human being, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just go with that.
Sure. I don't know why it developing into something necessarily matters. If we're considering that we value human beings.
As I said.
You don't know why it's valuable if it grows into a human
the end
being.
of the argument is you saying it's valuable because you're still saying it's valuable because it's human. So why are humans valuable?
Because they're a member of our species, and members of our species help make sure that we as a species and our descendants live better.
You're assuming the conclusion in your premises.
Yeah, that was babble.
I assume it based upon history of human civilization.
No. What I'm saying is that you're saying humans are valuable because humans help human beings. Which is automatically assuming that there's something valuable to be
I mean, a lot
there.
of species don't help each other.
That's fine.
Some species eat each other after meeting. Like
that's well, we don't always help each other, but that's fine. The problem is you're not actually getting at the basis of value there. You're just asserting that humans are valuable because they're human.
Okay, fine. Humans are valuable because we show compassion for each other.
Animals do that.
Or
non-animals. I didn't say all animals did, but some animals do.
Sure, they have some value. And by the way, animals can have value too. Okay. It's okay.
That's fine.
We do art, science, study on history, contemplate the universe, and I mean, just the idea that we exist, and we have what we deem to be consciousness. I think those are all traits of a species that is valuable. And given that me, as a biological person, I think, like life.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
You're engaging in a constitution error, which means that you're taking something that's representative of a portion of a group and you're applying it to the whole. It is true that some human beings show compassion, some human beings engage in artful works. It is true that some human beings have all these qualities you're talking about, but not all human beings do. And we don't really do this for any other group, and we don't do this for any other categorization. So, in the same way that in the way that some human beings, most human beings, are above the age of 18, we don't treat all human beings as if they're above the age of 18.
Correct.
Okay. So this is
I
a
am
group
biased towards my own species. I would bias that.
Well, that's fine. I understand that, but the point you're making is that you're engaging in a fallacious line of reasoning here, which I need you to clarify. And that because it's and that fallacious attitude towards human beings, where you're broad brush applying some essence you can find within humanity to all members of the human species, that results in the very thing that we're contesting, the control of people's bodies.
Well, again, I don't think
so. You need to justify that.
I don't think it's your body. But two things.
It is literally your body. It is when you say you cannot do.
It has different DNA, man. It has different DNA.
No. I didn't say the fetus. I didn't say the fetus inside you was your body. What I said was that it is your body that's being affected by this. Your bodily integrity. So this is why this matters. So deconstruct.
But you can't do
that fallacious
whatever you
reasoning
want
there.
Something that's not your body, right?
No, you can't do to whatever you want. But this is getting back into like a bodily integrity argument, which I probably took it there unnecessarily. But we're talking first and foremost about how you determine rights, and you have not demonstrated that yet.
Well, I just said unless you have the conscious. We're going in circles.
Because you're not engaging in anything that we're saying.
No, because
we demonstrated that your own reasoning we've demonstrated that your own reasoning is flawed because you talked about something that is engaging in the trajectory of becoming a fully developed human being automatically has rights. You failed to create a meaningful distinction between that of a sperm and an egg and a zygote and so on and so forth because and that's why Siggy introduced IVF, which would actually require active intervention for it to become a fully fledged human being. So I wonder if you would be okay with killing all of those conceived embryos. So you should figure that out if that's a real problem.
And I already said,
you have not demonstrated the meaningful distinction
I'm not much more knowledgeable into the science of it, and I'm happy to go back and do my own research. Like hold on. It's not complicated.
Wait, it's not complicated. Sperm, egg, throw them fucking together. They become a fertilized egg. They take those. And they if they're viable, if they seem like they'd be desirable offspring, they implant them, and they see how many implant, and they throw a bunch at the uterus. That's what they do. And a lot of them die because of this process. Is that wrong? Thousands die.
I don't know. What would the alternative be?
Just not having a baby.
Well, then you're not helping propagate life.
You think if you have to kill thousands of people in order to get one life, that's better than just not having a child at all?
The question is, how many would be alive if you didn't kill thousands?
Well, now you're going into a bizarre argument about about killing people in order to make more people.
Oh, yeah, at this point, you're calling them people, so...
No. I'm saying in general. It sounds like you're saying that if we can increase the human population as much as possible, and we do that by like killing people, we should do that or something.
Well, no, again, there's a thing called sunk costs, right? So the question is, how many people would be alive otherwise?
What does that have to do with the sunk cost fallacy? Hello?
Well, you're saying that you would need to sacrifice 1,000 for one, right?
The point.
Right? That's the scenario you gave. Yes.
You cannot track at all. Are you serious?
The point that I was late, so I'll be honest here. Maybe not. You're right. Could be possible.
Okay, then you should probably have conversations with people when you can engage with them in a way where you're understanding their points and responding meaningfully to them. Otherwise, it's disrespectful.
What did I miss here? You said so. It wouldn't be the fact what you said, where you'd be sacrificing 1,000 for the birth of one.
Yes, that was the point it sounded like you said that's okay, where you're like, it's okay to kill thousands of what you consider to be people, conceived beings, It's okay to kill thousands of them as long as you get that one baby or something.
Okay, now how many people would be born if you didn't try to conceive thousands?
If none, but that's my point.
So you're saying the birth of one would only happen with the death of the thousands, but otherwise you'd have a missed opportunity across the board.
No, the point. It sounds like if we could. What you're saying, and with the conclusion of what you're saying is that if I had a machine that if I pressed the button and it would kill 1,000 random people, but because of that, 10,000 more people would spring into existence. Would that be good?
Interesting.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Kenzie, kill it. No, say hi and debate this person.
No, that's a good question. I gotta think about that.
I think it's really interesting.
You haven't thought about any of this, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's really
Well, of course I haven't thought about it. I'm here to think about it and need to put it away for a bit, don't I?
But you hold this position. You hold this position. Like, I assume you think that abortion should be illegal, right?
I think that not all instances of abortion, no.
Why? In what cases?
Rape and incest.
And why to you does that matter?
What's that?
Why to you does that matter?
Why to me does it? Are we going off an entire different? All right, look.
No,
I came here for one aspect of the conversation. I've been up here for a bit.
No, answer that. Unironically answer that because it totally defeats the point you're making.
Then we're going to go through a whole different conversation.
No.
Conversation.
Well, wait, no, it's not. It's not a different conversation.
Yes,
so, like,
it is.
Abortion,
Hence, it's around different subjects.
Well, you're not answering any of the questions for us to actually get to our point. You don't know if it's relevant to the conversation or not.
Added. So
okay, then how would you say how it's relevant for the conversation? But honestly, I've been up here for probably I think 30 minutes now. I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Not running.
If you
I'm up here for a minute.
I can explain it.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'm running. I'm doing the 100-meter dash.
Wait, let's see you explain.
Do you want me to explain it?
No, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
Have a good night.
Dude,
It's the middle of the day.
When I joined this fucking chat, and I'm high, and in that time frame, he did not answer a single question. That's crazy.
No, he didn't.
Unbelievable. The questions were so obviously related. It seems like he just has a broken brain where any question that could navigate into an area that might challenge his beliefs, his brain just shuts down. Holy shit. And he said he had the nerve to say, I came up here to learn, and think of, oh my god.
Yeah, men do
Did
that
he ask us any questions? I don't think so.
I feel whenever men debate me on feminism, it either turns into a therapy session or they tell me they're just here to learn.
Like, I mean, even if you're being disingenuous, like, are you even having fun if you're not engaging in the conversation at this point? Not that this shit is fun, but like, come on, dude. Like,
pro-lifers, if you thought that was a bad representation of your position, tell us why.
Who, like, what pro-lifers have you debated?
Have I debated?
Yeah.
Good question. I can't even remember, to be honest. Did you just debate RC? Someone messaged me and said that you were on a live with RC. Was that recently?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was tonight.
Okay.
We were competing lives.
Oh God. I've debated a lot of different people. I'm trying to think of Siggy. You would know better than me, to be honest. What are the dominant pro-life debaters
right now?
Well, or ever, because I haven't really been debating recently. So.
The scene changes a lot. Probably like Kay and Honey.
Someone in the comments said Andy. I have debated Andy.
Really? Yeah, Andy hasn't been around as much. Who else is there?
I debated Kay, but I think she blocked me. So.
K.
Yeah, K's not very good.
No, K is a boy. I told you about K.
Oh, I thought you meant what's her name?
There's two Ks. Girl K and boy K.
Yeah, boy K. Yeah, God, what's that religious guy's name with the glasses?
James. Yeah, James. You should debate James. That would be funny, actually.
Yeah, I debated James and Kay was on as a co-host. And it was really weird. He's like, how many abortions are induced? What percentage? And I'm like, all of them? And then after that, he never said a word.
Damn. Oh yeah, and I need you to fill me in.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Jamal for Jesus?
James? No.
No. I was looking at someone else in the chat.
What's that one dude's name? That Parker got him saying that we should throw all mentally ill people off of a building.
Oh, Older Millennial?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
Have you guys debated him at all?
Is really
I think
hard
I talked
to
to him once.
because he just number one, sometimes he's drunk, so he doesn't pay attention, and then he just can't control himself. He gets so frustrated and just stops doing it.
You know, I think when like years ago, I think he jumped into one of my lives, and I don't even think I understood anything he was saying. Like it was weird.
Is he properly? Is he actually pro-life, Ultra Millennial?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
thought he was like a more like edgy, fashy, conservative type or something. I don't know.
You know, it's hard to say if he's even a real boy or if he's not just like a rage baiter.
Oh, yeah, fair.
That it could be the case. What did you want me to fill you in on?
Oh, you meant, I don't even know if you remember it that well, but like Kay's position, you said he had like a weird natural law thing or something.
Yeah, he argues natural law theory, but he puts his own spin on it.
That is lovely. NLT. All right, any pro-lifers? Hop in
Surprised
request.
this is your topic. Like, what would you say you want to debate the most?
Well, the election is near, and there's a lot of election-sensitive stuff, so I might. I kind of I'm interested in a lot of that stuff. I've done a lot of research on the Israel-Palestine topic conversation, but that's like a little bit more difficult probably to engage in. I tried putting it up for a little bit. And also apparently these Zionists are pretty aggressive and, taking down lives and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pro-Palestine.
Tough for like TikTok. Yeah, I would think election would probably get you best views.
Yeah.
Or most engagement, I should say, if you're looking for debates.
We need the debates.
Yo, critically, did you just start doing your own lives?
I did when I came back. Yeah, basically I literally always guested on other people's lives and stuff. So, but I thought I might as well. Might as well. All right, pro-lifers, hop in the box.
I'll drop. So maybe they're afraid of how many co-hosts you have.
Could be, or they're scared of you specifically. Intimidate them.
Honestly, I can drop out probably because all of you are probably way better debaters than I am. So.
Oh, it's no worries. Oh, someone who's in the request just left.
Bye, Kenzie.
How are you doing, Siggy?
I'm pretty good. It's really humid here today.
Oh?
Yeah. Crazy. How are you?
I'm pretty good, actually. I had a slower day than I would have wanted, but that's fine. It's how it goes.
You wanted a what?
I had a slower day than I would have wanted.
That's fair.
Ghost Ego. Should I remember that name? This person says they went up, and apparently I know them, but I don't remember them.
I have no idea who they are.
Ghost Ego. I'm sorry, when did we talk? Am I tripping? Maybe. Weird, even if fetus has to pay for the lack of accountability. Well, the fetus isn't paying for anything until it's sentient, so I don't really care. Oh, you can request up. And oh, you can come up and debate. Sure, I'll let them up for a second. Hello?
Yeah, man, it took forever.
Hey, how's it going?
Sorry?
I said, how's it going? I'm trying to remember Ghost Ego.
Dude, it's been a while. Like, it's been like almost 3 years, I believe. Yeah. But
okay, you can't follow me then. I have a terrible memory. For the past 5 years, I've had a terrible memory. So.
It's okay. It's been a while, man. I used to follow you when you used to debate, and I've debated you myself, and most of the time I agree with you all the time. Most of the time, yeah. But
most of the time you agree all the time, or you?
I'm sorry. Most of the time I agree with you, but I guess for this one I don't. I didn't know you were pro-choice.
Really? Wait, you didn't know I was pro-choice? I feel like I don't feel like I'm especially politically diverse in my opinions for the most part. So I feel like a pro-choice stance should be kind of obvious.
Yeah, that's how I came across critically during an abortion debate.
Also, you said Annie?
Yeah, I remember Annie, and there was this other guy, library guy. We used to be in like sometimes we used to not debate. We used to just be in like the group lives.
Oh.
Damn,
my memory must be terrible. My bad.
It's all right. It's all right.
My bad.
Yeah, it's all good. I was gonna say, I am pro-life, but part of me thinks that I was just kind of like brainwashed by my parents to believe in that. But yeah, I just from my perspective at this like present moment, I just feel like it gets to a point where it just feels like you're scrambling an omelet, and it just feels like very immoral to like prevent a life from happening.
Yeah, and by the way, I kind of get that. I kind of get why people have this feeling, this sense, and I think it's a useful sense from a utility perspective. I think there's an evolutionary backing behind it. And so I think there's a reason why it exists, but I think we need to be cautious about indulging in that intuition because it leads to a lot of problems. But yeah, I think that we have kind of a pretty vested interest in caring about the human aesthetic, right? And I think we even engage in some ways that morally punish people for engaging in extremely degrading actions of the human aesthetic, even if there's no rights violation. Extreme example, it's gross, but it kind of illustrates the point. It's like if someone were to make a lifelike like a doll that looks like a person, and were to like simulate like assaulting it, like raping it, I think most people would be like incredibly turned off by that, and some people would probably say, hey, that's wrong. It's hard to cash out why that's wrong because there's no rights violation that's really occurring there. But you are kind of engaging in these behaviors. Oh, what's up, Anna? You are kind of engaging in these behaviors that
pretty grossly defame the human image. So that's an intuition that people have, but I do think we need to be cautious about indulging in it, because indulging in that intuition without good justification means that we are preventing real rights-bearing individuals, like fully developed people, from accessing their rights. So I think it's important that you recognize that intuition, that you recognize that intuition isn't some insane intuition, but that it is flawed at bringing you to the right conclusions about how to deal with this abortion situation. If that makes sense. Or maybe I was just rambling. Does that make sense?
You're not rambling. You're essentially saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're essentially saying that there's like too many feelings involved in my reasoning?
What I'm saying is that there are feelings involved in your reasoning. Those feelings actually have a pretty strong reason as to why they exist, because we have an interest in respecting the human image. A fetus is a part of the human image. An embryo is a part of the human image. It bears a lot of the human aesthetic. And it has a lot of those characteristics, which are superficial, but they're there. And we have an evolutionary interest in preferencing those, but preferencing those to the point where we're violating and expecting other people to allow for continued violations of their body, of their bodily integrity, that's when that aesthetic interest becomes wrong. That's when it goes far too far. That make sense?
That makes sense.
So yeah, I'm just trying to help you cash out what those intuitions are relating to, why you have them so strongly, and that it's not even necessarily that bad to have the intuitions. You just need to restrain them when it comes to this instance, because the value of those aesthetic preferences don't even come close to the value of respecting people's rights to their bodies.
Yeah, I guess it goes back to, deconstructing on like why certain people think the way they do, like as far as a lot of people that I guess are anti-abortion, I have noticed that they tend to like subconsciously view women as second-class citizens, and
sometimes, yeah.
I know the reason why I say that is because I feel like when I was younger, when I was like 14 and 13, I feel like I used to kind of think like that. And just because I was like around so many conservatives, and when you're around certain people, it's like sometimes it affects you so much more than you're realizing. And I think that's like why a lot of the, there's like a disconnect, especially with the last person that came on, the guy added context, whatever his name was. I think like sometimes some people are literally just like incapable of getting outside of a certain logical bubble.
Yeah, a lot of his arguing was like post hoc.
Sorry.
Yeah. A lot of his arguing was post hoc. He came to a conclusion, then he was trying to like backwards reason himself to that conclusion he already accepted, which is pretty common, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I also think that there's like so many subconscious notions that are involved in his reasoning that he just doesn't doubt, but when he should doubt every single one. And that's why you and him couldn't even get to a common ground after talking so much, because if he doesn't address those and I know that too, because like I was I don't want to digress too much, but my point being is basically the people that are anti-abortion don't really respect the rights of women, because they kind of look at it as in the sense of like the primary focus is on the baby. And,
did you say you're kind of I thought you said you're pro-life, though. You're talking down to pro-lifers a lot for being pro-life yourself.
I slightly lean pro-life. But I told you, like, I'm very, very confused on this topic, hence why I'm joining this live chat, because I really wanted to I guess, know what your reasoning is behind you being pro-choice.
Yeah, and by the way, you do understand you can be pro-choice and morally opposed to abortion, right? Like, that's a thing. Like, a pro-life, pro-choice stance is a legal stance.
Can you say that? Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, you can be pro-choice and morally opposed to abortion. There are plenty of people, there's a lot of Christians that are pro-choice that believe that abortion is wrong, but recognize that, there's a problem with obligating legally a bodily integrity violation.
I'm saying it's like a freedom thing.
Yeah. So you don't need to be in this position, and obviously, like me, I don't think getting abortion is immoral until sentience. After sentience, I do think it's immoral. I still allow it, or I still think it should be legal. But if people want to think it's wrong to get an abortion, they can think that. And I think it's not the worst thing to think that. But the problem is when you start leveraging legal restrictions on people. That's a much higher bar.
And that's the thing. Like, that's what I'm really confused about, because while I do, like, my brain sadly leans pro-life, I just feel like the morality aspect behind it, the morality perspective, it's like, it's so subjective. And that's what kind of like takes me off. And I feel like that's why, like, because I feel like pro-choicers usually say it's like, it's the moral thing to let the woman choose. And, anti-choice is anti-abortion people basically say that, like, it's immoral to terminate the baby no matter what stage of the process it's in, or he or she.
They don't say it's immoral, they say it should be illegal. Again, the pro-choice, pro-life position is a legal question. What should be legal? That's the whole point of the position. So I think it's important to clarify.
So this debate is mostly from a legal standpoint?
Yes. Now, maybe I can make this a little bit clearer. So we generally have the assumption that there are plenty of things that are immoral that should be legal. But if you can't even show that something is immoral, it's pretty tough to say it's illegal. We have some public safety laws in place where it's not necessarily like immoral to jaywalk or something, but for public safety reasons, we say, well, it's against a lot of jaywalking, even though cops don't enforce that shit. But why I often start, I can start in a few different ways, but why I sometimes start with a moral question is, if I can undermine a pro-lifer's ability to even make a moral condemnation of abortion, especially in a pre-sentience period, that's the focus, if I can undermine their ability to make that moral condemnation, they have no legal ground to stand on. Really just no legal ground to stand on. If they can't even say it's immoral, how are they going to reach the almost always higher bar of saying it should be illegal? So that's what I try to do. That's what I try to undermine. So that's why the conversation can sometimes center around that.
Okay, I think I'm done asking questions. I think I kind of, I'm going to think about this some more, but I think I'm done.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Good talking to you again, Ghost. Sorry, I forgot about our interactions. I forgot a lot of things, to be honest.
I think I'm going to say this and you're going to remember me. Remember I made this comment about your PFP a long time ago. I made a comment about your PFP and then you explained it to me in detail why it's like it's not like satanic or something.
Oh, a number of people have done that, unfortunately. So, yeah, that wouldn't work well. But
yeah, you basically.
What is your profile picture?
I don't fucking know. It's like a human skull with goat horns. I saw it on Pinterest and I liked it. That's literally it.
Yeah, no, you basically told me how it's beautiful. I remember this. It was like freaking. So many things happened. I went to the hospital recently and I was off TikTok so long. Yeah, it was. It's been a crap show, but now I'm back on TikTok. So. And then I saw you. You randomly popped up. It was a new account that I had, and then you randomly popped. Oh shit!
Oh,
yeah. I haven't seen him forever, but yeah.
Yeah, I was out for you.
Anyways, good catching up.
Yeah. Hey, you take care, man. Fully, are you up for this conversation, or did you do research on tactical warfare and you want to rehash that conversation?
No. I'm not looking to rehash that conversation. I was more so on the pro-choice and pro-life.
Okay. I'm assuming you're pro-life?
Honestly, no, I'm not. I'm pro-choice, but the stipulation on pro-choice just goes through state boundary.
What is that? What do you mean by that? You mean it should be left up to the states?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we can get to the fundamental problems with that. Generally, when it comes to elements of bodily integrity, we tend to say states don't get to do that. Federal government has to put some mandate in order to protect those rights. The classic case is something like slavery. I mean, do you think that slavery should be a state-by-state decision?
Do I think? Absolutely not. No. Abolish slavery, be done with it, leave it in the past.
Well, it's been abolished, so we're good there. But forcing women to have abortions has not been abolished. So,
forcing women to have
pregnancies. My bad. Forcing women to have pregnancies has not been abolished.
Oh, okay. So this is the way I see it. There is definitely situations in where a woman should be allowed an abortion. Absolutely. In the sense of incest or rape or
Are you saying that you think there should be federal protections for those circumstances?
Absolutely, 100%. Women should definitely have the option. I mean, if a woman's raped and she chooses she does not want to have that child,
yeah, critically, you gotta get better.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm bad at that.
Brother, you seem tired, but I am too. My whole point is that I don't believe that we should federally be funding abortion.
That's a different conversation.
Right, I agree. But that is my stance on it. I don't think that there should be federal funding going towards it to help aid that. On a state level, if a state so chooses, that they want to have abortion legal to the sense of even late-term abortion. I hate to say that I agree to it, but if that is what the state chooses, then that should be the legality of it. But I don't think it should be done on a federal level. And if you live in a state where they choose to take state tax dollars and put it towards that, well, you have the choice to leave that state.
Do you think abortion is wrong? Do you think abortion is morally wrong?
See, I want to tell you yes, but I have had an abortion in my lifetime.
Yourself?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. Kiss my ass. But either way, I was a part of it, and I helped make that choice. I was young, and would I make the same choice today? Probably not. I'm not in the standpoint that I was at that age. But do I believe that I'm a bad person because of it and that I'm going to hell? No, I don't.
That's not even okay.
I know where you stand on it. I know where you stand on it. Yes, but I'm using that as an example.
The reason I asked, which is, critically already asked it, but if you believe something is wrong, then typically we're going to see that we should have protections for all people, right? Or like if something's, so like we would say like murdering someone, that's wrong, and all people should have like protections from that not happening to them.
Sure.
Something like that. So if we say that abortion isn't wrong, then I don't know why we would say, well, we'll just leave it up to the states. if it's something that should be protected and something that people should be able to access no matter where they are. If there's nothing wrong with it, why would we not allow people to be able to access it everywhere?
Well,
and and could you please demonstrate the difference between, because you didn't really do that, between that and slavery, letting that be up to the states?
Yeah.
Demonstrate the difference between abortion and slavery. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Why would you leave one up to the states but not the other?
For one, the enslavement of another human being. What
do you think compelled pregnancy is?
What do I think a compelled pregnancy is? I mean, it almost seems to me as if you're fighting, you're fighting more so for pro-life than you are for pro-choice.
Hello? What?
I'm just saying, it seems more so you're fighting for pro-life than for pro-choice.
Wait, how did my question at all indicate that?
You asked me if I believe, slavery was a bad thing.
Yeah, and we're saying that forcing people to carry pregnancies to term is a form of slavery. So forcing someone to carry a pregnancy that they do not want to carry, forcing someone to work when they do not want to work,
well, I don't
taking
believe
their rights,
that
having less rights than someone else. So in the case of pregnancy, that would be less of a right to bodily integrity. We're making these the same. So we're saying that we should have it be the case where we protect people so that they do not, and they are not victims of slavery, or they are not victims of having to carry pregnancies that they do not want.
Well, you wouldn't be if if you traveled from, say, Alabama to Tennessee.
And you wouldn't be a slave if you ran between Alabama and Tennessee, if there were different legalities there.
Wait a minute. So are you actually saying that if Alabama had no abortion laws and Tennessee did, that you would be a slave in Alabama? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Oh my God, no. What I'm saying is, you made the point that, hey, if you don't like or you disagree with a restriction being made on you within a state, you just can go to another state. And I made the point that this seems analogous to saying to a slave who was enslaved, hey, just run away from your master, okay? Just run away, go to another state. Don't worry about that. That'd be a silly thing to say.
But you're not a slave in this country anymore.
I didn't say that you were a slave. We're drawing the analogy between being enslaved and having your body be used for pregnancy, where you have to carry the term.
I don't think anyone's telling you that you have to carry the term. I don't understand where.
If abortion is illegal.
Yeah, if abortion is illegal, you are forced to carry that pregnancy to term.
Okay, but
no other
not
option.
if you are. And like I said, what I was getting behind here is that I believe it should be at state level. So if Tennessee allows it and Alabama does not,
if it's
travel
at a state
from
level,
Alabama to Tennessee and you can have the abortion.
Sure, if it's at a state level, that means that people's rights differ by state. Do you think that's a good thing?
No shit, huh?
Right.
Do I think that's a good thing?
In places where abortion is illegal, they will have less rights than someone in a different state. Do you think that we should make it the case that everyone has equal rights in all states?
No, not at all. You do realize that's why we have states, correct?
So people shouldn't have the same rights in the same country, in any part of the world. We should everyone can have different rights.
Any part of the world. Hold on, ma'am, you need to calm down for a second. Let's talk about Europe for a second. So in Amsterdam, where marijuana was legal for however many years, but it wasn't in England, how far were you traveling to get from England to Amsterdam? You do realize that the European countries are basically the same thing as states.
I don't think comparing
that's ignoring
like a use of a legal of a
ignoring nothing. No, hold on. I don't even know who's talking right now, but hold the fuck on. You guys are not paying attention here. That is why we are a constitutional republic. The United States is the 50 states made up so that they can govern themselves. That's why we have these.
Hold on. Do you think that the European Union and federalism are the same thing?
Federalism.
You're insane.
Who said that federalism and the European Union were the same thing?
You compared us to the EU.
I said the United States, and
federalism.
I
in the
didn't
United
say
States.
anything about the European Union. I did not even say anything about the European Union. Do not put words into my mouth.
Then what
Bottom
point were you
line,
making?
Europe is a made up continent, basically. It is a.
That's like all continents. Okay.
Okay, so
Mom,
and it
come pick
has
me up. I'm
states.
scared.
Now, these countries, what are they? They are governed by themselves. Correct?
Yes, but the U.S. is a country. You understand that, right? States are not countries.
No shit. You don't say.
So why'd you bring it up?
Are governed individually. That's the beauty of the United
No,
States.
we're not. Wait, you don't understand the federalist system? Are you serious? The federalist system ensured that the federal government had a list of constitutional laws and specific protections that all the states had to hold by absolutely. Now, for more specific, smaller matters, jurisdictions were drawn up by states, so you could decide the way things were funded. You could tack on additional laws if you wanted to, as long as they did not contradict the Constitution. So no, we are not some split up section of like group of country states like in Europe. We are a nation.
We were allowed, but the states, after following guidelines throughout the country, were allowed to govern themselves. That is the point of states. That way,
No, they were not. You cannot govern. You as a state cannot govern yourself. You are subject to the federal government.
In certain terms, yes, you are. But the bottom line is we still get to choose certain laws, as so long as our Constitution gives us that power. So, such as,
And what we're
let's
saying-
talk
wait,
about
Louis,
Roe versus
what
Wade.
we're saying-
Okay,
Louis, what
we
we're
are
saying
allowed
is-
to govern ourselves on a state level on things such as abortion. Come on now, use common sense. Don't try to act like you're so goddamn super smart, like you're trying to teach me something. You're not teaching
Louis,
anything.
Louis,
When you look
wait,
at countries such as
Louis.
Germany, Spain,
Wait, let's take a go.
England, Ireland,
point-
Scotland, all these different countries, they have different laws, okay? And under the European Union, they are all connected now. So you're the one that
I
brought
don't
this
care.
up.
I don't care about this. Okay.
I'm sure you
our
don't
point
care.
Is,
What
our
I don't
point
care
is-
about
our
is
Wait,
point
Foley, hold on, hold on.
Point is,
prove
our
a point that is
oh my
completely
God.
fucking irrelevant.
Foley, hold
This
on.
is
Oh my God.
liberal logic.
Foley, hold
That's the
on.
problem.
Yeah, our point is that abortion should be legal in all states.
Okay, you think
That's our
whatever
whole
you'd
point.
like, but that's not the way the Constitution works. You realize that, right?
What do you wait.
What?
What do you mean? It literally is. We literally could pass a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion across the nation.
Sure, you could pass one, but
we could literally pass the legislation.
The way that's going to go.
We're
You-
saying
you-
that should happen.
Why
We're saying
is
that
it?
we think
Why
that
is
should
it that
happen.
you think it? Oh,
Because
hold on.
all people,
Let's talk about this.
Because
then.
I haven't finished
Why
my
do you
sentence.
think this should
I didn't get to
this
finish
should
my
be governed
sentence.
at
I actually didn't get to finish my sentence. Could I finish my sentence, please? Thank you. We think that abortion should be federally protected so that everyone has equal rights to bodily integrity. That's our position. We think that it is a good thing that abortion is protected federally so that
Why?
people
For
do not
what
have
reason?
unequal rights.
Why? For what reason?
So that
When you
people
can travel
have
less than 2 hours across state lines and have a different set of laws governing you to where you can have what it is that you're wanting to have. Why would you want to change that?
I don't think you
This goes back to the
understand.
slavery thing. Okay, so, but we can do something different. So if, let's say, in Texas, it was legal for an adult to marry a 5-year-old. If a man wanted to marry a 5-year-old and he crossed state lines to do that, do you think that that's a good thing? Or should we stop to have a law in place where you can't marry 5-year-olds? Which option do you think is good?
So number one, you're trying to justify a difference between having an abortion and marrying a 5-year-old. Where is your mind at right now?
The point being made is you need to give us a set criteria. You need to hold on. You need to give us a set of criteria for which some laws should be enacted nationally and all states be held to those laws, and what laws should not be and should be left up to the states. How do you determine that?
That is the exact point here, okay? So, because there is such a difference between people thinking whether it is that they should be pro-life, pro-choice, have an abortion, don't have an abortion, because we are so segregated on such topics, that is the need for having it be governed at state level. Because it is that, okay, put it to you like this. What if we had a state that was just for Muslims? What if we had a state that was just for Christians? What if we had a state that was just for Jewish people? What if we had a state just for Hindu? I mean, okay, base it off of religion. So the point of the United States is let's say California was strictly Muslims and China decided they wanted to take over California. The rest of the United States goes to bat for California. We all fight for California because we are one land.
You're off track. How is this relevant?
I'm not off track at all. You guys are completely off track by talking about marrying 5-year-olds.
Dude, that's wait, hold on. The point now seems to be hold on.
You guys, some nasty people, even bringing.
Hold on.
Where does that come from? We were talking about abortion and slavery, and then you guys talked about marrying 5-year-olds.
We're stretching your beliefs to their logical conclusion. That's the point. That's what we're trying to do. Fully. What we're saying is that you haven't given us. Wait, you have not given us. You have no. Hold on. Stop. Now you're just complaining. You have not given us a coherent set of criteria with which we can determine which laws we should push to be nationally held and which laws we should not, and allow the states to decide for themselves. That's the point. You vaguely gestured at a number of people that agree. If it's a very divisive subject, we should just leave it up to the states. The problem is we should not have done that with slavery.
Let me give you an example. Gun laws, concealed carry. It varies from state to state. Why is that? Why does it vary? Because the states get to govern themselves on those laws. So in one state, I might need a permit to carry a firearm, but in another state, I don't need one at all, and I can conceal it.
But the government doesn't force you to have a firearm, though.
Is the government forcing you to have an abortion? Is the government forcing you to get pregnant?
Dude, what?
How does the government force you?
Here's the problem. Here's the one. Wait, hold on. Hold on, real quick. Well, hold on. Just the Second Amendment conversation is going to be a little complicated. You do know that the Second Amendment exists, so states are literally not allowed to place overbearing restrictions on firearms. The requirement is that if you're going to place
Second Amendment exists,
sure, that's fine. That's fine. Hold on. I absolutely know why it exists.
In the government.
Yes, that's why I support the Second Amendment, dumbass. Stop. Do not assume that, please. So
honestly, the assumptions you're making, you are the dumbass.
No,
talking about marrying 5-year-old children. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
What are you? We brought up analogies to illustrate the absurdity of your point. That's all that we were.
Stupid.
No, it was an analogy. Okay, Siggy brought it up to help you understand. Fully relax.
Because you're not understanding what we're trying to say. You need to listen.
Yes. So when it comes to when it comes to stop that. When it comes to the Second Amendment, states are not allowed to violate the spirit of the law. That is the issue. If states try and place injunctions upon people and their use of firearms in order to practice self-defense and have the firearms necessary to push up against a tyrannical government, the courts do and should strike that down. That is the goal of the Second Amendment. Okay? So that's why it's this federal thing. Now when it comes down to that's fine. I was clarifying. You brought up this. You brought guns. You brought up guns. I was clarifying for you. Thank you. When it comes to abortion,
and you're not clarifying anything.
When it comes,
what you're doing is you're digressing from the situation.
When it comes to abortion,
land the plane, brother.
When it comes to,
for Christ's sakes,
when it comes to an abortion, what we're saying is that placing restrictions on women's bodies, on violations of their bodily integrity, where they cannot regain and keep their bodily integrity, is in violation of the spirit of the law, which interests us in stopping slavery and restrictions on people's bodies.
Oh, so boo fucking who? If you're in Alabama and you can't have an abortion there, go to Tennessee.
Shit. Why does that apply to slavery?
Bottom line, what, are you too cheap to fucking get a goddamn cab? Are you too cheap to buy a plane ticket?
Why does this not apply to slavery?
It costs $900.
Why?
You can't buy a fucking plane ticket?
Why does this not apply to slavery?
Don't apply a slavery. You keep bringing up slavery like you want to have some goddamn fucking. Here comes the rhetoric.
It's not rhetoric. I'm showing how your point is absurd because you're saying that slavery should not be left up to the states.
You brought up marrying fucking 5-year-olds. My point is absurd.
Yes, because your point, because your point,
what you just said.
Because fully, your point would commit you to things like saying slavery should be left up to the states, or child marriage should be left up to the
following
states.
The Constitution of the United States, and I would go to a state that allowed me to do what it is that I wanted to do. And if that's so be an abortion, I don't see a problem with that. If you want an abortion, then go to where that is available to you. If it's not available to you in Alabama, then get the fuck out of Alabama. How hard is that to understand? That is the beauty of a constitutional republic. We live in a fucking state where we can do things like that.
Yeah, fully. There are also states where child marriage is legal.
What states? What states?
It's a real thing that happens.
What state is child marriage legal? And when you say child, why don't you?
A lot of states.
Why don't you tell me what the age is on that? What are you defining
14.
as child?
There's a lot of states where 16.
Okay, so we have states where you can get married at 14 years old. That's got to be with parental consent, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that's okay?
Yes, with parental consent. So
you think that's okay with parental consent?
You think that's okay with what?
You have some sick fucking parents, but guess what?
Yeah.
You're in the United States of America.
So are you conceding? Wait. Are you conceding that if the parents say it's okay, and if the law in the state says it's okay for parents to tell their 16-year-old child that they can get married, it is what it is then?
To an adult man.
But you guys think that children can make the decision to be
if you were listening, if you were even listening to
holy pivot.
Holy fucking pivot.
Can you
bottom fucking line? Am I fucking rallying for that? No, I'm not. But I'm telling you right now, as I believe states should be able to govern themselves. So for you to be able to go to a state where a parent can say, "Oh, I give consent for my child to get married at 14 years old," the child wanted to get married. Now, this is where common sense comes in, and this is what liberals don't have.
Children want to do a lot of things.
Have common sense.
None of them
do.
Fully.
Common sense would tell you that you're not going to give your child consent to get married at 14 years old. Why? Because children don't have the mental capacity.
That's fine.
Wait,
hold on. Fully. Wait. That's fine.
Hold the fuck on. I'm still making a point. You can be quiet for a minute while I talk. The bottom line is that you guys want to make this an issue where a federally funded fucking system will take over the entire country. But that's not why we have states. We would just straight be the United States. There'd be no Alabama. There'd be no Tennessee. There'd be no Michigan. There'd be no Florida. There would be no California if we were just one single day, solitary country. But we're not.
How many drinks have you had?
Quite a few.
Okay, I knew it.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we're saying fully is that there are some things that we should protect federally. Do you think that there are some things that we should protect federally?
Well, I mean, goddamn.
Right. Do you think one of those things is bodily integrity?
Bodily integrity? Do I think what things is bodily integrity?
Yeah. Do you think that bodily integrity should be protected federally?
Oh my God. Hang on. Give me a second to think about it because I got to think about that in its full context. I want to say yes.
That's the right answer.
Yeah, but I mean,
a question. Do you think
ding, ding, ding,
any federal law, any, law of the land that all states have to abide by? Or do you think that states should just have whatever the fuck law.
No. That's why we have a constitution. We have we have to abide. Yeah, exactly.
We don't just have a constitution. We also have a Congress that can pass laws.
We are allowed to have ourselves governed individually by the states. So therefore, if you're in a state that doesn't allow abortion, go to one that does. How hard is this? Why is that a problem? In what way is that an issue? Why is that an issue? But you're over here asking about marrying a 5-year-old, okay? That was a horrible fucking analogy. Horrible fucking analogy.
I can explain that too.
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely zero sense.
I can explain all of this if you would stop talking. Excellent. Okay, so we agree, right, that bodily integrity should be protected federally, right? So people can't use your body without your consent. Or violate your body without your consent. That's what that is. Okay? Banning abortion violates bodily integrity. So therefore, abortion should be legal federally. Because restricting it means that some people do not have the same right to bodily integrity. Does that make sense?
All right, so tell me this. Are you performing the abortion on yourself, or is someone else having to do it?
A doctor's doing it.
Why does that matter?
Why does that matter?
Yes, it does.
Did you
what about
answer
the
my
morals
question
of
with that
doctor?
question? I don't think so. Can you answer my question?
What about the moral standpoint of that doctor? What if that doctor morally thinks it's wrong?
Okay.
This is a whole other diversion.
The point isn't we should force
Answer my question,
doctors
then I'll answer yours, babe.
to make perform an abortion.
Answer my question.
Sorry.
Would you like me to repeat the question? Do you know how to unmute yourself?
Can you hear when I bump the mic? I'll stop doing it.
All right, go ahead.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes.
Okay. So if we agree that bodily integrity should be a right that's protected federally, if we ban abortion in some states, then not everyone has the same right to bodily integrity, and that's a bad thing. That's our point.
Says who?
Do you agree with that statement?
So just because you're in a different state, that means you don't have the same right?
Correct.
Okay, but you are an American. You are protected under the United States Constitution. So if you leave that state, your rights would change, correct?
Yes, but it also could be the case that when you go back, because there are restrictions, that you would be charged.
Okay, well, as long as you hadn't gone to the doctor to confirm that you were pregnant, and then you went to another state, had the abortion, and went back, you'd be just fine, correct?
No, you would get charged with murder. That is the case in some states currently.
Name one person in the history of the United States that's been charged with murder because they had an abortion in another state. Name one. One.
That is currently
there's a whole.
Name one. Name one person. One person that's been charged with murder.
Wait, I don't need to name a person. I just need to cite the law. I don't need to name a person. I just need to cite the law. That is currently a law.
It doesn't matter what law. It doesn't matter what law you're citing. If you leave your state, you have the right to do it. If you go back to your state and you didn't do it in that state, you are not going to jail in your state. Plain and
That's
simple.
not true.
That's
not how that works.
One time that it's happened.
Wait, states.
Name one time.
Wait,
one time.
Well, we can just wait. Hold on.
Name
Just
the
to be.
person. Name one time.
If we have a law, there's no federal stipulation that says that a state cannot make a law that when an individual engages in action in another state and they come back to that state, they cannot take or engage in legal punishment against that person.
I'm sorry. What
there's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. Name what precludes. Name what precludes Texas from charging somebody with engaging in an abortion in another state if they were to come back.
I'm still waiting. What was the woman's name? Who got charged?
It doesn't matter. Even if no one was charged.
So you're talking about
let's say no one was charged.
You're talking about a pretense here because it's never happened.
That's
correct?
fine. This conversation is revolving around pretenses because we're seeing the results of Roe v. Wade being abolished occurring, and states are still negotiating with their laws. And we were talking about this
going to jail
because
for an abortion. Not a single. Not one. Not one.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, look it up. Look that shit up.
Wait. So So by the way you think laws should be run anyways, even if it hasn't happened, since you believe that states should be able to make their own laws. I mean, they do, but in this sense, then states can literally just make it a law that if you have an abortion in another state, then you get charged if you come back to that state.
So when that law comes into play, let's have this conversation again, bud. Okay. Other than that, you're irrelevant, and what you just said was absolutely ignorant. So just stay the fuck out of it.
How was it ignorant? Tell me how.
Go ahead and look it up. Critically, go ahead and look it up.
Wait, the whole point, and this is why you're diverting from the initial point. The whole point that we're trying to get you, the whole point that we're trying to get you to understand is what the whole point.
Walking you guys.
The whole point.
You look like a bunch of dipshits here.
The whole point that we're trying to get you to concede, and you haven't answered the question, is what allowing for states to make this decision will result in, even if it hasn't happened yet. That's fine. This is what it allows for. Okay. When you say that states, when you say, I can turn on my volume or whatever, I can add an echo. When you say that states are allowed to place restrictions on abortions, that doesn't preclude them from jailing people who get abortions or jailing people who got abortions in other states and coming back to their states. That's what your policy or your policy prescription allows for. I want you to answer right now why you think that this should be the case for abortion and allowing states to do it, but why this does not apply to slavery, where some states could allow for slavery, and you would just tell that enslaved person, hey, go to another state if you're enslaved. Just run away from your master. What is the difference?
For one, if your master owned you under the fucking how slavery was run back then, your master owned you. So if you ran away, he had the ability to track you down. Okay, if you chose to go to another state to have an abortion, who the fuck's coming after you? Do you have a master?
That doesn't matter. I'm asking for the difference. I'm asking for the hold on. I'm asking. I'm asking for. Wait. I'm asking you. That's wait. Hold on. Hold on.
I don't care what you're asking.
You're engaging. You're engaging in a practical response to something where I'm trying to test your principles here. Stop it. I'm trying to get you to say why you think abortion should be left up to states, but slavery not. Can you please clarify that? You got muted. Also drink some water. You're drunk.
Yeah, I see where your principles lie, and I'm not impressed. Not impressed at all.
That's I don't care about you being impressed. I care about you answering the question. Why is it this applies to abortion but not slavery?
See, this is the problem. You want to.
Why does it apply to abortion but not slavery?
You want to bring race into this. That's why you're
nothing. There's nothing about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. It's about human subjugation. Slavery is an extreme form of human subjugation.
Yeah.
Telling women that they cannot end their pregnancy is another form of human subjugation. It doesn't matter. I'm asking you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All I'm asking you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All I'm asking you is why this applies to you for abortion, but not to slavery. Why are you letting it be up to the states for abortion, but not slavery?
For one, we don't have slavery. It's been abolished in this country, so that's irrelevant.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking your principle. I'm not asking some historical understanding. I'm saying, why do you think, you fully think that states should not be allowed to make decisions when it comes to slavery, but they should when it comes to their abortion laws?
Who cares about my
that is when we're talking about oughts, what we think ought to happen. I'm not asking for some analysis of our political system. What I'm asking for is what you think should be the case. Why do you think it should be the case that slavery should be illegal across the board, but not abortion? It's restrictions.
Okay, because I don't believe other people should own people.
Okay, and I don't believe that other people should own women's bodies and tell them to do with it whatever they want.
Oh, okay. Well, then move out of your state.
Okay, if you don't believe in owning people, then move out of your state. Why don't we make it so that slavery is up to the states?
Okay, so you're saying you want to enact slavery in one of these states?
I am testing your principles. In the same way that I think that abortion should not be left up to the states, same thing applies with slavery.
Well, good for you, because I think your principles are way off. Bottom line, if you want to have an abortion, get out of that state.
That's fine.
State that does.
Whether it applies.
If you want to have a slave, then brother, good luck to you. Good luck to you, because I guarantee
that doesn't answer the question. That does not answer the question that tests your principles. Why is it? What are the set of criteria you're using to determine which protections of bodily integrity should be federally mandated and which protection should be left up to the state?
Federally mandated protections. Okay. If you want to have an abortion, so therefore if you would like to end the life that is inside you, if you are a woman, I think you should go to a state that allows such, okay?
Why does that not apply to child marriage or slavery?
Child marriage or slavery.
If you don't want to live in a state where there's child marriage, just go to another state. If you're enslaved in a state where there's slavery, go to another state.
Where are you going to go and have a child marriage that you get to choose as a child? Your parents will choose for you, okay? So it's not child.
You're not answering the question. I need your criteria for why you are permissive of these specific instances, like slavery and child marriage, being suspended by the government, but not abortion.
Because
abortion restriction.
Morally, children being married to a grown, person is morally wrong, okay?
And it's morally wrong.
Human being is morally wrong. And in my opinion, killing a baby is probably morally wrong. But there again,
violating someone's bodily integrity is morally wrong.
That allows you to do so, then you can do such.
Is violating someone's bodily integrity morally wrong?
Is violating someone's bodily integrity morally wrong?
Yes.
See, I was just asked this a minute ago, and I want to say yes. I want to say yes, it is. Okay,
yes.
But this is the whole fact of the matter. Okay, whenever it is that you guys consider violating bodily integrity ends the life of another human being, which I don't care what you say. When there's a heartbeat in the womb, that is a human being. Okay, that changes the moral code. And if you can't see that, I can't help you. I cannot help you.
You know, it's a human being before, depending what you mean by being. You know, it's a human entity before a heartbeat, right?
Okay, whatever. That's fine too. The bottom line is that if you morally think that that's okay, then that's on you. You don't believe in God. You made that very clear earlier. I do. And I can tell you right now, you take that up with him, not me. I'm not the one that gets to make those decisions, but I can tell you this on a governing standpoint. As far as our country is run, you get to choose that at the state level, and that is fair. Plain and simple. So, therefore, you don't want someone telling you what to do.
You're just repeating your position. You're not evidencing it at all. You just repeated your position on evidencing it. I need a clear indicator as to
you haven't
why.
Done anything except for walk around fucking trees and talk shit. You guys haven't made any points here. You have no reason to believe what you do. You have no reason to believe the way you do. The thing is it's plain ass fucking un-American where you guys are at.
We're critiquing your stance. That's the point that's being made. You think
fuck if you're critiquing my stance. What you guys are doing is you're talking about killing children. Okay? That's what you're talking about.
That's what's being contested. Now, if you want to dive into that more fundamental discussion as to and as to why fetuses in the womb, especially before a certain point, should not be considered children, we can talk about that, and that's a pretty significant reason. That's a pretty significant. That's a hold on. That's a hold on.
Talk about what
that's a pretty
talk about.
That's
the
fine.
Fact of the matter
that's
is
fine.
You cannot tell me. You cannot tell
that's
me.
Fine.
Why
that's a pretty.
We should not govern this on the state level. You can't, because the bottom line is
we have told you why multiple times. Because this type of action is a violation of someone's bodily integrity, and this is a violation of bodily integrity that is notably unjustified, especially before sentience. Because prior to sentience, you cannot observe or understand or articulate any rights that the fetus has. So violating someone's bodily integrity, especially without any concern for a rights-bearing individual, that is a significant issue. Bodily integrity is something we hold precious, whether it's injecting something into your body or controlling your uterus or fucking around with your organs or anything like that. Your internals are precious, okay? There's a reason why we don't get to take your blood to save a few other people's lives. There's a reason why we don't get to take your organs to save more people's lives, because your internal integrity matters, and you ignoring that misses the fundamental essence of how we've governed this nation for a very long period of time.
Bullshit. You're talking about on a federal level. You're saying that should be across the board, and that's not how it's ever worked. It only started working that way since Roe versus Wade.
That's
and
how
honestly,
it should work.
Roe versus Wade was a fucking problem. It's always been a problem, and just as you and I are having this conversation, that is the problem.
The only thing wrong.
Be here no more.
The only thing wrong with the Roe v. Wade is
goddamn complex, dude. That is ridiculous.
The only it's very straightforward.
Believe in life. And
the only thing wrong with the Roe v. Wade is that it was not fully. The only thing wrong with the Roe v. Wade is it was not comprehensive and precise enough. It used a more esoteric legal theory than would be appropriate for protecting the rights of women. That's it. That's the only thing wrong. In its function, it was great. I'm very glad it existed, and it should have continued to exist. Although supplanting it with something that is much more comprehensive and effective would have been ideal, because it would have meant that dumbass fucking judges in the Supreme Court would have been less able to tear it down. That's it, okay? So to say that I'm un-American when I'm trying to engage healthily with a federal system, understanding that it is very American to pay attention to people's human rights and ensure that those human rights are enshrined federally, that the very progress we've noted in our nation has been the instances when we have recognized we have not accounted for the rights of human beings, we have not accounted for the ways we're infringing upon them, and we have engaged in legislation or even fucking civil war in order to account for those rights. So to say that's un-American, stop. It's silly. You've also been muted, by the way. Siggy, is my mic too loud, too quiet? What's happening?
You're good.
Beautiful. Also, do you want to hop in? I know I've been talking a lot.
It only took us like an hour to wrap to that point.
Man, well said. But let me just tell you this. So when Siggy goes to have an abortion, are you okay with it? Your tax not paying for it?
Are you insane? Well, one, Siggy's Australian. Stop it. But no, stop getting personal with this.
I don't live in America.
No, I'm getting personal. Jesus.
When did I say anything that was personal about you?
Oh God, you fucking liberals are all the same. You really are.
I'm not a liberal.
I love how complimentary you were of me and my live, NRTP's live, and all the other liberals' lives earlier. And then when you have like a single blue moon and a fucking like Corona Lime, you start going batshit crazy about everything. Stop it. Hold your liquor better.
For one, dude, Corona Lime. What the fuck are you talking about?
You said you had a lot of drinks.
I said I had a few, but clearly I have enough, or I haven't had enough to where I can, not have a conversation. But either way, guys, number one, love the show,
as you should
love
be.
the fucking show, and anyone who's
Jesus Christ,
honestly, I'm telling you right now, you guys just be respectful, be nice, don't get nobody banned, okay? Be careful with what you say.
Okay.
This is good fucking TV right here.
Fully, I think you should take a nap and sleep off the alcohol, probably.
Brother, I could say the same.
Sounds good.
You're blinking very slowly.
I do need a nap, but that's more out of exhaustion from this conversation. Go grab some sleep. Adios. Jesus Christ.
I was so scared, Mom.
That was annoying. Can you hear when I fuck with my mic?
What do you mean?
So I also want to. One more time.
I was just asking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I want to make it clear.
Critically asked me a question, but he was muttering. I didn't know what he said.
Oh, yeah. I also want to make it clear. I was going to get to the point later on, but we weren't ever going to get to it. Telling someone to move to another state is just, again, the classist argument. So many people, who, already, maybe don't have like great sex education and access to resources to prevent being pregnant, they're not going to be able to move out of the state. They're not going to be able to just go to another state and get an abortion. It's not like
what do you mean? Poverty doesn't exist. People aren't homeless. Like people
aren't poor.
Yeah, poverty just doesn't exist. Actually, sorry.
Oh yeah,
That's
I forgot
crazy.
about that. What world am I living in?
Yeah, don't forget about that.
I miss what was being said because I can't charge my phone and use my at the same time. So.
Just saying about how it's the typical classist argument to tell someone to move to another state to get an abortion when, like so many low-income people are not able to just move to another state and, get an abortion, especially I'm not sure how health insurance or anything is, health insurance doesn't cover abortions, do they? Even now?
I think it depends, actually. I think some might.
It depends.
Certainly there's some private health insurance that covers abortion.
We're seeing, I'm fearing we're going to get to a point if things don't change soon, even if that was the case, your health insurance blocks, if it's a medical abortion that you need and you're in a state that won't even do it and you go to another state and then you're slapped, your insurance won't even cover it because you're in another state. So, there's just a whole bunch of, plainly shit that comes with the argument, just go to another state. It's not.
Yeah, there's a lot of practical problems, but fundamentally there's a big theoretical problem in that he wasn't able to give any good reason as to why it's dissimilar to saying, well, if you're enslaved, go to another state or something.
Exactly. So, he conceded to the point where if parents say it's okay for their 16-year-old to get married, then, but
yeah, that was really scary.
Oh, you're so triggered by that. So you really wound him up with that with that analogy. Wild.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
How do I sound? Am I clear? Am I okay?
Yes.
Bing bong. All right. Well, if y'all are enjoying this, feel free to follow. I will probably have some more at some point, maybe. I like the live, so we can get in some more. I don't know how much longer I should go. It's 3 o'clock. Fuck me, man. I don't know how much longer we should go for debates, but like the live, see if we can get some. Let's get to 50,000 likes. Holy moly. Any pro-lifers want to hop in? My eyes are getting red again. I use so many eye drops because my my fucking ducts don't work very well. It's really annoying.
Ew.
What's up, Kitty? You mean ew? How dare you?
You should fix that.
You guys mind
That's so great.
if I poke your brain a little bit? just to get until we get someone else in here. Where do you guys lean on like the spectrum? Like
what's
like just like the political, social? Like, do you lean more left in terms of? Like,
I'm a leftist.
Would you identify yourself as like a socialist, communist, leftist, whatever it be?
Yeah, we're both leftists.
Leftist. And my question for you guys is thoughts on gun control.
I think this might be the only topic.
That's your too general. That's your too general of a question. Sorry,
Siggy, what? Oh yeah,
that may
I
be
think this is the only.
liberal.
I don't know. No, this is the only topic critically and I disagree on. I think that guns should be banned.
All guns? Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm probably more pro-gun. I mean, I'm pretty pro common sense gun control, but I'm generally more pro-gun. I think it is anti-leftist to be, pretty anti-gun. I think that from a sociological standpoint, there needs to be disruptive mechanisms available to lower class individuals to deal with an oppressive, a tyrannical government, a very unbalanced system. There's a lot of reasons why I'm more on the and obviously there's some bias because I grew up around guns, so maybe that's probably affecting things a little bit. But I used to be a lot more anti-gun actually until I became more leftist. So I don't know. My goal though is when Siggy comes to America,
yes,
get her to shoot a gun.
Yeah.
I'm a bit there with you on this critically, but I would like to get more on your reasoning why you
guns
think
are hot.
should be banned,
What?
Siggy.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I actually sort of lean more with critically idea of it, but I wanted to get your thoughts on why you thought guns should be banned.
Because I think that we can restrict property if we see that allowing people to own guns increases harm in society. Which is what we see. So I also was being a bit I was exaggerating when I said ban all guns. I think there's gonna be there's gonna be some weapons that I think that you can own as long as you meet a certain criteria, certain requirements, have certain training, all of that jazz. But I would say for the most part, I don't know why anyone would need a weapon like that. Right. And we see that it increases harm in society. I would just say it's a negative utility.
So,
either to people's own selves or others.
And don't get me wrong, this is definitely not a hill I'm willing to die on, because at the end of the day, guns were made to kill people.
You just gotta quote Marx and then you'll be good. All right, the leftists can't beat you when you quote Marx.
But I always found it interesting because I grew up in a state that has the lenient gun laws next to Texas.
Which state?
And New Hampshire.
New Hampshire has lenient gun laws, really?
Yep, dude. People come from Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts to get their guns in New Hampshire. But New Hampshire, you don't need a permit to openly carry, anything like that. And I'm trying to think, what is the difference between New Hampshire and Texas? There's a lot, but what I think I marked down is that we're just a better educated state than I think Texas is. For one, I think we have better resources to address those issues, given Texas is a much bigger state than New Hampshire, and with different problems. But I think, you know, there are all these people around me with guns, but like you don't hear, and I grew up in one of the bigger cities in New Hampshire, and you don't see gun crime at all. But in Texas, I feel like you do. So I think that when we're thinking of guns, I mean, you wouldn't give a 16-year-old a car and say, good luck, and just let them drive without a license. You know, these things can hurt people. And not only do we need to put more funding in mental health, things like that, but we need to make sure that we get rid of gun loopholes, and we need to make sure that we educate about these things that are honestly probably going to be in our society until the end of America.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of avenues you can take to try and kind of hedge a lot of the problems associated with guns. Yeah, I don't know. I think the argument for guns, the leftist argument for guns, is less about its social impacts and more about its existential necessity for a viable people with a government. That's really the main argument. So there's going to be few. It's not going to be an argument based on any social metrics like number of shootings, and that's why I'm pretty sympathetic to common sense gun reform that deals with. There's a few different policies I found that seem to be pretty well evidenced. I mean, I can pull them up. But some of them were things like enforcing smart guns, so ensuring that there's like a smart identification mechanism on a gun that's going to pretty greatly reduce the amount of shootings. It's going to also reduce accidental gun deaths pretty significantly. Requiring that gun sales have associated safes or locks with them, because a lot of instances people don't lock up their guns very well, or they're too lazy to buy a safe, they're too lazy to buy any mechanism to keep it out of the reach of their kids or other people. It gets stolen, it gets taken by their kid or something, and that results in a lot of problems. Things like the Charleston loophole or identifying gun shops connected with crimes can shut down a pretty massive avenue for a lot of gun ownership that's used in crimes and stuff. So there are definitely tons of things that I think we can do that's pretty reasonable. I think we should probably approach those laws first. But I'm not necessarily opposed to expanding and placing more restrictions on guns, depending on how terribly it's impacting our society. And right now, it's doing a pretty good job at being a force for terror for a lot of families. So, yeah.
For sure. And I think all of those are honestly pretty good ideas, too.
Hi.
What's up, Takia?
It's Takaya.
Takaya, sorry.
It's okay.
You looking to debate? You pro-life?
Yeah.
Okay, why's that?
Some certain circumstances. I'm only pro-life if like they were in like I don't know how to say it without getting banned, but graped. If they were either graped or anything like that, but if it's like or
you're saying you're pro-choice if they were, you would allow them to get an abortion,
and then also if I don't know if it's wrong, but I just like if they were also like gonna be like special or anything, you know, like or having a problem with.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I like not actually
not
special.
the eugenics,
like not like that. I'm trying to say it, but not be rude, but like you know.
No,
like,
I think that's a bad reason to.
I know. Not like that.
Oh, you mean like a terrible quality of life issue?
Fun, if they wouldn't be able to enjoy their life, you know, like can't walk or I don't know. But I know.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, like if they were like not deformed, but like, you know how sometimes they come out bad and stuff. That's what I mean. Like if they wanted to.
You should really. I think you should work on your phrasing.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, there are some circumstances where the quality of life for the child is non-existent. So you know, obviously,
I don't mean that. I'm sorry, y'all in the comments. I don't know what it's called, but I know the word. I just forgot it. But
real quick, how old are you? Just checking.
I'm 20. I'm sorry. I barely turned 20 on September 26th.
All right, fair. Why are you for restricting abortion in other circumstances?
I just feel like they should still have a chance to live. Like, you should, if you're just aborting them for no reason, just because you can't afford it, or just because this, or like little stuff, just because they're not ready.
What does that mean, little stuff?
I mean, I know, but I mean little stuff like if you can't afford them, if you're not ready.
Well, you think that's little?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
If it was so little, I mean, why did you open your legs and lay in the bed?
I have a question.
You know?
Why?
Yes.
So, are you still? Why is being raped a different situation from like why is that the exception?
Because of what if like they didn't want to, like they literally were forced to do that. If they were not great, they wouldn't have had a baby like that.
Okay, but I think you're making two different arguments for two different things.
No, I'm not trying to do that actually. I was just saying that because it says I'm pro-choice, and then if it's not your body's own choice, yeah, I understand that. I would just only think like if they were great, that's the reason they should not. I mean, they should be able to get one or if they're underage, also that too.
Why?
Okay.
I feel like when people bring up the argument, saying, like, you know, making exceptions for grape, we're looking at it punitively. We're saying, well, you chose to open your legs, so now you have to be.
If you put it like that, then yeah, I'm pro-life. Then not. I'm sorry. It's because sometimes, like when I comment on videos like this, like even if it's not alive, and I'm like, I'd be like, oh, it's not right, and they'd be like, but what if they were great? That's why I say that, like only if they're great. But if it's just like that, then no, I'm pro-life.
Wait,
you confuse me more, to be honest with you.
I'm more confused.
I'm confused with I don't know what you're.
Didn't he just say he doesn't like when we say that they're being great and stuff, but y'all are just saying that.
No. The point that he was. No, the point that he was making was that saying that like. Using terms like women opening their legs or something like that, as if women engaging in sex and exploring sexuality is like some gross, vile, or incorrect thing to do, as if it's not something that's a pretty essential part for a lot of people's human experience. I think it's pretty silly and demeaning to women.
I'm so sorry, but they normalize that, but you're not. That's just not something you should just be willing to do every day or every week, like.
What do you? Hold on. Wait. You understand that? Like half of the instances
they normalize it on purpose, but no, that's not something we should. That's not a normal part of life. That's something you do with someone you love. But we normalize it so much. We do it with random people we don't even know. Sneaky link, all this stuff.
Wait. Hold on. That's a whole other thing. You understand that there are. So it sounds like you're focusing more on like abortions that come because of casual sex or something, which, by the way, I don't even think is a majority of abortions. I think a majority of abortions actually occur within relationships. I'm assuming you're fine with sex inside of relationships. And the reason why is because
shows that most abortions are from when they are just a one-night stand.
What?
Citation.
People you don't even know.
What?
But I'm just trying to say that I'm pro-life because I'm sorry. If a woman is able to just unalive their baby just because they're not ready, just because they can't afford it, just because of this, then a man should be able to leave the woman that's pregnant just because they can't afford it. And just if they can just unalive their kid, then a man should be able to.
Well, that's a different conversation. You can apply that consistency if you want to, but you're the one. You're the one levying.
All the people in the comments should be doing stuff with no condom. I'm sorry,
dude.
Okay. Just to be clear, half of all abortions occur when the person was using one or more contraception.
No, they don't, bro.
Yes, they do. Do you want a citation? They do. You can say.
Wait. Okay. So to me, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. It really just sounds like to me you hate women. because everything you're saying has kind of been in regard to women having sex as if these
there's some internalized misogyny there for sure.
Person. She, as a prosecutor, when she was a prosecutor, she has no.
What? No, there's background noise. Stop.
What's going on here?
Stop. Takaya. Was it Takaya? Let me know how to pronounce it again. There's a lot of background noise.
Back to a baby. Hope you're dying. Your parents leave y'all. And your dad.
I don't know if you have this perspective.
There's a lot of background noise.
Does she know her mic?
What is
you probably be
What is happening? Why do you have background noise?
You sound like a hoe and you probably be fucking another nigga.
What are you talking about? I don't know what this guest is doing. No, they're actively unmuting themselves. I don't know what they're doing. They're a little unhinged. Maybe they should go to bed, get a nice nap, go good sleepy time, sleep well. A couple important points that she attempted to refute but didn't. If you want to look up in the National Library of Medicine, there's an article, reported contraceptive use in the month of becoming pregnant among U.S. abortion patients in 2000 and 2014. During those 2 years, it found that between 51 and 54% of them were using contraception, at least one or more types of contraception. So the idea that abortion is some plague of irresponsible sex is silly. And it's generally the case that when people are engaging in a hookup or an unknown partner, they're probably going to be more likely to use contraception because that person might have STDs or something. In a relationship, you're more likely to explore without contraception. And be more likely to have an accidental kid. So that's pretty important to touch on. That I think the guest, I don't even know if they cared or if they were just fucking around. We're talking about. What a disaster!
Yeah, that was when she was on about the special the special kids part. I was like, oh boy, this is not looking good.
Yeah, I don't know why. And she crashed out. I don't know why she said crash out all of a sudden. What was that? Hello?
Hello?
Maybe she was like panicking because she realized she was out of class or something. I don't know. All right. Let's get to 50,000 likes, y'all. Let's see if we can get. Yeah, let's give it one more push. And we'll see if we can get another debate, and then I'm hopping off if not.
I'm back.
You're back. Welcome back. Oh my God, is that smoothie?
Did you get any of that?
I did not hear any of that. Should I be
rough?
She crashed the fuck out at the end, started yelling like random shit, saying like they were sluts or something. I don't know. Wild.
Oh, crazy.
So, yes. Pro-lifers request join. We can have a probably, potentially more productive conversation than the last one. Are these the best y'all have to offer?
Probably.
Probably, unfortunately, true.
I ain't never met a smart pro-lifer.
So true. So true. Any pro-lifers? Come on, y'all. There's got to be one or two or three. Even four. Keep liking live. We'll give it a bit more of a push, and hopefully, if not, it's pretty late, so I just might call it. And other people want me to call it too, so.
Other people want me to call it?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Poll. Fuck.
Yeah, when people interact with it, it boosts the live.
Oh, does it? Oh my god. Oh my god. What is the poll?
Yes.
I can't even see the poll. You could be saying any number of things.
It's just reminding me.
No way. Okay.
It says, is critically a bingus, yes or no?
True. No, actually, I'm not. How dare you? Also, what even does that word mean? Nico, what is this? You're just ranting. What are you saying? Are you even talking to people? Immaterial comes before the material.
It's one of those
like
AI mods.
Unhinged. So do you believe someone doesn't exist before you see them? Did I exist before you had evidence of me? Oh, don't die. Thank you.
That was funny.
I'm for a hot minute. All right. Well, I think it's winding down, so I'm going to wind down too. Pops who don't have a Discord server, I might make one, possibly. Might be fun. Might be also hell. I don't know. Discord sucks. It gets a lot of toxic people in there, but we'll see. It's good though. It's good though. No, it's good.
Discord does.
It does. But yeah. Y'all feel free to follow me if you want more of these lives. I'll try to keep going on a few different lives. I try to have a few different topics. I'll probably be mainly election focused, maybe a few other things before things are going. I'm already closing out. Someone joined, but I don't know. I'm just going to close out. But yeah, thanks for chilling. Thanks for joining. It's been fun. Hopefully I have some more fun conversations later. Although I probably need to shorten the time so that I have less of a headache and my eyes aren't getting burned out of my skull at the end. But thanks to my wonderful moderator, because Siggy and Keandra as well for hopping in. See y'all later.
Thank you. And good to see you back on here.
Yeah, we'll be back. It's been fun for the most part. All right, have a good night, y'all.
Bye, Crunkly.